Morning, good afternoon, and good day. Looking at today is March 6th, and in today's photo for the stream, it was a picture of my 2016 Model S 90D at a Tesla destination charger that had recently opened at that time. And it wasn't really miswired, but the contractor did not set the charge levels to the right level. So they had a 100 amp circuit, but the chargers were at the default, so they thought that they only had 40 amps to work with, and they would share the 40 amps between all four stalls, which was, I don't know if they've ever corrected it, but it was not good. Hello, Luna. Hey there, Eddie. Yeah, I was busy getting the articles all prepped up and trying to get as many of them in order as I could because I don't often do that for you guys. And then I ran over by a minute because the lights didn't work. They were disconnected, so I had to turn them off, back on, and then reconnect them. What's going on, David? Good to see you. So I did talk about in the tweet and the Facebook post reminding everybody that the show is on today. I talked about an experience I had. Hello? It says recording complete and go live, but it looks like we're still on. Let me pull up another device just to make sure we don't lose the stream. Technical issues, huh? Okay, and then we'll open up Safari. We'll update iOS later. Okay, come on. I only have a minute to save the stream if it's going down. All right. Yeah, allow. Next, got it. All right, it says we're live here, so I don't know what's up with the PC. If we drop, somebody let me know. Close this for now. All right. All sorts of computer issues today. That's fun. All right. Hey there, Allison, and that's true. It's true. Still on the open internet, and you can hear me loud and clear. Perfect. All right. So as I was saying, I had an experience yesterday. We went to there was a private EV training session for some VIPs, and I got a chance to drive the Rivian R1T. So we're going to talk about that when we get to the Rivian segment on today's show. And coming up first, we've got something that's quite topical and might help some folks out with their evacuations. So let's go to share. And it's going to put me on the wrong side of the screen because, like I said, I was getting everything in order rather than making it all pretty. There we go. All right, so this is coming from Drive Tesla Canada, and Tesla is offering free supercharging for any EV on superchargers in Eastern Europe. So basically, they're trying to help people get out of Ukraine and or into it if you're going to fight, I guess. And they want to make sure that everybody is golden, and that's what that's about. So, we'll actually let you guys know when there's free supercharging, and this is another case of that. So free supercharging will start with 4 chargers on the 28th of February. I can't pronounce any of these. In Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary. That are able to charge. So I can't have a Tesla because of my bugs. Well, these bugs are completely in my computer system. I don't think it likes how many web browser tabs I have open this morning. All right, so one thing I'm going to do real quick, I'm going to try to open this stream in another tab on this computer. That way maybe it'll sort itself back out. Let's see real quick here. So that one is perfect. All right, so we're back in business. And let's see. Next up, we've got, this one was pretty fun to me. We've got, I got to adjust the setting again though. of ours, a friend of the show, Purcell, was telling me about how he was able to find the Model S in Gran Turismo 7. Well, according to Drive Tesla Canada, the Model 3 will also be found in Gran Turismo 7 if you have a PlayStation. So that's always pretty fun. I find myself driving EVs whenever there's a racing game that's got EVs in it, even though there's, I don't know, I guess it's just purity, I suppose. And I also like that there's not a just that hum of an engine just going for hours on end while you play the racing games. So that's part of it. Let's see. Uh, David says between free charging and Starlink, Elon has tried to help. Exactly. There's only so much you can do from half a world away, but when you do what you can do with what you've got, I appreciate that, and I hope other people do too. I know that the people on the receiving end of it definitely do, but there's a lot of negative Nancy's out there, and is there a gender neutral version of that? But either way, there's a lot of negative people out there that just poo pooing on every effort to do something, or saying, oh, you've got so much money, why don't you do more? How much more can an individual do to help a government out? I mean, I think it's reasonable. So let's see. That was Gran Turismo 7. And coming up, we've got, we talked about last week the new charge ports on the Model S and the Model X refresh. So the refresh to the refresh. Now we're looking at on the, this is coming again from Drive Tesla Canada, Corsair Gaming 2. Awesome. Thank you. Uh, Coming up, we've got the Model S. So right here you can see, instead of being an array of large LED bulbs, we've actually got a projector beam here and another one there. So these are the matrix headlights for the Model S refresh. This one does appear to be a plaid, but it's a little hard to tell from the front. Actually, it's not impossible to tell, but it's a little hard to tell. So this is probably a plaid, but it could be a long range with the 21-inch wheels. And you can tell these are the matrix headlights there. So what that'll do, the benefit to you having a matrix headlight now that it's become allowed is it'll allow you to leave the high beams on all the time, but what the car will do is it will be able to project a kind of a block, so it's not shining high beams in people's windshields, which is nice. All right, and then Corsair Gaming is sending us a lot of emojis. Isn't that cool? All right, so let's get back to the next one here. Germany. Let's go to share. Germany will accelerate its switch to 100% renewable energy in response to the Russian crisis. The new date is going to be 100% renewable by 2035. If I'm not mistaken, they were originally 5 years later at 2040, or maybe even they were one of the later ones at 2045. So this is pretty cool to me. Let's see here. There we go. The auto moderator caught that one. So Allison says that this Model S has a sexy butt. I was following one last night compared to the T, the other models. Yeah, the Model S, man, they they did well on it, and it shows. It's held up very well. All right, so let's look into this. This is coming from Reuters. Let's copy the link that we don't have to open a new tab and reshare and all that. All right, so we've got. As we said, they want to do this by 2035, and it used to be 2040, according to Reuters as well. So I did remember that correctly. And this is important because Germany right now, they were looking at receiving their natural gas and their oil from a Russian pipeline, and they did the right thing, and they did not approve that pipeline to open yet. And depending on how things go with this, they might not ever allow it. But we don't. I mean, yes, in the short term, having immediately more oil would probably help some stuff out, but in the long run, it's not what we want, not what we need. And man, there's a series of tweets I missed that I was supposed to put in here for today that I did not. We'll see what we have the tweet section. But this is exciting, and actually put our money where our mouth is. And if you've got solar, hydro, wind, geothermal, you've got to blend them because any one renewable isn't always very stable. But if you blend them and you've got storage of some sort, either pumped hydro or batteries or similar, then you can actually find yourself completely divested from fossil fuels if you put an effort into it. All right, so then we've got a tweet here from Mikhailo Fedorov. I butchered the man's name, and I apologize for that. Last week we talked about how Elon said that he was going to send Starlink over, and well, it showed up. Starlink here, thanks. And we talked about how Breonna Taylor was saying that this was not going to be possible, and the argument continued. But it seems that she acquiesced on some points of it. But there they are. This is on a truck in Ukraine, and then later on, well, first off, Elon says you're most welcome. John, Tesla owner, Silicon Valley, says I can't believe how fast they got there. But then I think we have another tweet of it, but just in case we don't, basically they end up saying thank you. They're working. We've tested them, and they are going to make they're going to be helpful. So maybe Russia should have sold Elon the darned rocket instead of laughing him out of the room, huh, Eric? That goes back to when Elon was looking to start SpaceX. They weren't actually looking to start their own rocket factory or anything. They were just going to buy some old Russian rockets and launch lettuce at the moon, lettuce at Mars, and they laughed at him. And then Elon spent the rest of the plane ride back looking at how hard it would be to make a rocket. It was obviously harder than he thought, but they did get it done. Had the Russians not spit on Elon by the time he made the second trip there, he realized the U.S. launch industry needed disrupting. He'd seen the horses in the barn and told me they were lame. Remember when the Tesla Q, those are the people who think that Tesla's going bankrupt real soon, insisted it was fake and how there were no terminals in Ukraine and Elon was lying. I sure do. I'm sure they'll realize they were wrong and apologize. Yeah, sure they will. Let's see what we've got. I've got a lot of messages in there. Emojis. David says the Ukrainians are clearly. Let me stop sharing so I can just repeat it. The Ukrainians are clearly streaming more combat and destruction footage. Yes, absolutely, and I like seeing all the farmers capturing. They're not stealing, capturing tanks, and it's like you're a highly trained army, and you've lost your tank to a farmer. All right, so let's see. This is an interesting point. Let's see. So this one was another argument that was levied at this effort to get them um, to get the dishes in Ukraine. So Honest Cynic was asking, what can they do with those dishes? They can downlink and uplink to a passing Starlink satellite, but without ground link station within 500 miles, the stations do not go to the web. I guess they can just keep pinging satellites for fun. It'd be a great way for Russian aircraft to locate them via scanning Starlink beam. A couple problems with that is that just because there's not a public downlink doesn't mean that that one that was under construction or not quite active yet hasn't been turned on for the subscribers. Later on, Elon did point out, I don't know if I got the tweet for that one either, pointed out that you should probably only have them out while you're actively online, and you should probably cover them up because they're big white circles. And if you do put them out, not put them near people because if the Russians are out there trying to target the Starlink dishes, it's best not to paint a bullseye on your location. And so as I was saying about so we talked about the last point, the Russians tracking it, and on the ground link side, as I said, they may be able to use one that's not quite online for public consumption yet, and it's not an impossibility. The other possibility is, depending on where all of the sats with the laser links are, they could do laser links to get back to a proper ground station. Even if if they're not online fully for the public, if they are able to actually send and receive a signal, then you can still do that as well. I do know that at the beginning, the the laser link satellites were focused on the polar orbit rather than the typical Starlink orbit, but they can move. So if any were close enough that they had enough fuel and time, they could shift. And obviously, as the guy who was asking for the dishes, this guy, he later confirmed they work. So whatever needed to be done, they're working. So it's healthy to be skeptical, but it's not. You don't need to make a conspiracy theory out of everything just because Elon's got money, or you don't like him, or you don't like electric cars or SpaceX or whatever. There's healthy skepticism, and then there's just crazy conspiracy theories. So try to be in the middle of that, if not just on the healthy side. There we go. Let's move on to another one. So David was saying, i.e. Starlink is working for them. Yeah, exactly. um, yeah, let's see. Allison says, malfunction synthesis. Yeah, absolutely. So in Crimea, they actually got 100% of their water from Ukraine, and they built a dam to block the water after Russia took it. And they're hurting real bad right now because they had to truck all the water in, and whether you're doing it with electric or fossils, moving water is not like by truck. Moving water like in vessels over land is not very efficient, and it's giving them issues right now, which they're fighters. They're fighters over there. So speaking of Russia and Ukraine and SpaceX, so Russia is now holding OneWeb's rocket. They're holding their rocket launch hostage because they couldn't. Well, because they can really, and OneWeb can't meet the demands. So let's take a look at these demands. I like the Verge's summary here. It doesn't look like this flight is going to happen now. Uh, where is the demands? All right, so Roscosmos is making a list of demands on OneWeb before it agrees to launch the company's mission this week. Uh, in light of these new demands, it seems likely the launch will not take place. Roscosmos demanded that British government, which is a primary shareholder in OneWeb, which they did to keep OneWeb from going out of business, divest its stake in the company. If these demands aren't met, Roscosmos says it will roll back the Soyuz rocket and won't launch, and the launch won't take place as planned. And then later on, I had a question with. Actually, I think I've got these available, so let's stand by real quick. Uh, we had a little chat, and I was wondering what that meant for the French, since the French do launch Soyuz rockets, and I'll put that up here in the same window. Come on, there you go. So this is coming from Defense Security Monitor, and Ukraine's crisis brings an end to Soyuz launches from French Guiana or Guyana, and they've got a picture of a Soyuz rocket launching from France. France is an interesting country. It's not just in Europe, and then all of their not really territories, all their states really are also in Europe. So you've got a little bit of Europe and South America and Africa. It's quite interesting, but because of the conflict, the Soyuz is not going to launch from France either. So it's a good thing that we no longer pay or are beholden to pay millions of dollars per seat to get on a Soyuz rocket to get to the space station, because that would give us some trouble right now. Let's see. So then we've got some good news from Ford. They're pulling a Tesla and making a really affordable home charging station. So this is an 80 amp bidirectional charger. And what that means is that you can charge the car at 80 amps, which is nice. It's what we use for my Model S, that same one in the picture. Uh, the Model X, we can only charge 2 amps. But the that solves the problem of we had some concerns about how long it would take to charge your Hummer. Would a Hummer run at 80 amps? If it does, then it should fill up pretty quickly. But this isn't about Hummer. This is about Ford. So the other cool thing about this is then you can then take 80 amps out of the truck and put it back into your house. So you could run most of your appliances during a power outage with the appropriate interface box between this charger and your power panel. That way, what they'll do is it's called a transfer switch. What they'll do is they'll transfer you from external power on the grid to internal power inside your house. That way, if there's somebody outside working on the lines, they don't you don't backfeed into them and electrocute somebody, injure somebody, or worse. It's only rated for 80 amps. So if you're pushing out all of your 80 amps and then your whole neighborhood's still connected to you, you might not have enough you definitely won't have enough to keep pushing, because if they just left their stuff on, you're going to be running people's air conditioner, lights, refrigerators, and then your truck will die, which is not good. So this transfer switches make sure that all that power stays inside your own home. And so the beauty of this is they pulled the Tesla and they made it super affordable. So let's take a look at this. So the Ford Charge Station Pro 80 amps on demand is only $13.10. And that does sound like a lot of money, but remember the bidirectional part. So the Tesla 80 amp charger was around $500 to $600 before they went to the V3, which is only capable of, I think, of 48 amps, because that's what the new cars can handle. So that's really cool. Yeah, they have a tiny piece near Canada too. Like, France is everywhere, man. I don't know how they escaped this whole imperialism thing that everybody else had to give up their territories. Well, obviously part of it is that they declared it these are France proper, not a French territory. Between this and home solar is very helpful during outages. Exactly. And so what I was saying to a friend of mine who pointed out that the F-150 is cheaper than enough Powerwalls, I suggested to him, I said, well, why don't you get two Powerwalls, enough to buffer everything and run everything, and then you can get the truck for the rest of it rather than getting 10 Powerwalls. And then when you're home, you can run everything and for quite a while. And then when you're not home, you can you don't have to worry about resetting your clocks or the stuff in the fridge going bad. But it would be a lot cheaper to get one F-150 and two Powerwalls than it would be to try and get all the Powerwalls. And then, of course, if you have solar, you can recharge the truck, recharge the Powerwalls, and then you can keep going as long as the sun isn't down for too many days in a row, which is pretty cool. And, well, the sun being down too many days in a row is rare, so at that point it's a matter of if it's not too cloudy, rainy, or an opaque snow has covered your panels. The first snow we had in Charleston with our system, it was light and fluffy, but the way that everything happened, the sun went down and it was still a white fluffy snow, but it was frozen solid. So now it was like a thick 4-inch coat of ice. And so the sun couldn't get through that, and it was harder for the panels to melt them and clear themselves off. So that was an experience. So at that point I decided I'm going to get an RV broom, and if it's fluffy, or even if it's kind of clumpy, wet, I'll go ahead and if it doesn't look like it's self-melting, I'll pull the snow off of the panels, or at least some of them, next time that happens to me. But of course, who knows how tall the next place will be? If it's 2 or 3 stories, I don't know what I'll be able to do with that. Our existing house is a ranch, so I can very easily reach up 1 story with a nice long broom handle. All right, so this one we talked about briefly, a ship that was carrying some automobiles, and it was adrift and on fire. Well, VW has confirmed that some ID4 electric SUVs were lost in the infamous cargo ship fire. The Felicity Ace has actually now sunk, and that's unfortunate for both environmental and supply reasons right now. I think everybody was all right. I didn't hear of any casualties, which is good. But you've got all that heavy minerals, all that gas and oil and diesel, plus all the fuel oil from the ship itself. That same vein, uh, speaking of the ID4, VW is now halting production this week of the ID4, or all their EVs actually, amid Ukraine supply issues. Deliveries of electrical cable harnesses and other components made in Ukraine have stopped. So VW, Audi, and who's Cooper EVs? Gotta look that up. And Cooper EVs can't be built. Now, I'm not saying that that these cars are more important than what's going on in Ukraine, but it goes to show how even just one small part can stop this global production of everything, really. Uh, and it's not even like a speedometer needle in this case. Like, oh, you can't put a car out without a speedometer needle. You can, but then people don't know how fast they're going. It's a little dangerous, etc., etc. But if you can't get the power from the battery to the motors, it's not going to move. So that's kind of important here. So hopefully they find an alternate supply and they can help get the factory back online, and all their people are safe. But this is in addition to the ones that sunk. So now it's going to be even longer if you were already in line for one of these cars. And I know that sounds like mixed priorities there, but it's not. I do sympathize with what's going on in Ukraine. All right, so I'm looking up now what Cooper EVs are, because that is something I don't understand. Who are Cupra? All right, so now it's on another page because why not? That's how they do me. For you guys to see it with me. Close the other one. So the Cupra EV. That's Europe for real. They got the enhanced cookie policy. So they appear to be a local brand. Interesting. These look cool though. This Born and Formentor and Leon. They have a lot of options, don't they? 548 kilometers, 231 horsepower, 0 to 100, which is 0 to 62 in 6.6 seconds. Nice. All right. Oh, I've seen of these. I didn't realize what was going on. They are a rebadge of the Volkswagen EVs. That's cool. All right. So speaking of Ukraine and auto manufacturers, Ford has shared this message. Ford said, as part of the global community, Ford is deeply concerned about the invasion of Ukraine and the resultant threats to peace and stability. The situation has compelled us to reassess our operations in Russia. In recent years, Ford has significantly wound down its Russian operations, which now focus exclusively on commercial van manufacturing and Russian sales through a minority interest in the Solar's Ford joint venture. Given the situation, we have today informed our joint venture partners that we are suspending our operations in Russia effective immediately and until further notice. While we don't have significant operations in Ukraine, we do have a strong contingent of Ukrainian nationals working at Ford around the world, and we will continue to support them throughout this time. Ford Fund is also making a $100,000 donation to the Global Giving Ukraine Relief Fund for humanitarian aid to assist Ukrainian citizens and families who have been displaced during this crisis. Signed, Ford. That is good news. This is the kind of stuff you like to see. There you go. While we're talking about Volkswagen and the ID4 and all of that, so for 2022, the Volkswagen ID4 is going to have a range increase of 7 to 8%, which isn't bad. But check the numbers, and the gains seem a bit higher in the rear-wheel drive version. So it sounds like they've either made some efficiency gains or just increased the size of the battery, or both. So let's see, up 13% if you're getting the ID Pro 19-inch wheels to 112 mile per gallon equivalent. That's not bad. 9.3% on the Pro S with 19-inch wheels. 4.1% on the all-wheel drive Pro 19s, and only 2.2% on the Pro S 19. So yeah, they definitely found something somewhere to tweak, and it was impacted by if you had the all-wheel drive or the performance packages. They all have 19-inch wheels. Why put 19 in the name? Unless maybe they plan on having some bigger wheels later. 7 to 8% is enough to be noticeable on long distance travel, and not only that, the peak charging output has improved from 125 kilowatt to 135 kilowatt in all versions. So this means that if they go and charge on a V2 supercharger in Europe, that they'll be able to charge almost at full speed, because before the V2 superchargers got their firmware update, they maxed out at 135. So if you can find one that hasn't been upgraded, then that's what you've got. But they got upgraded to 150 shortly before the V3 supercharger started to launch. And they've got a nice chart here, and that's over at Inside EV. So I'm gonna put a link in the chat, and then we're gonna go back. And David says, between Ukraine and Russia, out of trade loop, I'm sure there will be many weird supply chain problems. It's worth it to pressure Russians to the peace table, but costly. Absolutely, this is going to be a mess. Ukraine is actually, from what somebody was going over stats in a video for me, and it seems that they're the largest country in Europe by land area, excluding Russia, because Russia's in. They consider themselves European, but I would consider them to be more Asian. Um, Especially now that they're fighting all of Europe. But yeah, so other than Russia, Ukraine is the largest by land area in Europe, and that's going to be noticed. And as Ford was saying, you've got Ukrainian people everywhere. They value education, they value hard work, and so it's gonna, as you said, it's gonna shake things up for quite a while. So now I've got some fun news for you. Now that I've depressed you for the first 30 minutes of the show. All right, so the Kilowatts was doing their thing when they weren't renting out their cars. They were out scoping out the Tesla factory. So basically, they've got an Angular 2. What that's referring to is, look at this picture here. You've got two Cybertrucks. Look at that. You got one that's fully assembled. That's probably the one we've been seeing, and then this one is doing its best impression of a Jeep Wrangler. It's got everything missing. And then there's the one that who knows what they're testing out. We've got more pictures and video coming. So the Kilowatt says, didn't know there were two of them. All right, let's take a look at this.
What's this?
It's an art project.
Okay, I like it. Picasso. What's this?
It's an art project. Picasso.
It's an art project.
Okay, I like it. Picasso.
So here we see both of the Cybertruck prototypes are maneuvering, and that's the one we've been seeing with the big old windshield wiper, and there's this other one, no doors or anything, and so that's the Kilowatts' TikTok. And then they called it the Cyber Wrangler. So let's look at some more pictures here. So there it is. That's a solar panel there. That's good. Look at that. No doors. And you can see it's got these devices on the wheels. They are very highly accurate rev counters. So basically, Tesla's used them on all of their other cars when they are training up the traction control system, the autopilot system, the FSE system, and just teaching the motor itself how to handle its vehicle, and so that allows them proper calibration, and so occasionally you'll see them on fully completed cars, but then other times you'll definitely see them whenever there's a incomplete car out and about, and that's pretty cool to see. Once they do that, they're getting close to something. There it is again. So I wonder if they're calibrating in general, or if they're calibrating the four-wheel steering. Interesting. And then there's the back of it right there. All right. Looks like the before and after of loaning your truck to a friend. Yo, Toro, before pictures of the Cybertruck having doors, they returned it without. Do I have coverage? Looks straight out of apocalyptic dystopia. Think of how much a challenge it is to build a Cybertruck, a brand new concept. Love it. This guy doesn't like the wiper blade. Elon already said it's probably not a final blade. But yeah, I like that. Crash test truck. It's possible. I'm going to be very disappointed if Cybertruck doesn't have that huge windshield wiper. I'll be able to remove it and smite my enemies. And then replace it and wipe my windshield. Perfect product. You've inspired renegade mode. And then Anthony brings up a good point. Holy smokes, this is the first time two Cybertrucks have been spotted together. And I would say probably so, other than when they had the static Cybertruck and the test drive unit when they unveiled it at launch day. Holy smokes, they were already supposed to be in production. Yes, but Elon's already said they're not coming in till next year. So there's our friend Sergio. Let's see what he says. I was supposed to be driving this by now, says Watch J Guru. I was committed to enjoying the fun vehicles. Or Zertamaki First Edition, blah blah blah. He's not hating on Tesla. He's very straight shooter. Gotta love the Tesla junkyard. What's up, Marcus?
Hey, hello everyone.
How's it going?
It's good. How y'all doing?
Doing well.
I
Everybody
was
out
just
there
looking.
in. Hmm?
What that what you
You're looking.
saying?
You're looking at what?
No, the video you was just showing with the Cybertruck with the guy in the background. That was
Yeah.
funny. I was
Because,
I looked at it like 10 times when I first saw it the other day.
yeah. David says two Cybertruck. Time for babies. Absolutely. Get them out. Get them out. Uh, the Picasso truck. Absolutely. And he says, "Hello, Marcus." There we
Hello
go.
everyone.
All right. So then we've got some more Cybertruck goodness here. This one's coming from Inside EV's sources, and they're saying the Tesla Cybertruck prototypes reveal size and covered vault. It seems there are at least two Cybertruck prototypes, and they certainly don't appear to be downsized. When you look at it, these are all Model X's right here, and then over here is a Model S. Looks like a plaid. They are not small cars by any means. The Model X is just a few centimeters shy of needing to have the truck indicator lights, the three lights in the middle and the two lights on the outside, to show you that it's too wide. And they did that on purpose. The Cybertruck is that wide, and it will display the appropriate markings when you're on a public road. But look at how. I mean, these ones are basically nose to nose. Look how much further back it hangs out. That is. Woo! And then the Model S, it's at the back door, and it only comes to halfway to the back. That's gonna be. I'm glad this thing's got four-wheel steering. I don't imagine it would be very easy to park without it. Woo. Let's take a look and see what this video looks like, though. Okay, it's our drone guy. Let's zip through this, 'cause it's gonna be 9 minutes of flying over the factory. Not that I don't appreciate it, but we've got other stories to get to today. Oh, look, there's the panels at Fremont. That's nice. Alright, so there he is at the track. Anybody see the Cybertruck? Call it out if you see it. Oof. I never did master smoothly panning my drone either, so I'm not gonna say anything about that. I still need to get my commercial license for my drone so I can get back out there. Basically, if I put any of the video on this channel, then I'll be a FAA violator because we got our 1,000 subscribers. There it is. All right, so we got the Cybertruck and the S and the X. Okay, so they're not exactly nose to nose, but they're really, really close. I'll scroll through. I think this is separate from the kilowatts. It might have been the same day, might have been a different day, but they're from above, and kilowatts was from a zoom lens down on the ground. All right, so if you want to comb through this whole video, here, copy link. Later on, it's right there. And then let's go on to the next story. So we talked about Revel in New York and how they were having trouble with the taxi commission getting their taxis online, and then they kind of went around and did it as rideshare instead of taxi, and it's still very much operated the way a taxi would operate, but it's rideshare. And let me scroll up. Share screen. And they managed to raise $126 million in funding in a new round led by BlackRock. Not exactly the regular BlackRock. It's what they call it, BlackRock Renewable Power, which is slightly different than regular BlackRock. So that was in Series B. So this will help them expand their infrastructure and for their vehicle fast chargers, and probably, of course, get some more Model Ys they can customize, take the front seat out, that sort of thing. But congrats to them. And then there were some comments that I ended up commenting on. These look good. I hope they do very well. This was a spammer. They think they look like a McDonald's kiosk with a wire hanging out. Maybe. This one was one. This story can't possibly be true because I've been assured that unless government builds charging stations, they'll never get built. I mean, to counter that, you've got all the private stations that are out there now, as well as all of the Tesla stations. So I'm hoping that was sarcasm. It feels like sarcasm, which is the only reason I even pointed it out. This person said they look like rebranded superchargers in the picture. This person says not in the least. They're too long and thin for supercharger speeds, which is true. And then I point out that it's because they are tritium chargers. I enjoy tritium chargers. They're very robust. Every time I use them, they work. And you can see right there, it's got their name on it. It's tritium. In addition to the very unique holster and screen style, I recognized it right away. All right. Then we've got. So my computer started trying to crash on me when I when I was rearranging the articles so they'd be together. So let's go back to Ukraine and Elon. So Owen Sparks has a video from somebody on Mr. Zelensky's staff who has Elon speaking with President Zelensky today. Thank you for supporting. So let's take a quick listen in. It's a short little clip.
Scientists jumps like you. So if you have time after the war, you're very welcome. I invite you.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, I look forward to visiting once things are.
Scientists jump.
So looking at all the papers and phone and everything on the desk, that must have been a hard job to select everything out and block it. Because what I do when I have to block stuff now is I just make sure the stuff I need to block is not in the frame, because it's so much easier than going back and censoring your video. All right, let's shrink this down and see what folks say about it. Sounds like Zelensky invited Elon to visit Ukraine after the war. The country's infrastructure could be rebuilt on sustainable energy and battery storage. Very good point, Owen. This is one, I don't think I brought a story up on it, but this is a very slippery slope. This guy's asking, can Tesla not stop its cars from working in Russia? These cars have been fully purchased, and they belong to private individuals. Private individuals that are not Mr. Putin, whose war this is. This is very, very slippery slope. If you do that, what's to say that we get into some issues with, say, China, for instance, and they hack our cars and make them stop working? This is dangerous. Maybe the Tesla's owned by the Russian government, but it's a very slippery slope. Why hurt the people even more? It's not they're doing 140 million people in Russia with a dictator for leader, and Tesla isn't Russia. Yeah, so I would really recommend they stay in their lane. Tesla does on this aspect. Once you get into this level of geopolitics, there's no stepping back from it, either intentionally or, as I said, like not necessarily the Chinese, but literally anybody who has a beef with the U.S. could then find a way to hack this mechanism. And once you do it, it's if they know what they're looking for, it could be pretty easy to try and figure out how to reverse engineer this scenario.
Totally agree.
Yeah. It's important to remember we want to target leadership and their ill-gotten gains. Exactly, David. Exactly. Oh, my garage is opening. I guess I'm receiving a delivery. They've been putting them outside my door for a minute because when I got the new phone, they switched to my other house, not the house that I own, not the one I'm renting, and so they would push the garage door opener button, and it would open a garage in South Carolina instead of here, which was not helpful. All right, so let's go on to the next one. This one is another SpaceX story, and this is very, very pertinent to what I was saying about how we no longer have to pay Russia for seats to get to the space station. So SpaceX has been awarded 3 more. This is coming from Drive Test of Canada as well. SpaceX has been awarded 3 more NASA crew flights to the International Space Station. So they have to keep renewing these contracts, and well, at this point, I don't think NASA has any other choice. They could hitch a ride with the Europeans, but the Europeans can't launch a Soyuz, so without SpaceX, they're not getting to the space station unless Boeing gets their stuff together and actually gets the what's the thing called? Starliner, Dreamliner, not Dreamliner. The other capsule, if they get it working and approved, which they don't seem to be making any real progress on. It also came out to point out that that each of the rockets for that are going to be $4 billion a piece just for the rocket. So, yeah, $4 billion each versus how much is it for a SpaceX rocket? $200 million for a brand new one? Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
All right, time to break up my calculator. So now I'm concerned. All right, so I'll stop sharing that screen and we'll share this screen instead. All right, somebody check my math. So 4.1 billion. That's 4.1 million. There we go. Divided by 200 million. You can get 20.5 SpaceX launches for one Boeing launch. I mean, I'm all about competition, but come on, you guys gotta be able to compete with this guy. He's not doing anything magical. It's just common business sense. He's and I'm glad he's doing it too, because man, $4 billion a launch, and they throw the rocket away. So with SpaceX, you get back the booster and the capsule. So you don't even have to spend the whole $200 million if you're not getting a new one. You can get a used one. Come on. All right, so let's see. This brings the total contract for SpaceX to $3.49 billion for those 4 flights. So that's including ground support, staffing, supplies, etc. So right there, these 3 flights with all the shipping and handling comes out to be less than 1 launch of the other guys, just for the rocket. And remember, just the rockets on the SpaceX are $200 million. So this is a good deal for them, and I'm glad to see that they're saving us American taxpayers money. And let's see. NASA awarded the CCT cap contracts to both SpaceX and Boeing in 2014. SpaceX was certified by the agency in November 2020. Is currently on its 3rd rotation mission. I don't know if I included the story for this, but the 3rd mission is being cut short. The 4th mission can get up before the Russians go. This was already planned before the Russians started their mess, but now it's even more important that we don't leave them in the station alone after the comments they made earlier about how they want to crash the station. So they probably won't do it, especially not with their own people on board, but just like somebody else we had here in politics, when they give you some crazy harebrained stuff and say they might do it, just take them at their word and say they're going to do it, because it's not off the table once they've uttered it. Boeing's STS has not been certified and does not currently meet NASA's high requirements. This is true, and there's a link to the lunar lander mission with SpaceX is delayed due to overly optimistic timelines made worse by Blue Origin lawsuit. Yes, this is true. Bezos likes to sue when he doesn't win, and that tends to put a little damper on everything. David says, reusability of SpaceX. Russia may find they are never competitive again. Exactly. This was a problem for them before they went ahead and ruined their economy and made a mess of things in the world. Once they get back up and running, as you said, they may never get there again. Especially if all these other people switch to SpaceX, or like Europe is building their own. Looks like a copy of Falcon 9. Elon said, "This looks very familiar." And then we've got the Chinese doing their own thing, but Chinese can do a lot of stuff for cheap, and they don't necessarily have to worry about the safety of their rockets. They often drop them on a nearby village, which is it's not me laughing at the destruction it causes to these poor communities. It's just the irony of all the big talk, and they can't even keep their own people safe when they launch a rocket. It's what do you call it? Dark humor, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, let's see. Let's go back to some more SpaceX in Ukraine. So, Ukraine engineer in Kyiv says that he's ready to SpaceX Starlink satellite dish for emergencies should broadband lines be cut during Russia's invasion. And hopefully he took Elon's advice and put a camo net over the top of that so it's harder to see from the air, and powers it down when he's not using it, because while it is harder to catch these phased array transmissions, if there's no transmissions going on and then all of a sudden there's one, it's a lot easier to see than when there's no transmissions going on. All right, so he says that this comes from Business Insider. Says he's raised his dish. He spoke. Insider has a huge column of Russian armor was headed for Kyiv. That thing is still frozen, right? The 40-mile convoy. And then the satellite service went live on Saturday. Oh, I was about to say, that's a really short article. Yeah, it comprises a $4.99 kit and $99 a month subscription. But that's not what they're charging the folks in Ukraine. They just gave it away. This is terrible to read. It's really short, but I'm just going to put it in the chat. Camo plus the use of 2 Pringles can and Wi-Fi to protect the end user if terminal is hit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because you can just bounce it pretty far. If you can put it outside of shelling range, that'd be good for your family and friends. All right, so let's move on to some. Excuse me. Let's move on to the factories, because why not? Those are fun. Troy Teslike is going and doing his stats again, so let's see what he found. So he wanted to look at the footprint of the factories, and he measured them using Google Earth. He's made his links as to each factory. So he's comparing Fremont, Shanghai, Berlin, and Texas. All right, so the main building at Fremont is 217,014. Texas is, oh my goodness, double the size, 402,307. And Berlin is actually smaller than Fremont at 202,601. And these, I'm guessing these are footprint in what measurement? Square feet. And then Fremont's got an additional tent set of tents at 27,600, and their paint shop is an additional 27,096. So then you've got a battery unit at Shanghai at 24,391. So the battery unit at Shanghai is bigger than the one in. Oh, I see. That's right. Fremont, Shanghai expanded twice, so they've actually got 2 battery units. They've got one general one and one just for the Model Y. And Berlin's at 20,000. I think that's a little bit. So they don't have one listed for Texas because Texas is just one big structure for everything. So let's go down now to the totals. So total area in square. Oh, those were square meters to start with. Sorry, square foot's at the bottom. Fremont's 320, 441. Shanghai's a little bit bigger at 407, 392. Shanghai's Model Y division just adds another 222. Why not? And then they're talking about adding another China factory. We'll see if that actually happens. Giga Texas is in one piece. It's already bigger than all of Fremont with its expansions at 402, 307. And that's not to say that they won't expand Giga Texas. Tesla has this habit of expanding stuff after they put it together or while they're still putting it together. And Berlin's actually a lot smaller than I expected at 245, 827. I thought it was at least the size of Fremont. It's not. it's a significant size portion of the size, but it's not. It's almost as small as the Giga Shanghai expansion, just the Model Y line. Oh, yeah, here we go. Fremont is 0.79 times the size of Shanghai, 1.39 times the size of Shanghai's Model Y section, or 0.8 times the size of Giga Texas, or 1.3 times the size of Berlin. That's pretty cool. I'll give you a link to that tweet if you want to stick this chart in your cap. And then let's see here.
I want to say right quick. We was passing by Wednesday night, I think it was, and my wife's like, every time I pass by, I get excited.
Yes.
And she's just like, why you just so? It's just you got to see it to believe. I mean, you really got to see it. Actually, I mean, it's just nothing like it. It's like an airport. It's just huge, and at nighttime it looks so nice because it's just lit up and.
Yeah.
But it puts a smile. It puts a smile on my face every time I walk by. I say, hey, I'm part of this. I own some. I'm part of something. I got to invest in investments in something that's big like this, especially here in Texas now. And, but it's nice though.
Absolutely.
Got to see it in person. You got to see it in person. And
awesome.
And they're not even through. And they're not even through with it yet. So
yeah,
it's gonna be insane.
Yeah. What's up, Clay? David says, having taken the Fremont tour, which is very big, I can't imagine Shanghai or Austin. Absolutely, because these things are ginormous. I can't wait. I want to try it. So then there's me, including the charts, if anybody wanted to look, and then let's go on to the next thing. So this has been in one of our groups that Marcus and I are in. The question came up: how much range do you really need? And CNET's Roadshow with Brian Cooley also came up with the same question, so here's a sampling of it.
Be about to make is obsessing too much on range. Sure, long-range EVs do appeal to our sense of worst-case edge scenarios, but do you really need to go that far on a charge?
And that's a good question. Marcus and I, we always say, get as much range as you can afford, but there's going to be a point where how much range is too much range? So for me, I'm thinking probably 600 miles is the most I need. So if 1,000-mile range is another $20,000, do I need that? No, I don't. And if it's $200, I'm going to get it just because it's human nature. I'm going to buy in bulk. But when you look at the way the charging stations are set up, especially in the Tesla land, there are enough chargers that my car actually has less range than not less range. My car has about the same range today as a standard range Model 3, and I'm still trucking the country. I've got last night I had just under 68,000 miles on it, and let me see where I'm at today. Yesterday I ran a whole battery down because I can. I don't want music. I want the Tesla app. My phone stuttered and thought I clicked something I didn't. All right, so we're currently sitting at 67,960 miles. So tonight I'll be at 68,000 miles on a less than 4-year-old car. It'll be 4 years old this year. That's incredible. And so my range on any average day when I start at 90% charge-ish, because it tends to drift down to 89, 87. I'm looking at 246 miles of range. That's it. You've got new Teslas coming out with 400 and change miles range, 300 miles range. Mine had 289 on the sticker, and when I picked it up from the delivery center, it had 286 on the dash, and it's never touched that ever again. And it's not like a gas car. Like the new cars, the Plaids and the long range, they will recharge. They'll add 200 miles of range in 15 minutes. So like literally 15 minutes, they've got almost all of my range back right there, just in the amount of time it takes you to go to the restroom and grab a snack and get back to the car. And I made a whole video about that, the myth of the 3-minute gas fill. It's a new paradigm. Like literally, when you consider even road trips, like if you do road trips and daily driving and combine them all together for a year, you'll spend less time charging your EV, even with the road trips, my style road trips, because I take a lot of road trips. You'll spend less time fueling your car at home as an EV than you will on the gas car. Whereas the gas car, you have to go drive to a station, wait in line, fill it up, pay your credit card, blah, 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 or go inside, which is even worse, because there's always a line inside, even at 3 in the morning with no other customers. Like, well, where did this guy who's talking to the cashier come from? And so practically, you're going to spend a lot more time on the gas car. So you're going to want to fill it up and go further. So one thing that Brian points out later in his video, he points out that the gas weighs about 100 pounds when you fill up your car, and the car gets lighter as you drive, and it doesn't cost that much to add more range to a car on gas, because you're making the tank a little bit bigger. So you might be looking at $20 to $100 to make it bigger. But to add more range to an EV, to make a bigger battery, it could be tens of thousands of dollars. So he's challenging you to look at your paradigms and see how much range you truly need. We've got some members in our group in that discussion we talked about that they bought the Model Y, the Model 3 standard range, and they were considering, later on doing the Model 3 long range dual motor, but they decided for, what was it, $6,000 or $9,000 difference? It would save them, 10 to 20 minutes of charging per trip of the trips that they take. And then it makes no difference in their daily driving. And that's another thing that I don't know if Brian pointed out or our friend Travis pointed out, that with the extra range and the extra weight, you're now putting that much extra wear on your car and the environment, as far as, you're having to buy more tires, and brakes aren't so much, but you do have to buy more brakes on the heavier car than the lighter car. Regen really changes that part of it, but the tires are still there, and the heavier car takes more energy to accelerate, so you're actually wasting more electricity on the car with the bigger battery. The car with the bigger battery can also charge faster because of the way that physics works, so getting that energy into the pack. But as that same person pointed out, is that amount of speed worth the amount of time it's going to take you to pay it off? Like, either pay it in cash, or if you get a loan on it, and then you still got, when you're driving it around daily, you're still paying for that extra weight every day. That it's going to be an extra 15 cents. 20 cents, extra $1. I don't know what your power rate is, but over the life of the car, it will add up. And so the challenge that Mr. Cooley and the short range driver and our friend I don't really need, because that whole us not changing what we've always done, and then two, as Mr. Cooley pointed out, when you compare it to a gas car, you're comparing horsepower, you're comparing speed, but then you're also looking at, I need range, just because even if you can disconnect from the gas station, you're not disconnecting from the way you travel. How often do you take a trip out of state, and are there stations there? I mean, I understand if you have some car that doesn't use Tesla and doesn't use CCS, so like a Nissan Leaf, for instance, that would be one where you want to consider how many places you can charge, how reliable the network is, that sort of thing. But if you're traveling in any of these modern EVs, the Rivian, the GM, the Ford, and all of the Teslas, you need to look at the map and consider, what do you really need? So for my case, 600 is my max. Let me know in the chat, what kind of range do you guys need? And then when you get back, I want to know about you as well. All right, so Clay says, I just cleared 50,000 miles on my car, and now I'm out of warranty. Should I freak out? Any advice? So I am also out of warranty. This is my second Tesla I've driven out of warranty. I do have 8 years unlimited miles on the motors and the battery. So those are the ones that could hurt me the most, and they are under warranty. I did have a battery replaced on my Model S 90D, the main battery. That one, I think, was a notoriously, at least the early ones, the 2015 and 2016 were notoriously weak chemistry, but it looks like they've sorted that out. And they were going to take my battery back, repair it, and bring it back, and they instead, halfway through my return trip, they're like, just keep it. We don't need to make another 8-hour round trip. And so I kept the brand new battery. They literally just uncrated it. And then my original battery became a loaner for the fleet, for the next couple of people who needed new battery packs. David says, I keep mine 2018 Model 3 long range 50K at about 210 out of 309 when not doing a long range road trip. Never had a problem. If I need more, I just use the phone and charge up higher. Exactly. And it's easier when you can plan your trip. Like, if you know you're leaving in the next morning, you can set it to be ready for the time you're going to leave. That way it's not sitting at 100%. Versus the amount of time it takes to get from 80 to whatever at the superchargers or any fast charger. That extra 20% takes as long or longer than the first 80%. So you don't necessarily want to be a member of Club Static, which is where you roll into the charger at zero, or the group that gets towed in on the back of a tow truck, which is a great mark of shame. But what we do is, because our car is older and charges slower, we get enough to get past the next station, like the next station or two, and then we get back on the road. So we might stop a little bit shorter, or it's definitely shorter than the new Tesla programming. Tesla used to do the same thing, where it was just enough to get to the next station. And at one update, they decided that you wanted to minimize stops, which is just mind-boggling. You don't want to minimize stops. You want to minimize time on the road on a long travel. So I'd rather make 4 15-minute stops than 1 or 2 hour-long stops. Come on, Tesla.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got
Hey,
places to go.
I want to say my 2013. I got my white car's a 2013 P85 Plus, and knock on wood, I can't say by being that old, and I just hit 114,000 miles on that or so, and it holds up pretty well. I charge up. I leave the house for my daily commute. I leave on 90%. I charge for 90% every day, and I make it to my job. If I'm going through a toll road, I can make it to between 70-75% from where I live. I live a far away, but if I hit the toll, now if I hit the city, it's a little bit more because I'm going to light. But I'm on toll, I'm wide open because I got that heavy foot. But I can say, and I make it home at night. I make it when I do a round trip back home. If I'm coming back home, or maybe stop in the grocery store, I make it home about 55%. And I think it's pretty good for the age of that car.
Exactly. Yeah, and you brought up a good point. You called it out in percent for your daily trip. So you say you leave at 90, you come back at 55%. On my little EV excursion yesterday, I left at 90%, came back at 32%. I don't know how many miles that is.
I use percent.
Yeah, we flipped it over from miles to percent. That way you're not freaking out about the battery degradation. If it starts to drop too much, you'll notice it even in percent. One of our friends like to say, all right, I'm going from my house to the bridge. How many percent is that? And I'd say, well, I don't know your car. You know your car. In my case, it would be 10%. The other thing is, when you're in FSD beta, you or FSD regular when it comes out, you're going to be putting everything in the map. And when you use the map, especially on long trips, I already use the map anyway. When you use the map, it says when you're going to get there. It says, hey, you're at this percent now, and you're going to arrive at 50% or 30%. Hey, you don't have enough to make it. Here's 3 superchargers you're going to need. So you don't have to think in percent. The map already does it for you. And it turns yellow at 20, and it turns red at, 5, 10? So it's not math. It's literally just looking at, it's like reading a clock. You don't have to do mental algebra. You don't have to convert it back to miles. Don't worry about it. Just use your GPS. And people like that would say, well, I don't need a GPS around town. I know my way. 2 things with that is one, FSD Beta can't read my mind. It doesn't know where I'm going, so you have to use the maps to tell it where to go. And 2, I'm always in places with just wicked traffic. So if I don't put it in, I could end up, I know the way. Oh, snap, I'm another hour behind because there was a wreck. I just drove behind a wreck. And now, they got to wait to clean it up and stuff. So if I put the thing in, I might not even actually use the map. But if I glance over and I see it's chosen a completely different route than what I normally take, like, oh, let me zoom in and see if there's traffic. Let me check the Twitter and see the local traffic Twitter. What's going on? Why has this thing completely gone around? And if stuff just develops in front of me, like, it'll reroute automatically, just like Waze does. I found my Tesla on full self driving, weaving its way through a random neighborhood like that I didn't even know existed, and coming out like, wow. And you look back on the map, I missed some blood red traffic, or worse. Black line. Like, black line means it's not moving. Blood red is like super slow, and then red and orange are like, I'd rather not be in that because people drive like crazy. But I can handle it. But the blood red and the black, you don't want to be in that traffic. And the car doesn't either. So it avoids it, which is nice.
Right. Hey, another thing I want to say, I think I learned. So what I do a habit now. I know where I'm going. I know my supercharger station is. Like if I'm somewhere, I type it. I will see. Type in that supercharger. They say precondition the batteries for fast charge.
Yes.
So I make it a habit to do that, even though I know where I'm going. But
yeah, because if you just drive straight to the supercharger, even if I'm using third-party apps, I love to use a better route planner. But if the car doesn't know I'm going there, it won't heat the battery or cool the battery, whatever it needs to do to be ready to accept that charge, and then I'll be there longer. Yeah. So what I often do is like I said, I don't always do what the map says, so I'll skip superchargers, which I shouldn't do in the wintertime. I learned that twice this year. But you can learn your car, and it's just nice to have that in the background. But again, if it's driving itself, it needs to know where you're going. So let's see.
One more question.
Yeah.
One more question. Am I the only one that, like, if I do travel in my car, go make a nice little trip, when I see it tell you how much you're gonna make it there, that certain percent, but then as you look down a couple of minutes later, it went up because you're using regen more. I like that. I get excited about it. I don't know, it's just me, but I get excited about it.
Charging required to reach your destination. I'm like, yeah, watch this, and I keep going, and it's like, you're gonna make it there with 2%. Yep, come on, let's roll.
Yeah.
But the problem was in the wintertime, this winter, the temperatures in both of my long trips, they dropped substantially from when I left and what the weatherman promised, and
different result.
Different result, baby. I had to end up on one trip. I ended up at 55 miles an hour in a 65, and the heat was off. we run the seat heaters on 1. Yeah. So, but that was just a matter of a 20-degree difference does make a substantial difference in your fuel economy.
Awesome.
So David says, Clayton, similar out here to the comprehensive warranty. No problems yet, except the charge door is flaky. I pushed it closed. Will probably proactively replace my 12-volt battery this summer. Yeah, I'm looking at getting the OMU because I want to get a lithium battery when it's time to replace mine. I'm through with the lead. Obviously, so was Tesla. They went to lithium iron on theirs. But what I'm hoping is that by the time mine is ready to go, Tesla will have a retrofit kit for everybody. But I am not counting on that.
What are we talking about? 12 volts?
12 volts.
12 volts. Okay.
Yeah. Clayton asks, what's in the basic basic warranty package? So the basic warranty package is a little bit better than the Legacy Auto. You get 4 years, 50,000 miles of what we would used to call bumper to bumper warranty, which is the comprehensive. You get workmanship basically. If something shouldn't have broken and it does, you got it. But if it is a wear item, then you'll have to pay for it yourself. Then you get an additional warranty period of 8 years, some odd thousand miles for your battery and your motors. And if you have an older car or unicorn car like mine, then you get 8 years unlimited miles. So his P85 Plus is still under motor warranty and battery warranty.
No, mine just went out.
Went out.
3 days. 3 days.
3 days
after
ago.
Christmas.
Oh,
after
wow.
Christmas.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's a 13.
Oh, 13. I was
Yeah.
thinking 14 for some reason. Yeah.
Yeah, 13.
Cool. So look at that.
Look, guilty. I'm guilty. I scheduled an appointment because I was kind of freaking out my battery. It was right before the warranty went out. I acted like my battery wasn't getting with it. Tesla, prior to me trying to put that appointment, they diagnosed me remotely and they said your battery is shown to be fine and all.
Yeah.
I was just trying to be for sure, get that little laugh because I know that warranty about to leave.
I did that twice. So on the Model S, right before I drove out of warranty, I scheduled a service appointment. I was like, I need this, and this, and I would like you to check that because Tesla uses the time that the appointment was scheduled, not the time that they worked on it, because they know that they're busy. So as much as as I complained they're not the way they used to be, they still have maintained a lot of their stuff. And like I've been saying about my local center, they have been constantly working to bring that back. The Model 3 took them by surprise at how popular it was.
That's good.
And so I did that again with the Model X, and it helps. So like when my AC went out, I only had to pay for the coolant. I didn't have to pay for all the other stuff for them with the AC because it started to fail before I was out of warranty, and it's just been on off, and it seems they've got it now. They replaced all the temperature sensors in the coolant lines, and then at that point I started to hear weird sounds, which turned out to be because it didn't have enough coolant. I think I shouldn't have had to pay for the coolant, but it's a lot cheaper than what I've heard other people with Model X pay for out of warranty AC work. So $156 versus $2,000, I'll take it.
Easy.
Easily. All right, so then Eddie's asking how much are lithium 12 volts. So it depends on the car. They can be anywhere from $70 to $300.
3, yeah.
Yeah. I think Teslas are in the middle there. They're like 100 and change to 200 and change, depending on which car we're talking about. Like the Model X has the biggest lawnmower battery they make. I say that because Tesla uses these teeny tiny little batteries, and because they have a different duty cycle than a regular car starter battery. They're not having cold cranking out. They're not spinning over a lump of steel or iron. They are running several computers and a bunch of motors, and the Model X has some very powerful motorized doors all around, so that's why it's got the biggest one of all. And Clayton says, how do I find out if I have unlimited miles? So if you have a Model S or Model X built before the middle of 2018, then that's you. And if you don't have any one of those, or if you bought your car used from Tesla, then you don't have that. But you can check out your warranty status, I believe, in the app. Let me open mine up real quick. That was new. They just added it. Come on, play nice. View details. Okay, so you go to the bottom where it has all your stuff, your VIN number and all that, and then you click on View Details. It's a blue link, and then you go to the next tab where it says Warranty. So my battery coverage expires September 22nd of 2026. Drive unit coverage, September 22nd of 2026. General coverage expires September 22nd of 2022. That's my 4-year, 50,000 miles. So, but I'm at almost 80,000 miles, so that I drove out of that one. And my roadside coverage expires September 22nd of 2022. So hopefully I don't need them to tow me. But the beauty of that is my insurance has towing, so hopefully my 12 miles or whatever they give me is enough. Yeah, 2018 rear wheel. So yeah, so definitely open up your app. I'm curious what yours says, but it'll probably be very similar numbers to mine, except that you'll have a mileage attached to your battery and drive unit warranty.
No, it's not. It's not. It's It actually says. You probably can't see it, but it actually says battery expires. Hold on. It says battery coverage expires 2029. Drive unit 2029. General coverage 2025, and roadside coverage 2025.
That's
You
on
don't have
Smoke?
Yes, that's on my Plaid.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wonder if the Plaid's got the unlimited miles back. Clayton, on yours, does it have a miles or does it have a time? Because I'm wondering, because I'm definitely out of the basic warranty, and they still say that it's there.
My friend's 2019. I think he's a 2020. I mean a 2019 S. He'll show mileage. We were talking about this. He'll show mileage. Yeah, but you go up on there, mine's don't show the mileage because he'll have the mileage on the side, but mine's just say that right there on the Plaid.
Well, it sounds like Clayton got grandfathered in, or they don't know his miles because his doesn't have miles either. But your friend's does. But double check. Huh?
I just wish that could have said like my P185 unlimited charge, free unlimited supercharger. Right. Make that mistake.
Yes. So Clay, I would double check your sales documents, so you can find that in your Tesla.com account. Look under Documents, and then just scroll down, Control F for the word warranty, just to double check if it had a miles or not. And then if you do have something and your miles aren't up yet, get it done. And then if you have, then try it out and see if they say it's goodwill or if they ask you for cash.
Good point.
Yeah. Hello, Robert William. Good to see you. All right. So, speaking of charging networks, we talked about when Ford first launched the Mustang Mach-E. We talked about their Angels fleet, their e-charge Angels. We didn't know what they were called, but we described them. This is a team of drivers in Mach-E's equipped with specialized charging diagnostics equipment. They're going around to every charging station inside the navigation system on the Ford Mach-E, and they're testing them repeatedly. And so, if a station fails to function on the Mach-E test vehicle, Ford will work with them to remediate it. And if they refuse to remediate it, Ford will remove them from the map. So there's an incentive. If you want to keep the customers, then you, yeah. Clayton, so yours was secondhand. Did you buy it from Tesla secondhand or from an owner secondhand? Because if it's from an owner, they'll honor the original agreement. And if you bought it directly from them, they may have made a special deal just to get you to buy that car instead of another one. So the Charge Angel is a really cool program to me, because you've got a lot of folks who talk about, Electrify America and all the third parties are unreliable, blah blah blah, and it's kind of true sometimes. And so what Ford wants is to not be attached to that unreliable thing. So if you just use the stations in the map, you'll know they work. But if you're like me, you're gonna pull up another app, and you're gonna be able to expand your coverage by using some stations that are not in the map. But Ford's warning you, if you do what I would do, that those stations that are not on the map are not guaranteed. So I think this is a cool program. That makes sense, Clayton. So I would just roll the dice basically at that point. They may still have the agreement in your account, but because it's under another person's name, they might not put it there. Yeah. So these guys were out spotted, and Ford Authority got a hold of the pictures, and they're explaining what the Charge Angels program does. And I think it's a good way to do it, because if you're not going to build your own network, you need to at least make sure that your customers aren't going to get stranded out there, and that's a good move. Dawood says, folks want 600 miles of range so they can drive 300 actual miles, 20 miles an hour over the limit at 40 degrees, into the wind, uphill, blasting the heat, just like their fossil truck. It's a good point. It's a good point. For me, the reason I chose that as my number is that would mean that there'd be a lot of trips that we can take without stopping at all. But I don't know that's actually a realistic thought, because you've got, a family, and everybody's got their own bathroom timer, and and then you got to eat. So for me, it's really looking at charge time and the amount of stops I'd be doing for my typical trip. So say my typical trip may be 1,000 or 2,000 miles. That's not my typical trip. My extreme case trip would be 1,000 or 2,000 miles, but my typical trips would be within that 600 mile range. We probably wouldn't actually make it the full 600 miles before having to stop for something else. Because right now at the 250, 260, the car is still able to outdrive me if I don't dehydrate and don't have a snack first. And not dehydrating is what you want to do, because hydrating is good for your health. Yeah. Let's see here. And oh boy. I'm gonna call this the Rivian saga. So I'll get into my Rivian test drive experience after we go through this saga from this week. So I've actually got it in order. So here we go. Get ready. We're gonna have a range of emotions. There's gonna be love and joy and hatred and fear and let's see. Robert says Honda broken down TV. They had to get another pickup that was able to put them on the back. Customer $1,000 because. Interesting. So here we go. Rivian announces dual motor and smaller battery options. Hefty price increases. This is coming from Inside EVs. Do they have a date on this thing? It doesn't matter. We love the dual motor option that employs new motors designed in-house. The price increases, not so much. So prior to last week, all Rivians were quad motor. So you have one motor for each wheel, no differential. And now they have a dual motor option, which is a front and rear motor with a differential. No, two differentials. And alright, so the R1S 5-seat is gone. The electric SUV will only be offered in a 7-seat version. More info is included in the bottom of this post. That's cool. We'll ignore the other update as we go through this saga. So Rivian today announced 3 pretty dramatic developments regarding expanded product offerings and pricing that affect both the R1T and R1S lines. The electric vehicle startup will be adding dual motor options, and the dual motor will cost $67,500, which sounds good, right? It's lower than they were originally starting at, right? The R1S will start at $70,000. Both prices are before any incentives, which is nice because they still qualify for the $7,500 federal credit and whatever your local credits are. However, if those numbers sound familiar, it's because you've seen them before. They're exactly the same prices Rivian was touting to the reservation holders of the quad motor vehicles. And while the dual motor products are less expensive, you'd expect they'd be seeing a price increase that's likely to take reservation holders by surprise. Effective immediately, the R1T's price is increasing approximately 17%. Most owners found it was about 20%, from $67,500 to $78,900. And the R1S will see a whopping price increase of approximately 20%, from $70,000 to $84,000. The new pricing structure isn't just for new reservations. The price increase will also be applied to existing reservations. This will affect the majority of reservation holders except customers who are already in the final steps of completing their transaction with Rivian. So basically the truck is on the way, you've already signed for it, you just got to get your keys. Unless you've spoken with your Rivian representative lately and your vehicle's already in or entering production right now, the price will be applied to your order. And in an effort to alleviate some of the sting, Rivian announced a lower cost dual motor option. Unfortunately, at the same time, they'll keep the original price. Dual motor instead of quad, 260 instead of 214, 314, blah, blah, blah. Nice little picture of their skateboard. This is the dual motor one. Yeah, front motor on a dual motor layout. Okay, so before they had motor here and motor there. Now they've got a motor and differential. All right. So there was their base price change. The R1S was 70 and then 84. R1T was 67 and then 78. Here's a picture of the new dual motor drive unit. That looks familiar. Looks pretty cool. They attributed the price increase to a number of factors. First, they pointed out that pricing was set up 4 years ago in 2018. They've had a variety of production delays, pandemic, blah, 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 chips, all that. So we're not sure how customers are going to feel about delaying their delivery a year or two, accepting a dual motor version instead of a promised quad motor. We love the new dual motor option. And then here's a copy of the email. They didn't say sorry or anything. It was just like, hey, here's what it is. Bye. And then, as you can imagine, all the comments for this are not going to be pretty.
I can imagine.
Yeah. So before we move on to the next stage of this saga, let's see what happened to my friend who had himself a Rivian R1T reservation at the time. All right, so sorry, I had to scroll back up in our chats. He said that was a long chat. So I asked him if his Rivian was affected by the price hike, and he said yes. They went from $75,000 as configured to $89,000, and that's substantial. So what he was able to do was able to change the interior color back to black, and then remove the underbody armor, and that got him back down to $85,000, which is where he and his wife had anticipated that their pricing would be. It's not what they ordered, it's not what they wanted, because Rivian told them 75, but that got them back to what they'd already planned on, which still sucks. But it's down from 89. But 75 to 89 is a substantial price hike. Let's see. The worst part for him was that some folks with a later order in Oregon got the locked-in pricing and their delivery yesterday at the time we had our chat. So obviously they aren't honoring the pre-order date for delivery anymore. So that's kind of the way that Tesla does for us, really. Not the not locking in the price part, but for the first couple weeks or months, they're honoring the pre-order order, right? And then all of a sudden they go geographic. And that's just a matter of the way that they do their quarterly push. Right. And so it's not that they're trying to jump the line. It's like, hey, if we get this one to this guy in Oregon, they'll count as 2 more sales than if we get this one over to Casey in Virginia, All right, so he had resigned to paying more. He said it is what it is. And let's see, they lowered the base price when the Cybertruck and F-150 pricing was released. So Rivian kind of did this to themselves. If they had just stuck to their guns, this would have never been necessary. And they could have actually then lowered it with a dual motor option. He thinks they should have done something. Yeah, he thinks they should have done something for existing reservations, And if they'd stuck to the original pricing, the raise would be much less severe. Yeah, it would have been like $3,000, and then like nobody would have complained. They're like, oh well, I ordered this thing 4 years ago, inflation, chips, pandemic, blah blah blah. Okay,
Right.
$3,000, let's do this. I mean, you wouldn't be happy about it, but you wouldn't see what we're going to get into next.
You'll
In the saga.
understand.
Exactly. Like ramping a price increase based on the reservation date. Yeah, so like if you ordered in 2018, you pay this price, and if you ordered at the beginning of this year, you pay that price. Not that price they raised it to, but another higher price. Because then you're like, oh, well, it slipped. Whoops. And let's see. Inside the private Rivian forums he's in, he was seeing a 30% cancellation rate. Wow. My delivery window opened yesterday, so it's all helping me get mine. So basically, all the people got out of line, moved him way up to the front of the line. All right, so then let's go back into the next step in this saga. All right, so let's see. This is what Rivian said at the time. We saw the article. Rivian had a tweet that said, "Look, introducing our dual motor all-wheel drive configuration, our 260 plus mile standard battery pack available today for pre-order." No acknowledgement of what they did. Losing a customer beyond ridiculous, you can't honor existing pricing for 70,000 reservations. If the plan to produce 100 to 200,000 cars a year, why piss off a loyal customer who's had deposit for years? I've seen lots of cancellation online already. My brother found out today from Ford they want another 15 for his Lightning reservation today. Today is the day for cancellations. The Lightning price hike is a dealer. It's not. Ford hasn't raised the price on that truck yet. Dealer markup. It pushes the truck into luxury tax category, so that's like a $150,000 truck. Yeah, because you got to pay the increase and then you got to pay the extra tax because it's more expensive. These dealers being greedy. Look at that. That's expensive. $150 for a $49,000 truck, and obviously first edition is probably gonna be around 80 to 90, but 80 to 90 to 150 is substantial. And yeah, I agree. Drive Tesla Canada. I think my friend is canceling the Rivian and my brother the Ford. Both numbers were the same, and luxury tax is double whammy at 150 Canadian. Did you seriously just raise the price of my pre-order that I won't get for another year? All right, so let's move on from that to the next part of the saga. All right, so Electrek is in some of the same groups, and they found that Rivian buyers are canceling their orders at alarming rates after price increases. Let's see. Yeah, we know. We'll get to that. So a poll showed that the Rivian buyers were canceling their reservations at an alarming rate after significant price increases from the R1T and R1S. And so then they went through and looked at the price changes. So the package changes didn't change at all. But now that everything you had was an option rather than standard, your actual price changed. So dual motor wasn't available, and now it's quad motor used to be standard, and now it's $6,000 option, and now dual motor is standard. Change is 2 pure motors. I love that. So it looks like they found this chart from a Rivian owner, because who else would phrase it that way? The change is 2 fewer motors. Sounds a little salty, like me with my legacy car, right? Change is less 30 kilowatt hours and less 54 miles of range. Or they have a new option that the max, you added $6,000 for 60% more range. So let's go to Rivian's order page they try to send us to. Take a look at these trucks. All right, that's pretty. I like that they use real photos and not renders, or that their renders are good. Oh, look at this! They automatically. This is very Tesla of them. They automatically start you with the more expensive package. I haven't clicked on anything yet. Yeah, you're
Gotta
good.
have it.
Yeah, add this, you're fine. Yeah, they put you on the middle pack. That makes sense. 16,000 for the max pack. All right, so there's the free paint. It's included LA silver. All right, so just like Tesla, every other color is an option.
Which one was free? The white one?
LA silver is free.
LA silver. Okay, silver. LA. Okay.
Yep, 21-inch road is included. Oh wow. 20-inch all-terrains. Bright terrains. Yeah, I would probably go for dark because that's what I did on this car. These don't look bad. I like those. 22 Sport Bright. Yeah, that would be the way I go if I went for the bigger wheels. All right, let's do nice interior. All right, so Black Mountain is what everybody switched to because it was free. And then if you wanted white or green, let's do Adventure Gear. Oh wow, I'm already at 90,000. I just clicked on stuff. Camping package. I probably wouldn't get that from what I've seen of the competitors' product for that, but I would definitely go for the camp kitchen. You can get all terrain. So my friend had the underbody shield, which comes with front tow hooks as well, included with the package. So if you remove the package, no, you can only get it with the package for now. So they're planning to charge $300 for front tow hooks later. And it looks like the spare is no longer standard. It was standard for like certain class of orders, like the first order package. These floor mats are nice. I had a chance to experience them last night. And I eventually did take my right shoe off, like I always do, and it didn't feel bad under my foot. Like a lot of all weather mats feel like garbage under my sock. Off-road recovery kit, the field kit. Oh, I didn't even finish clicking on stuff. Go back. Can I go back? Yeah, go back. Oh yeah, you want to spend more money? Let's go. Get your home wireless charger. So they pull in a Tesla. It's $750. That's not bad. How many amps is it? 11.5 kilowatts. So yeah, that's a really good charger. That's an 80 amp charger. Good. That's a really good price for an 80 amp charger. Cargo and mounts. The tonneau cover is. Oh, what? The tonneau cover is optional? I thought it was standard. I guess not anymore. Manual and powered. So manual is 1800 and powered is 3000. I've only ever seen the powered one. The gear tunnel shuttle. That's actually really nice because you don't have to reach all the way in there. You can just slide stuff. Included with the camp kitchen. The cargo crossbars are nice because you can put them on the roof or on the bed. Bike mount, snowboard, surf mount. Okay, let's go next. Dude, stay 1000. No, thank you. So I was just randomly clicking on stuff. Some of it you saw was with intent. Others, like the color and the wheels, were without intent. I was just clicking. And they came to $101,200 and estimated payment of $1,500 a month. That's got to be including savings like Tesla. Or a hefty down payment. 10 down, 72 months, very good credit, APR 6 in Virginia. Yep, it's like Tesla. They're including your down payment and they didn't include the there they go, just like Tesla. They're including the rebate, the federal rebate right there. Yeah, done with that. All right, so let's continue this saga after that little detour. But real quick, let's see if you guys had any comments on it. Eddie says there's always something going on in Rivian, huh? Hey, Eddie, you finally saw one, so you know they're real now. Yes, David, that's part of the saga I'm getting to. I'll pop that up in a minute. And then Robert got his GPU for 1,100 pounds. Good gracious! But I'm glad you got one because you need a GPU. I had to put in an old PC, new one, light on motherboard. Can't see the winch land anchor. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, did they offer a winch? That's pretty important.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, it's pretty important.
I didn't see it.
So then Inside EVs came up and they did an analysis of the new pricing. This part is still valid, just not for original owners, original reservation holders. Website still shows 67.5 starting price, but it's not reality for a few years. So it's just like the base Teslas. You know, they don't start with the base car. What's up, Zachary? Eddie says they're real, but always misbehaving. Yeah, so they went from not existing to being real and being troublemakers. So Inside EVs went in and they did. So they found exactly what we found. You know, you do your configuration and it doesn't start at the base price. It starts in the middle. And they were very glad to have you plus it up a little bit. All right, so continuing on the saga, we then go from anger and sadness and all that. We go to elation. Let's get happy now. Eric from Derek, Tesla Inventory. The R1T is back on track. Thanks, RJ Sarange and Rivian. A letter from RJ on pricing updates. For anyone with a Rivian pre-order as of March 1st pricing announcement, your original configured price will be honored. If you canceled your pre-order on March 1st and would like to reinstate it, we will restore your original configuration, pricing, and delivery timing. Our teams will be sending an email in the next few days with more details. So, and then I asked my friend, I said, did they fix yours? Because he had changed his to keep the price down. And yes, they reinstated his original options. It pushed him back in line again because all the people were jumping back in line. But he kept the black interior, so it's a little bit of a price savings from where he was originally. He kept the black interior because that would allow him to get his truck sooner versus if he waits for whichever color he ordered, the green or the white. And then, to be honest, I was not fully shocked by the price increase. So just like my friend, I was not fully shocked by the price increase. I was, however, shocked by that it was a $19,000, 21% more than I had originally thought it was. And if it was a 5 to 10K increase, I don't think people would have reacted the way they did. I saw some people saw their current price went up by $30,000. Yeah, so like I said, if it was $3,000, nobody would bat an eye. They'd be grumble about it, but they wouldn't have canceled orders over it. But 30 grand, I'd be burning the place down probably. So all that canceled their orders and discussed are screwed. Well, not according to the letter. Oh wow, Zachary, thank you very much. Wow, it's been a good week, and my profit in oil is paying for my subsidy of promoting clean transportation energy show. Thank you guys. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Awesome. All right, so let's see what else Derek said. Oh man, that's fantastic. Absolutely. Using beta now daily as my home to work to parents' home is nearly flawless. Oh yeah, so in our little EV training event yesterday, my VIPs, I showed them FSD beta, and it was on its best behavior except for one spot. I got to show them what happens when it makes a mistake. So I told them I'm a training driver. It tried to merge into a minivan, and it's like nope. Push the snapshot button. It made every turn, every stoplight perfectly. Where it messed up was same place I messed up. There was a section we were going through where it's like a triple split, and all of the signs are confusing to read, and apparently the computer also got confused and it took the wrong fork. I was going to take a different wrong fork, and then my passenger's like, no, you want that fork. I was like, oh well, we're going on a field trip, and so we did because it was a highway on ramp fork, so we ended up going around, and we saw some of the traffic disruptions from the Canadians that don't want to wear masks or get shots, but are really U.S. people, because what Canadians have Confederate battle flags on their leaf flagpole? But that's neither here nor there. So after we got out of the traffic, everything. Well, actually, the traffic was nice because they got to show how the computer handles traffic. It didn't road rage, and we were able to have a discussion in quiet. So that was nice. 50% cancellations will make you change your mind real quick. Damage is already done. Rivian is taking a beating, and it'll take a while to bounce back if it does. I guess I'll be holding my shares, just hoping to break even someday. I canceled yesterday. Pretty happy about the change and option to retain reservation. Waiting for an email. Thanks, RJ. All right, so then Inside EVs reported on the same thing that Derek was reporting on, or sorry, Eric was reporting on, Derek. In a new letter to customers, RJ apologizes to reservation holders and says Rivian will honor the original prices. I think even if they had apologized in the beginning on the first one, instead of just saying the fact is the fact, the price is the price, if they had apologized, I think a few more people would not have canceled. They'd be like, new business is hard, etc. So let's see. So we saw that part in the tweet. In the letter, he says, as we work to update the pricing to reflect these cost increases, we wrongly decided to make these changes apply to all future deliveries, including all pre-existing configured orders. We failed to appreciate how you viewed your configuration prices locked. We wrongly assumed that the dual motor standard pack would provide configurations that would deliver price points similar to your original configuration. While this was the logic, it was wrong, and we broke your trust in Rivian. Absolutely. So I like that he's doing a mea culpa, and he's eating crow. He's coming up in front of everybody apologizing, saying, "Hey, we done screwed up, and we apologize. This is what we should have done." And so I like that. I like that a lot. All right, so I'll put a link to this so you can read the full letter. Copy. The executive also admits Rivian didn't manage communications well. Yeah, you got that right. And didn't give customers enough insight into what was driving the decision. However, the team is aware it made a mistake, and what is important now is that we fix it. You can read the full letter below at this link here. So it still comes back to where we talked about where the lady who was doing a discrimination diversity suit against them, she said that they were planning on doing this after the IPO. If that was true, that could still expose them to trouble with the SEC and other financial regulator groups. But if she was just saying that out of spite rather than fact, then obviously that won't affect them. But we'll have to wait for that court case to play out to know for sure how that goes. Okay. So then this Twitter user has a copy of the letter, but you've got it in the article, so I'm going to leave that. Because I don't want to boost that person. I don't feel like it. Let's see. David says, I hope the CT bed closing cover is standard and Tesla doesn't jump our price much. Yeah, I mean, because the vault, the way that Elon was bragging on the vault, if that's an option, that really takes away from the truck, I think. Robert asked if I saw a new message you sent me. I'll take a look. And these three are me posting the link. All right, so back before the new normal, I took a trip to Manhattan, and I got a chance to experience the R1S and the R1T as a walk around. I had access to the engineers and owners, and I totally monopolized their time. And I was impressed by what I saw. The R1S that you see here, it feels and looks exactly to me like you would expect to see out of Land Rover, Range Rover sort of situation. And I was saying to a Rivian exec, I told him, I said that I think that they would be wise to approach Land Rover and offer to white label some Rivians as Land Rovers. Just let them put their own badge, their own interior materials, and their own logo on your truck, and you would make a lot of money, because this thing already feels like a Land Rover to me, at least the R1S. So anyway, there's my video on the owners event in Manhattan. Paste that here. So that's to say that I'm not a novice to Rivian, and I like the product. But last night, after we did our EV event, it was me with the Model X P100D, and it was a Rivian R1T, and so we drove our VIPs around. We showed them autopilot. We told them how EVs work, how it's different from hybrids and plug-ins, and why it's good for the people that are important to them, such as like asthma and the other effects of pollution. So then, after our VIPs had finished with us, the owner of the Rivian said, "Hey, I've got a few minutes before I got to be home. How would you like to go for a spin?" I said, "All right." He's like, "All right, let's go around the block." I was like, "Okay, yeah, let's go around the block." 30 minutes later, we returned to my car. This thing was a blast, guys. The one pedal driving is very similar to the Model 3. The screen layout, I do rather like it. My complaints about it were the steering on the round wheel. There's Omar. The steering on the round wheel felt a little different to me, but I think that would just be a calibration of the motor, and it might have been. We did sport mode, and we did one of the other modes that had a cool name, and it might have just been just like on Tesla. You've got comfort, sport, and standard. I think it is. I drive in the middle one, and so it might just be a matter of maybe they needed two modes. I drove with the steering wheel in, and Then we tried a couple of the different heights, and man, the thing is almost as fast as my P100D, but it's a big truck. So, we were downtown DC. Somehow the trucker event had managed to clear out a whole street that we were on by ourselves at night under a bridge in the dark. So, speed limit was, 45, 50 on this particular road under some important buildings. I brought the vehicle down to a stop, and then I slammed the lightning pedal. Next thing you know, we were at 50 miles an hour, 60 miles an hour. And the way that the four motors, they sound is just like, it's nice. I like it. And the noisemaker doesn't sound like, to me, the Toyotas, their noisemakers sound like the car is broken. Like when it's moving around, especially in reverse, it sounds like it's scraping metal. And it's like, what are you doing, Toyota? You make so many cars, and now every time somebody's in a parking lot, it's going to sound like there's broken metal scraping on the concrete. But the Rivian, it sounded pleasing, and the feel, like I said, that visual intro to me for the R1S before Rihanna arrived and kicked us all out. She did. Her security was like, "Move." I was like, "What?" But before that, I got that impression that it was Land Rover quality, and sitting in it, man, the seat felt right. It was supportive. Like I didn't have that feeling that I get in a lot of cars where it hurts my left leg, and it was fine in the shoes. I was like, dude, do you mind? I know this is your car, but do you mind if I take my right shoe off, because this is how I drive cars, especially EVs? And he's like, yeah, go ahead. And that made all the difference in the world for me right there. Like it was already nice to drive with two shoes on, but with the sock, it was perfect. So as I told him, I said, had the stainless steel Wonder and the Lightning not showed up, I would have considered this for a pickup truck. So for me, it's a bit much, but I'm not going to turn anybody down from this truck. Like, everything I've seen about it, other than that price increase fiasco, has been pleasant, and I like it. And if you get a chance to test drive one, I recommend you go take it out for a test drive. And then, so what go ahead.
If it weren't for the Cybertruck, I definitely would have ordered a Rivian. That was
exactly
my next go-to.
Yeah.
I just not a big fan of that whole price increase fiasco, but and the biggest piece for me is, can they mass produce these? Like that's the problem. It's a high quality vehicle. It's a great vehicle. I think it's going to be very popular and very coveted. Problem is, how many can they produce?
Exactly. So for me, like I said, I would have done them if the others didn't come out. It's Travis. I was talking about my time with the Rivian last night. And Robert says hello, Omar. And we discussed Travis. We discussed about what people felt they needed for range. So I determined that my number comfortable max is 600, unless 1,000 or whatever is like next to free. Then I would take it out of sheer gluttonous compulsion, to buy in bulk, but not because I needed it. And then we discussed the kind of things that people need to consider, like our friend who has the Model 3 standard range, who thought he was going to plus up to the long range, and decided that it wasn't worth $6,000 or $9,000 to change for the extra minutes he would save on his long trips and the extra tire wear he would have on his around town trips, because he never depletes it at home, only on long trips.
Right.
So my friend with the Rivian and I were talking about, when I still lived in South Carolina, we were talking about going to like the edge of the woods or something and like go to a mud hole and get a nice good video of that between the two trucks, and we'll probably still do that whenever my stainless steel Wonder is built. It could be a while. Yes, it could be a while. So while we're talking about electrifying all the things, what do you think about not just an electric speedboat, but also an electric hydrofoil? Because when you lift the body of the boat out of the water, you have a lot less surface tension and drag than if you just leave the hull of the boat in the water. So Candela has announced a range of hydrofoil boats that are EVs. and including a ferry and more of a freight style boat. But they're starting out first with the C8, which is a hydrofoil speedboat, and they wanted to make sure that they put the motors on a pod. They call it the flight system because it's inherently unstable like a drone, and so it's able to go through and balance itself the same way a drone does today. And so it's a pretty cool situation to me. It's probably going to be pricey. I never did even look at their prices. They've got a water-cooled motor pod that comes down from the bottom, and CNET did a really good job on the video. So I'd go ahead and copy that and paste it in here for when you get a chance.
Well, hydrofoils are. I like hydrofoils. They're
Absolutely.
more efficient, they're fast. I've always liked those, and to see them electric is like even better. So
game changer.
I like the I love the idea of an electric hydrofoil.
Me too. Now, if I could get that as a yacht and somehow could afford a yacht. Yeah, so I'm thinking I think it'd be really cool to live on a houseboat for a couple of years. Huh?
Affording the yacht, that part.
That part. just details. That part. But I think it'd be easier, if you do the houseboat situation, because then, if you're selling your house and then you're just moving to the ocean for a little while, it's going to be, from what I've seen for the folks who've done it, it's a comparable cost. But I don't know if that'd be right for my family. But it's fun to fantasize about. That's for sure. All right, so now let's take a look at some more things that are electrifying that we didn't really think would happen anytime soon. Jeep. They've shown us a couple of electric Jeeps over the years. They were always these concept cars that were never going to happen, and but it's like, if you could do that, why not just sell the thing? Oh no, we're not interested in that. It's like, well, then why did you make it? Oh, we had to. So for 2023, the Jeep electric crossover is teased for the first time. I think they mean this one for the first time, not that Jeep has never done one before. Expect to be built in Europe alongside other models created on the same Stellantis platform. Oh, that's gonna go very well over here. An American brand, built in Europe, sold here as an import.
How does that rear door open? Is that?
I think it's just like the Toyota, where there's like a hidden handle right here, and it opens normally.
Okay.
Yeah. Does a hydrofoil require more RPMs than a regular boat? Yes. You gotta lift the whole boat out of the water, but once you do that, it's flying on an aerofoil. So, well, that's a hydrofoil, but it's not. It's a lot less friction and stress, so you can actually go faster. They're saying something like, I don't remember how many that was in knots, but it was 30 miles an hour all through the bay or the lake or whatever you're driving around in.
It's way less surface area touching the water, so yeah, it's going to be way more efficient, and you're going to get a lot more speed.
Yep. And then their claim to fame was they had the drone chips in there to help keep it stable, because the current existing versions of hydrofoil, you got to be constantly on it, tweaking it and making sure that it doesn't come back down. And thankfully, when it comes down, it just becomes a boat. But that's not why you bought it. You bought it for the savings and the speed. All right, so Jeep says they're going to do this in the first quarter of 2023. Andre doesn't think that's what it's going to look like because, concepts, right? How often do concepts actually look like what they show us? I mean, this looks, there we go. It's just like the Toyota. It's a little hidden in the back there. How often do the concepts actually look like what they show us? And that's a good point. So let's wish them luck. And, as I said, more options is always good. Electrify all the things. But
if they can make it look like that, it'll be very popular.
Right. They can get close because what they showed us was not too aggressive. But don't hold your breath. Jeep has done this to us before, time and time again, over the last 2-3 decades. So,
again, still the same problem. Can they mass produce that in
that too.
numbers that make us a real difference? Like, how many numbers are they going to be able to put out?
Well, I think Stellantis might be able to do it if they're doing it in that European factory. They assuming they can get the inputs, that will allow them to.
Well, I have no doubt that they can scale up producing vehicles. My doubts come from the availability of, are they going to have enough
Chips,
battery
batteries.
packs to do it?
Yeah.
And the chips, and there's supply constraints now with the chips and all that, which I know eventually will be solved, but for the short term, can they really ramp that up? And in the short term, that's where I have my doubts.
Exactly. All right, I gotta top up the finger there. All right, so speaking of availability of stuff, we talked about how this guy is disrupting availability all over the world right now. So remember the Elon Jets guy, right? We talked about how he was a little sniveling in his response to Elon. Well, according to Bloomberg Wealth, the teenager behind the viral account that tracks Elon Musk's jet is now tracking Russia's billionaire class, and they hate it. So basically, he did the same thing that he did to Elon. He's got an automated account that's tracking these jets using his proprietary formula of tracking the public and not so public information. And he's going around. He's tracking all these oligarchs, and you can follow them around the world as they try to escape Putin's war and Elon Pugh and the consequences that go with supporting such a guy. Just promoted from voyeur to savior of the free world. I wouldn't say that. Yeah, that is being a little bit hyperbolic. Right on, go Ukraine. So when the gentocracy takes over the world stage, we revert to believe in the consciousness of our future. All right, yeah. So I thought that was kind of cool.
Put that modern day hack to good use.
Exactly. All right, so then Travis shared an article with us. I think it was Travis. It might have been somebody else that was in a group that we're all in. Said, well, what about soccer moms will love the Chrysler Pacifica minivan? And then one of our same friends who doesn't believe in non-gas stoves, who drives a Model X just like me, says that she would never consider a minivan. And I put a picture of my Model X up and said, what's that? What do you call this? And she said a Fabergé egg. I'm like, well, fair enough. So,
well, you know what? I know some people that have the Pacifica hybrid, plug-in hybrid, and they love it.
Yeah. I haven't heard anybody say anything bad about it yet. I do have a friend who had his bought back under lemon law, but they told me that when it was working great. It's just that they couldn't figure out what was wrong with it, so they limited it. So that's just one unit. It's not indicative of their ability. Right now, the existing Chrysler plugins are under the same recall plan that we saw the Hyundai Kona and the Chevy Bolts go through. They're at the stage where they tell you don't charge it and park it outside the house, not near the house. So my comment on this was hopefully they have a different group in LG build the batteries, or use different batteries altogether. And I think it's a good idea. I mean, it looks good. Wait a minute, is the Voyager an SUV now instead of a van? That's actually really smart.
Wait, that's the Voyager?
Uh-huh.
I like that look.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's different.
That's a good look.
Absolutely.
That's a much better look than the classic minivan look.
Definitely.
But a minivan is more practical. So if you need the space, like you're going to soccer meets and stuff, then this is cool. I like this. Let's see what the audience thinks. Have you seen a baby stroller with an EV motor that you lift the seat off and becomes the carriers? I have not, but that seems cool. All right, so then our friend Josh Aviv seems to have struck a deal. Kia is partnering with the Currently app to bring mobile on-demand EV charging to its customers, beginning with 2 free months. So here we have the Kia EV6, and here we've got Josh's Roadie. So the Roadie is you stack up a bunch of batteries, you've got an inverter on top, and it'll CCS or CHAdeMO charge EVs. And so he's got a couple different services that he offers. You can sell it directly to the providers, or he can lease you a certain amount of energy every time period. And so you get 2 free months with your EV6. You don't have to worry about setting up a charger, or that's pretty cool. So you'll have an app. You'll tell them where you're going to be and how much electricity you need, and they'll deliver it. Go ahead, Omar.
No, that's nice. I like it. That's cool.
Yeah.
You know, especially for the range anxiety crowd.
Absolutely.
Or though, and especially I like the fact that they set it up for 2 free months when you first get the vehicle. So that way, for people that get the vehicle first and didn't set up charging yet at their home or whatever, they have some time there to figure out their whole charging situation. And in the meantime, they have this to fill in the gaps.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to suggest. Was that if you don't have your charger set up, that this will get you taken care of. That's smart on their part. Very smart.
Spark charge.
And good for Josh, exactly. All right, so let's move on to some more Kia news. The EV6 got Car of the Year for 2022. Not bad on their part. Now, Car of the Year, it has to be a brand new car. Like, it can't be a refresh. It can't be a rework. It has to be all new. So that immediately cuts the field. But, given all the new cars out this year, that's still a nice...
Still, that's good for them. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Hasn't the last few sets, to be devil's advocate, shouldn't the last few sets of the car of the year been EVs or not?
There have been a number of EVs, but EVs have not been taking them all.
Okay. There'll be some critic going, yeah, but it's all EVs every year. And
well, that's what we want.
I get it. I will just be the devil advocate.
Right. Eventually, it's just going to be all EVs. It's not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eventually, it will. But you'd be like, no. Check a few years back. It was ICE that beat out an EV. So yeah.
Yeah.
It was just a devil advocate question.
This does also confirm what I suspected. I figured that folks would consider the EV6 to be more luxurious, more appealing than the Ioniq 5, which I like the Ioniq 5 because it's so brutal and angular, and that's more my style than the EV6. I see the beauty in the EV6, and I do like it. But if you gave me a choice between the two, I would pick the Ioniq 5. Robert says hello. Yeah, you do need space in a minivan, absolutely.
Yes, Mini Dan agrees.
That's an inside joke. All right, so then Car and Driver also talked about the Jeep, the 2023 Jeep concept, but they also said that Ram claims that their EV pickup will beat all competitors. Somehow, that's a tall order to beat all competitors, Ram, because you're looking at the Silverado, the Hummer, the Rivian, the Cybertruck, the Lightning.
Come on, yeah, Ford is already starting to produce markets, so not even counting the startups, Rivian and Tesla, who's been out in the game forever. You're trying to count against Ford, who already started producing.
Rivian and Tesla are old as dirt. It is a bold statement. Rivian and Tesla are teenagers now. They're not fresh.
Wow,
so
Tesla's a full-grown adult now, at 26 years old. Okay, 25, they're still making crazy decisions.
Well, I'm going from when they started making cars at 2008. So
okay,
yeah, they're teenagers.
They're in college then.
Anyway, so they're claiming they're going to make commercial vans, light-duty pickups, pure off-road UVs, lifestyle SUVs, performance muscle cars with e-muscle, and lifestyle family cars. We'll see. The vans, I think, will be easy because as part of Stellantis, they've already got all of those Fiat vans that they can just put the Ram logo on and be done with. So this might be easier than they make it out to be, other than the pickup truck. But they're gonna have to be careful because nobody's gonna get a pickup truck that ugly in the U.S. And so just chopping the back off won't do the trick. Ever since this model came to the U.S., I've always felt that the lights were ugly.
I mean, this truck is ugly? Did nobody in the U.S. to buy it?
The nose on the Fiat van? Absolutely. The only people buying it are fleets.
Okay. I was about to say, because Cybertruck would like to hand you a beer.
Yeah, it's uglier than the Cybertruck. I will go on the record. That's uglier than a Cybertruck.
What?
I challenge you.
At least the Cybertruck has the uniqueness factor to it.
Right. Rather than a van where somebody put the headlights in the wrong spot. So here we see the Citroen Ami and the was that a Bugatti? I don't know who that is. That's not a Bugatti. Who is that?
I don't know.
So either way, so this is more of a Stellantis presentation than a Ram or Jeep presentation, or Dodge. Interesting, it appears from the slide above that Stellantis is operating under a no brand left behind policy. Even Vauxhall and Lancia are included. Yeah, they I don't know why that surprises you, car and driver. You should have seen this months ago when they announced it. Now that they've got a presentation, you caught on, huh? Yeah, so every brand has to go EV. That's the reason why, even though Dodge said they weren't going to ever do an EV, all of a sudden they're doing e-muscle. We're never doing EV, but we're doing e-muscle because we have to. Otherwise, we get liquidated.
Right. Everybody has to go there or go away. One or the other's going to happen.
So from Maserati to Citroen, and the Citroen Ami is not even really a car. It's more of it's a moped with doors.
So speaking of which, what's your boys over at Toyota doing?
They said they're going EV, and they've got the BZ4X.
I mean, they honestly don't intend to sell any of those, because if they did, they wouldn't name it that.
Well, they call it the BZ4X, but the BZ4X is what I called it. And
BZ4X, like who?
Yeah, like we showed it on the show before. It's not.
I know, but that's just.
I think that the Subaru version looks better, but it still looks funny. They're going to sell millions of these things if they make them available, because it's a Toyota, and that's what people buy sometimes.
If they make them available, see that there's that key point.
This is true. All right, so the Western U.S. is in a 20-year plus drought. They've never seen anything like this. Well, not never. They haven't seen anything like this before since the 1800s, and or earlier than that even. And so California is going to pilot a solar panel canopy over their canals. And what this will do is it'll help reduce evaporation, and you've already got space that wasn't being used for anything. You know, the space above the water wasn't being used for anything, so you can use that to host your solar panels. So it's a symbiotic relationship. We keep some more water, and we get some power out of it. Pretty cool.
And a pretty good landmark if you're flying.
I see that as a smart use of space.
Absolutely. Right. The only smarter space than this is to put it over the crops that appreciate the shade. So you got like strawberries and solar panels, stuff like that.
Strangely enough, there's a farm here that when they grow strawberries, they had to actually fly a helicopter to push the hot air down because of the frost. So, yeah, I understand the process. Yeah, this one is the opposite effect. They're roasting and dying. So,
Eddie says, had there been a Prius EV, I would have been an owner. Yeah, me too. But they were dragging their feet, and they were totally going against owners who wanted to use EV mode that they sold in Japan, but left in the U.S. computer. But if you used it, they were upset with you. Good evening, Anders. Good to see you. Okay, so I think this is cool, and I hope to see more of this, because we've got all this space we can put the panels. We just need to actually put the panels, and then we'll be able to stabilize our grid and decarbonize it as well. All right, so
and as everybody is finding out, the more you can stabilize your grid with renewable sources that are sourced locally, the better for your national security and everything. So,
yeah. So here we go. A really good point is brought up by Ben GT on Twitter. Ben says, Tesla comes up so often with execs from other companies, I can quite confidently say this. The top execs from other automakers have driven Tesla vehicles, but not necessarily charged them. Getting the brand's appeal really requires charging them. And I agree wholeheartedly with that. So let's open up what he's responding to from John Volker. Wait, I opened it, so I'll just switch sharing tabs real quick. Share this instead. All right, so we come in on tweet 404, which is the one he shared. All right, so the essential smartness of Tesla and Hertz deals described by the always informed Dana Hall. The biggest thing I noticed so Dana actually drove a Tesla for what seems like the first time, like the full experience, charging and everything. I think she rode in her friend's Tesla once, but she, despite all the reporting she does on it, she doesn't actually get in on them all that often, which it's fine if you're being an impartial reporter. So a lot of people jumped on her for that, but I think that was unfair to jump on her. Especially when she does something like this and actually says, hey, let me try it firsthand. I'm a reporter on it, right? So the biggest thing I noticed driving the Tesla was how vast Tesla's charging network has become. And there's her article there on Bloomberg. Tesla owns and operates over 3,200 DC fast chargers, which they call superchargers, globally. In recent public comments with the Regulatory Commission of Alaska, Tesla said creating seamless and convenient charging experience is the key to enabling mass EV adoption, which is exactly what we talked about with the Ford Angels. If you have all these stations in your map and you get there and they don't work, your next car isn't going to be a Ford. It might not even be electric. So what Ford is doing is making sure that every station that you have works, everyone in your map. Because it ensures people do not need to compromise to drive electric. Tesla's supercharger network has been in operation since 2012, and there's an EV infrastructure sprouting up all around us. I've known it as a reporter, but you don't fully appreciate it until you use it. Which takes us right back to yesterday's thread. How many OEM execs have not only driven Tesla EVs, but taken them on long road trips to see the supercharger network? Too few. And as Ben GT said, how about their own EVs? So you need to take them out without the corporate credit card, because if you have the corporate credit card and the Hummer EV, it doesn't matter that it only gets 46 to the gallon because it weighs 9,000 pounds. If you're paying for that out of your own pocket as an engineer, you're going to make it more aerodynamic. You're going to make it lighter, right? Because once you experience it for yourself, you see the pain that the customer goes through. Especially if they don't have a charging angel program, or you haven't built the network yourself in Tesla's case, so you don't know what's broken and how the experience is. I wish more reporters would do this. The drama surrounding Tesla and the disdain for Elon Musk can obscure what a great experience it is to drive the car. It is so obvious for the health of our planet we need to get more butts in EV seats. Exactly. Butts in seats sell cars. He said, how long has she been covering Tesla? Yeah, but that's fine. And now they hopefully know it's as easy as renting a car at Hertz. Couldn't agree more, John. All right, so let's go back to the original one. Let's close this and share this one. Go back to it. This, yes. So he agrees as well. Wait. You're saying that understanding Tesla's success means that legacy OEMs must understand how Tesla simplified the electric fuel experience? If only someone would have been screaming that from the top of the rooftops for years. Oh, wait. A few years ago, I befriended an engineer at one of the big three. She bought a Tesla Model 3 for the company and let each team member have it for a few days. None of them had a home charger, and Detroit didn't have many superchargers, so they all complained they had a poor experience. This is part of it right here. It was bizarre as I explained to her that these executives did not have a normal Tesla experience, which is having a wall connector at home. You don't even need a wall connector. Just plug the thing into your garage. And if you have street parking, that's a lot harder, but that's a whole other issue we're trying to tackle separately. It was bizarre as I explained to her that these executives did not, and executives have off-street parking. Come on now. A matter of fact, unless they're living, like in a tiny home off of the corporate Google campus, the executives will have off-street parking. It was bizarre as I explained to her that these executives did not have a normal Tesla experience, which is having a wall connector at home and lots of superchargers available near where you live or travel. So their experience was simply not normal reality. This is true, but it's already colored the way that they now structure their EV program. And that is why so many folks who have a non-Tesla EV have a completely different experience than folks with a Tesla EV. And not just charge them to understand Tesla's disadvantage or advantage, you need to have them all plan and execute a road trip. I think this Car and Driver article sums it up well. So they took a bunch of EVs on a race, and they had different experiences, just like we saw when MKBHD's channel took the was it the ID4, his new Plaid, and a gas car, and was it ID4 or a Bolt? Either way,
I think he took a Mach-E.
Oh, it's a Mach-E. Yeah, that's right. It was a Mach-E. So he took the Mach-E, his Plaid, and a gas car, and the non-Tesla did not have as easy of a time of it as the Tesla and the gas car did. And they did hobble the experience by not charging at the hotel, because the hotel, both cars would have charged the hotel and had a lot less of a. There would have been less of the story, but it would have been more accurate that way. But he explained, it's still coming out, it's in an infancy, blah, blah, blah. He'll revisit it later. Hertz allows this experience now, exactly. So not only do we need to get the butts in the seat of the people who are going to drive these things, but the people who build them need to understand what's going on as well.
I agree. The decision makers need to experience it so that their perspective now be opened up to a wider view of getting the whole picture, because they're just seeing it from this very narrow picture of what they're building, and
exactly.
That experience opens up the whole picture.
And especially, like, they have this thing in their head about, you got to keep going to the charging station. I don't go to the charging station unless I'm on a trip, or if I'm stuck around town and somehow managed to overdrive. So, like my trip yesterday, if I had gone on another little side track, I would have needed to hit the supercharger for about 10 minutes. If that. I probably only would have been 5, because like I said, I was down to 30%, started at 88%. For some reason, I don't always start at 90. I don't know if it's the heater or the Sentry mode or whatever. But it could just be regular old phantom draw. Because I don't set the timer for when it should finish charging. I should probably do that. But again, 2%. It's 2% we're talking about. It's nothing.
Well, what it does is it charges up to what you set it to, and then it will allow itself to drop down a few percent before it charges it back up to that percentage. So,
right. But it didn't hit the lower recharge level.
Right. So
that's
why you started off
yeah.
like with 2% less. If you had you hit 3% less, then it would have been charging back up.
Yeah, mine will hit it at 3, 4, 5%. Boom, right back up.
Right.
Yeah. So we talked about, David mentioned this earlier, the people are not the problem here. The people are not the ones who started this war. The reason this isn't up there with all the Ukraine stuff is because at this point when I was loading articles, my computer got mad at me and moving them around. It didn't want to, it threatened to crash. So I was like, fine, we'll just get them where they lay. So, as I was saying, the people aren't the problem. This is funny until you realize, how it all went down. So they hacked. Hey, my dude. So they hacked this charging station, and they displayed, Putin is a male member, and glory to Ukraine. But the part that I have a problem with is that they disabled the charger when they hacked it. The same call that the dude had to lock down all the Teslas. To lock down all the Teslas in Russia. This is the same thing. If this was a government charger for government vehicles, I would be fine with them hacking it. But it's a step too far to take out the infrastructure for the personal transport, I think.
Yeah.
But it is funny the message they put on there.
I like some of the other hackery things that they're doing. Like they've been a mass movement for people to leave reviews on Google Maps.
Right.
And give people news on what's actually happening with the war. So that way, when the people in the country look at something on Google Maps, then they're actually seeing news, real news, instead of just propaganda that they're allowed to see.
Exactly.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like another hack that people have been doing is they wanted to donate money directly to people in Ukraine. So what they did is they would book Airbnbs in Ukraine, and therefore the people get the money for the booking of the Airbnbs, knowing that they're never going to go there and check in or anything like that. But that's just a way to give the people money. So I like some of these great ideas. Like people are thinking outside the box.
Exactly. Yeah, I saw somebody saying, "Well, why do you got to involve Airbnb?" Like, well, it's cheaper than the options that some of these folks have. So, and they get their money right away because Airbnb has a good the way they process the stuff. So
and your money's going directly to them. You're not getting scammed or anything like that. Oh, well, there's all these different people saying that they want to collect money and do stuff for Ukraine, but do you know all of the money is going to where it's supposed to go? Well, in this case, you do.
Yeah. This is not the first time that Airbnb has been altruistic like this, so I trust that it's not a scam. Airbnb will confirm it. They did The evacuation from Iraq, they did the same thing.
Well, it's not Airbnb getting involved doing that. It's just that people in the country had already had their properties up for.
They were already up, yeah.
No, I'm saying that
for rental, and then other people are just renting them just to give them money. And the way of getting them money, you just rent it.
It's not a scam. You would trust Airbnb. It's not the first time they've done something.
Yeah, no, nobody was thinking it was a scam. But for some people don't have the account set up to be able to do foreign transfers. Like, a lot of people who have, foreign family members, they'll already have a mechanism to get money over there cheaply. But Dawood, Robert says hello. All right, so he also says it's a long time ago we went out with the EV and the gas station ran out of fuel levy and had to go with the gas can to bring back gas. Yeah, that's the other thing is with the EV, it's a lot harder to run out of fuel than it is with a gas distribution network.
You've become the one thing you swore to destroy. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So next up, we've got some good news again from Hyundai Kia. This one is from Hyundai itself. The Ioniq 5, which... What's going on with my mouse? Am I on? Is this frozen? Ah!
Your video's frozen, but I can still hear you.
Oh, you can hear me? Okay, let me open this up. All right, come on. Refresh. Refresh. Yes.
Maybe stop your video and restart it? I don't know.
I can't stop anything. My whole browser stopped.
Oh, your whole browser crashed.
Yeah. Okay. There we go. So.
I think you've been hacked for covering.
Hey, I just want to say,
topics that they don't want you to cover.
Right. Hey, you leave it alone.
Right.
We have to go with the JB.
Oh boy. Let me recover this machine.
Uh-oh, now we hear you twice.
Yeah, I'm here twice. 1 second.
Because you're here twice.
Task manager's down too.
Face is green.
All right, so as Casey works out his technical difficulties, what was the next topic that you wanted to cover, Casey?
So I was talking about the Ioniq 5. It won an award, or not an award. It won a sales figure. Let's see here. Bring the browser back. All right, so the camera on this iPad is on the side. That's stupid. It's the same thing all the people who reviewed the thing said. Like because like on the Samsung tablet, it's on the top where it belongs. All right, so yes, restore the previous tabs. That'll take a second. All right, so then there'll be two of me again. Come on. So I don't know why it's got this like big thing on the side. Like it used to just show me my stuff without this big like gutter. So I guess there was an update on Safari. People talk about how easy the Apple is. All right, so now I've got a bunch of white screens. They'll come back with the articles eventually. The good thing is we're on gigabit, so it won't be able to hold us up. I gotta talk over here like this. This is so awkward.
No camera.
All right. So how was your week, Omar? What happened with you?
I don't want to depress you. So.
Oh, okay. Did you have that Cybertruck nearby? Because we did the picture, but we never showed it on stream.
Oh, the one that I finally completed?
Yes, the one that made production.
The one that made production. Yes, I actually have it right here. So this is my project that I worked on for weeks. It's putting together this Lego Cybertruck here. What's funny is like everything works on it. Like it has the frunk, It opens up. It actually, I can't really demonstrate it, but it has adjustable suspension that actually drops down and back up. The tonneau cover here, that actually slides up and down. The tailgate opens up. You also have a ramp that actually comes out.
Nice.
So it has the ramp built inside the tailgate. So it was highly complex. Which is why it took me weeks to build this thing. Because it's complicated.
So Omar, was there a solution?
It even had the stickers on the side for the broken windows.
What about the rear view, the side mirrors and the windshield wiper? Is there a Lego solution for that?
So this is the pre-update. This is the prototype version.
Okay.
So no side mirrors and no windshield wiper.
Just thought I'd ask.
You want to show me the Premiere? This is the one I got. That was actually dope, though. I never get tired of seeing that little thing. It's so neat that they put so much effort into it.
Looks nice.
Yeah, it had to be fun to put it all together.
Yeah, it was fun. You know, that was took me quite some time to do, but it was a fun little project.
Cool.
All right, time to restart the whole computer. I tried restarting the browser, and that worked for. Oh, it just went green screen. So yeah, that worked for a second, and then I tried to bring the articles back. It didn't do so hot. So let's take a look and see the chat real quick while we wait for the computer to come back. Let's go to reset rather than a wait for the bug report to go through. I agree, Anders. Don't forget to hit the like button.
Wait, Casey, did you say this was on a Mac that you were doing this?
Is what?
This was on a Mac that you had the issue?
This is on an iPad right now.
No, you're currently on your iPad, but the computer I'm talking about.
Oh, my PC, my Windows PC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just mad that I opened up 200 tabs.
I thought you mentioned Safari. Oh, no, the Safari's on
the
the iPad. Okay, never mind.
Yeah. Well, I don't actually use Safari except for this because the app doesn't work in Chrome or Edge on the iPad.
It works in Chrome on my PC.
Yeah, Chrome everywhere except for on the iPad.
Interesting.
But now it wants to look at my face.
Well, you know why? Because Apple products only work with other Apple products. They don't play well with others.
So what I need to do next is try it out on the Samsung tablet because that will be a more congruent experience to what I'm used to. All right, so it's starting up now. All right, so then Eddie is asking about a solar tonneau, and yes, that was something that Elon promised us basically with the.
I believe that's going to be an option.
Yeah, he did say it'd be an option. He didn't say it would be standard, but we'll see how that actually plays out.
But the tonneau cover itself, I hope that's standard.
I really hope
that needs to be standard. Really,
I'll be fine optioning for a my mouse
for solar. Yeah, I'll be fine with optioning for solar, but having a tonneau cover itself, that really needs to be a standard feature.
So last week we were talking about West Virginia and their blocking of OTAs. My mouse is getting an update right now. Imagine if I had to take my mouse back to the mouse dealer.
Imagine if you had to take your computer back to a computer.
Yeah. Do my phone while we're here. But what's this I'm hearing about? Isn't there concerns with the tonneau cover as far as like dirt and stuff getting into it and keeping it clean so that all the mechanics inside work?
Yeah, that was a concern.
So I don't know what they.
I think that was
fix that.
I heard that concern coming up for not only the tonneau cover but also for the ramp and the tailgate.
Oh yeah. Well, I think the ramp and the tailgate would be much more like a regular tailgate with the multi-action.
Mm-hmm.
Well, having the ramp in it, the thing about a ramp going sliding inside of the tailgate and sliding back out.
Depending on how many sections it has, it could have that problem or it could have loose tolerances.
Right.
So with that West Virginia situation, it actually turns out that they have dropped that fight for now. But as politicians are wont to do, you need to keep your eye on them because they could turn around and bring it back on something else, something completely unrelated. It's like, hey, here's some money for schools. By the way, you can't have updates on your EV.
I cannot imagine. Oh no, over-the-air updates not allowed? You have to bring it into a dealership. That just it makes no sense.
I agree.
I mean, in this day and age, that makes no sense.
I agree. All right, so the computer's back and the browser is restarting.
That means you couldn't update your maps. You couldn't update anything with the car over the air.
Well, you can do the maps and the radio system, but you can't do anything else.
Okay,
so that's where we discussed
only infotainment.
Yeah, infotainment. That's where we discussed perhaps making everything not just cumulative, but this is your latest radio update. Oh, we happen to fix your brakes while we're in there.
So
in addition to the proposed law being unconstitutional.
I look at these show notes, and I came in a little bit late, so I'm wondering, did you talk about Ford's split? Are you planning on talking about
we are planning on talking about it. So,
okay, all right.
Ford. Did we talk about Mach-E last week or not? But they had talked about Mach-E, Model E. They talked about splitting the company, and then after that came out, Ford said that's just a rumor, it's not true, blah blah blah. And the way they got around that is they're not breaking the company into two companies. They're splitting the whole company into two divisions. They've got Ford Blue and Model E. Model E is going to be all the electric stuff, and Ford Blue will be all the gas stuff, and they'll collaborate and everything like that. So they'll just be one big happy family. And then my personal theory is that they're going to take the once Ford Model E is up and running and completely ready to go, doesn't need anything else from Ford Blue, I think they're going to eject that part of the company, and then they don't have to worry about dealers anymore with their electric cars.
I think. That's a good theory. That's a good theory, and it's very possible in the long term that could happen. But my theory, as far as the Model E, at least in the short term, is that they said, okay, we sued Tesla to not allow them to use the name Model E, and got them to drop their name Model E and made them change to the Model 3.
Yeah.
Now we need to use that name somehow.
Right. So we don't look like jerks.
So this is just an excuse. This is literally just an excuse to use that name, so they can utilize it and say, "See, this is why, because we had these plans all along. We had to use this name."
They should have put it on a car. It's really for a car. Why put it on a business? But no, I'm 100%
right. But they needed an excuse.
It's to get around the dealer network. We should start looking at the trial lawyers and see what they're putting together, because they're seeing the same thing, that they just want to get around the dealership network. And is this going to be same as Polestar? I mean, Polestar is owned by Volvo, but they're considered a different company, so they have their separate they get a separate federal tax credit. That's another thing. So now will the new Fords coming out after they separate fully, will they get another tax credit?
Well, it's not like a subsidiary or sub company. It's just a division in the same company. So I don't think they're going to get a separate.
No, I think they're going to do what I think they're going to do what Casey said. When it's up and running, they'll spin it off.
Oh, eventually just split it completely off. That's exactly what Hyundai did with their Genesis line. They made Genesis initially was completely part of Hyundai. It was just it was specifically a vehicle type, it was a specific vehicle, and then they started to make it into a line of vehicles, and then they completely branched it off and made Genesis a separate brand, kind of like Honda and
Acura.
What is it? Infinity.
Honda and Infinity is with.
Infinity and Nissan. I'm sorry.
Nissan. Yeah, that's right.
Honda is Acura.
Acura. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then they had Toyota and Lexus. But yeah, I think it's all a play. I think to get around that dealership network.
Thank goodness for Tab Saver. The browser was in a loop. It kept opening doubles of everything, and it's like it was already crushed on the one set. And I was like, let's open 2 with the crush. 3, 4 with the crush. So now it's trying to load. We'll see if it makes it or not. All right, so I'm going to keep doing next week. I'm going to do what I was doing before and just not opening all the articles at one time. Or maybe open them in a different browser. We'll see what I do.
So Eddie brings up a good point. And what do you think, which side the plug-in hybrids are going to fall in? I believe that the hybrids will fall into their electric category. even though it's a hybrid and still uses gas. And I don't think that's going to fall under blue. I think that's going to fall under electric. Because if they take the hybrids and put it under electric, then they can slowly get rid of the whole blue side altogether. If they want to eventually eliminate the blue side, because eventually then they can still electrify everything, even for the off use cases where they still believe that they need a gas vehicle. Then they can just make those gas vehicles hybrids. What's up, Terry?
What, Terry?
What's up, folks? How are y'all?
I think Ford said they're going to they're going all electric, not electrified. I think they made a point of saying that. So I think they're going to try to do it where it's just fully plug-in EVs. It's going to be Model E, and then blue will be everything else, even the hybrid.
Okay.
I think so.
I hope so. That'd be the best way to. That'd be the way that I would like to see them go, but we'll see. What do you have any ideas on this, Terry? On if Ford's gonna?
The thing is, that we talked about this last week. Is that Ford already? They already did have the expertise to do what Tesla's doing, but they're gonna try to do it anyway. I mean, they're gonna have enough engineers, enough people who can really build a good electric car. I mean, I guess they did it with the truck and the Mach E, but then to build out more of them, we'll see.
Oh, speaking of which, this just came to my head. Don't ask me why. I recently got the email because everybody knows my wife had the reservation for the Cybertruck out of random, and so I reserved the Lightning at random. And I just got the email today. Said the reservation for the Lightning been promised to be updated along the way. So all orders for the 2022 model have been set. However, it's been pushed back to the summer. So where it should have been like this time this year or early last year, they pushed them back to the summer now. And I just got that email. So it's going to be a little different to see.
For the Cybertruck?
No.
Yeah, the Cybertruck's
the Lightning.
The Lightning? Oh.
Cybertruck's going to be a ways off. That's CP times.
That's next year. Cybertruck's going to be next year.
The Elon time is actually later than CP time.
Yeah. That's
going to be on Elon time. So we already know that's late.
It's probably worse than CP time. So
that's late.
late.
But you know what? Yeah. By pushing it out and it being later, he sees what all the other competition is doing, which means that he has to then step his game up and make it better. So I don't mind it being late because I know in the end we're going to get a better product.
If he can jack a crab walk and a tank turn, that'd be cool. That'd be one of the biggest boss moves in a minute if he can pull that off. If he can engineer that properly.
Well, that'd be a nice parlor trick, but I'm looking forward to some of the other features.
Exactly.
No.
More practical.
If he can pull off tricks that Rivian can't do, or if he can pull off a trick that Hummer has and he's already in the market, like produce it faster, oh yeah, it's going to be it's going to show how adept he is a changer.
So Robert Williams says hello, Travis, and that he saw a Volvo on the way to town. We saw, how many Volvos did we see yesterday?
A bunch. Yeah. A bunch of them.
So I told him about the Rivian experience in general, that we did an EV event in private yesterday. Can you tell them anything about what we did yesterday or no?
Yeah. So we invited some folks who work in staff offices who we have been talking to that just, one of the things that's a challenge is that when you start talking about EVs, a lot of this is predicated by policy and policy decisions. So it's really imperative that we get these policymakers and their staff ramped up onto like how these vehicles work. So we did a small demonstration event yesterday for some folks that work on the Hill at high levels, and so it was really good because they had never, they hadn't had these experiences before, and I think that for them, a lot of folks, when we start talking about EVs, they immediately think Prius or some type of hybrid, which is literally what they said.
Yeah.
Which is why we scheduled the event, but it was really good.
Yeah.
We had a couple vehicles that they were able to experience, not only EV but AV, to see where they were. So it was just a good experience, and shout out
Definitely.
to Casey.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So you mentioned folks that confuse Prius with electric. You mentioned a study that you told me about in California. You want to talk about that study real quick?
Yeah, so we actually, as part of the work that we do, we partner with a lot of academic institutions. And so UC Davis published a report a couple years ago, and then we partner with, like right now, we're in the process of, our team is actually doing a nationwide study with Consumer Reports, as well as Union Concerned Scientists, looking at the attitudes, knowledge, and beliefs of EVs. But in the UC Davis report, 52% of respondents in California could not name it. Well, when they named an EV, it was a Toyota Prius. And so the
Right.
idea is that in a state where there are, last week, about 8 days ago, Governor Newsom went to a guy's house in Sacramento. He received he was the purchaser of the 1 millionth EV in the state of California. And the idea is that when you think about the fact that right now today there are 2.4 million EVs across the country, 1 million of those are in the state of California. And that breaks down to approximately, it's about 600 ish EVs, and then 400 and some odd thousand, or close to 400,000 plug-in hybrids. And
Definitely.
so it's but I think but California is a different ecosystem altogether, because there are 87 different models available in the state, whereas many states, we talked about this I think a bit yesterday. The direct sales is an issue. Right now, a lot of automotive brands are having an issue because they can't even do direct sales. And if they have to scale up to build out the dealership model, that's going to be very expensive for what, and
Right.
the idea is that, one of the things I can say is that these brands are not like, it used to be. When you saw a vehicle at the auto show, it was 7-8 years before that vehicle was coming off the line. That's actually sped up to 5 or 6 years. And I will tell you, 5 or 6 years from now, the reason that I think a lot of automotive brands are challenging or changing the way that they do things is because I could tell you in a general sense, they're not planning on you owning the car. So,
exactly.
Yeah, so don't get caught up into like all of the brands and who does what in a very short window. It's not going to look like that.
Yeah, I mean, Elon came out and said it at Autonomy Day. He's like, hey, somebody asked him, well, why don't I own a fleet? He's like, well, buy some cars, but why would you want to do that? Because he was planning on owning the fleet as Elon himself. Yeah, so like,
yeah,
they're not considering us being a part of this, other than the handful of, like, if they manage to do the Teslas the way they talked about with the robotaxis, but none of them like are thinking that we will continue to own them personally.
I mean, that makes sense if you consider the fact that Tesla had it so that if you did a lease, you couldn't buy out the lease at the end of the lease, that you had to return the vehicle to them.
Exactly. I'm hoping that all of these brands, that as they come to this, they still let us privately like own cars in the fleet. That would be kind of like the dealer model for them, like where they don't have to take all the risk. But unlike the dealer model, we'll have like none of the control other than like we don't want 4 stars in our car, only 3 stars and 5 stars, or something like that.
But think about it this way. Realistically, Teslas haven't changed that much since the introduction in 2012.
Right.
And folks talk about, oh, it's a refresh. It's literally not a refresh. But people are like, it's literally not a diametric change in the way that the vehicle looks. And so you have different screens, different interior configurations, but it's the same car. They're one of the few brands that are doing that, and I would say that huge reason that there's a if you're going to build a fleet of robo taxis, or you're going to build a fleet of vehicles that are going to have self-driving, why would you concern yourself with like, oh, I'm going to change the body style of the vehicle? One, two, aerodynamics predicate the fact that, you know, I think Eddie has said this, like, why do all cars look like
SUVs?
It's one reason, Eddie, aerodynamics. So every vehicle is going to look literally almost as like it. The way we think about cars and styling and lines and all of that, I would tell you that in conversations, they're not thinking about it in that way whatsoever.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, because the aerodynamics plays into the range big time and efficiency. So that's super important, especially for EVs, because EVs are so efficient. They're even more affected by the aerodynamics.
Absolutely. What's up, Timothy? Yeah, so it's going to be a completely different world for anyone who's growing up today that doesn't have a driver's license yet. They're growing up in a completely different world than all of us that learned to drive at, somewhere in the teens, and like they've been talking about this for a couple of years now, about how the teens are reluctant to even get their permits or their license after they can. They're not as like in a rush to get to it like folks were just a few years ago. That's true, Eddie. They asked me that too. How do you recharge it? You don't. And then it doesn't help that in Europe, Lexus went for this big lie. They said, it's the self-charging electric car. No, it's not. It's a hybrid. Shut up. Yeah. So, speaking of electric cars, we've got the Ioniq 5, which, this is the article that crashed my computer earlier. It wasn't anything wrong with the article. My computer didn't like it. In terms of volume, it might compete with the Ford Mustang Mach-E. That's incredible. But I'm seeing these things everywhere around town. Like, they're all white. I haven't seen any in silver or blue. They're all white. But there's a lot of them. And they, like I said, they were surprisingly quick compared to what I expected when I saw that one in motion actually go to make their turn off of the off ramp. So they had a record-breaking February of 52,424 units, which is 8% more than a year ago, and 52,400 more than GM did in the last quarter.
Do we know what the price point of this is?
What was it in the 36s? Or we got a couple people who were out scoping the Ioniqs and the EV6s. They were under 40 after the tax credit before dealer markups. Yeah, so it's a good price, and for a 250 plus mile range, and you get power offload, and you get a lounge share for when you're recharging and relax, your feet kick up. I like the shape of the Ioniq 5 over the EV6. The EV6 is a little round and kind of soft for me. I like the brutal angles on the Ioniq 5.
Have you seen, Casey, the Telluride renderings they say are coming out next year?
No. You got a picture? You can pop up on the screen.
Oh
wait, yeah, the ones we talked about last week. The one where Omar and I were thinking how much of it would actually be true. The blue one.
Yeah. They said that they're calling it the EV9 or whatever, but
yeah,
everybody that I know that has a Telluride really seems to like it.
Yes.
And so I think if they make an electric version of that it would probably do well.
It's gonna sell like gangbusters.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't even seen the Genesis triplet of these two cars. That's gonna do quite well as well. Because I mean, what's more luxury than silence and no vibrations, right?
That's a good question. How do you define the question is, what defines luxury for people?
Leather and lots of buttons.
So is that luxury does that, some people it's the ride. So my uncles and older family members had a Lincoln. It was because it had leather and the ride was
driving a cloud.
But then does technology denote luxury?
They tend to go hand in hand. Like a Lincoln, it rides like a cloud, leather, all the switches and buttons, technology, whatever the technology of the day is when they built that thing. But then other people they think the Tesla is luxury because of the price. But when you get inside a Tesla, it's premium at best. It's not a luxury car. Yeah.
But yeah, I think that people who don't. Yeah, that's a. So Omar, when you're driving your car, do you think that people look at your car as a luxury vehicle?
I don't. That's a good question. I don't necessarily consider it luxury as far as like because the amenities that it has in it. I mean, it has heated seats, but no vented or cooled seats, right?
Yeah.
It has certain things, but it doesn't have others. There's no like heads up display or some of the other fancy stuff that like you can get in some of the other vehicles. Um, I consider it premium, but I don't really consider it luxury myself.
Yeah.
And I mean, other people. It seems like more people are more amazed by how well the autopilot works than anything else with my Tesla.
Yeah.
People are amazed by that. When I have passengers in the vehicle, they really like the all glass roof, especially if they're sitting in the back. The view is phenomenal.
Yeah, unmatched.
And they like that. Like those are the two biggest things that people really, key in on the car.
Yeah.
Has anybody? So this is a question that came up yesterday. Has anybody, Casey? Have you seen anything that has come up around the glass that's used in the glass roofs of these vehicles? So
Oh, in what way?
So yesterday, when we were driving around, two separate conversations, folks asked what happened if hail hits the roof of these vehicles.
Oh.
And so, like, does that mean that, if you have huge hail, balls hitting this glass roof, what's the
Will it crack?
Yeah, exactly.
That's a good question.
It is a good question.
I've had huge hail hit other vehicles where it dented up the vehicles.
Right.
I mean, my previous Leaf was dented all over the entire vehicle, looked like a golf ball because of the because of hail, because of a hailstorm.
So this is where their vertical integration comes in. On your solar panels, they're rated for a certain amount, a certain size of hail, and a certain amount of wind. So I think mine is rated for softball size hail and hurricane level 4, hurricane category 4 wind, before they're fobbing it off to my insurance company rather than putting it under warranty. Tesla also makes solar panels, so they have the same sort of glass expertise as far as handling hail. And then of course we've seen what happens with them on the crash test where they're able to stack 5 Teslas on top of each other before the glass cracks. And so the way I look at it is this: you're going to have your hood is going to be dented before you have a problem with your glass because your hood is aluminum, which is softer than steel. Mm-hmm. And then at that point you'll either have it'll go straight through, or it'll crack it. But you won't have dents where you got to get paint repair. You'll just take the panel off, put a new panel on, just like it was at the factory.
But do we know that the glass roofs, are they tempered? Like obviously there's, Gorilla Glass that they're using in cell phones and other things.
It's laminated just like the windshield. Yeah. That way if it comes down on you, it's not coming down. It's shards or little pieces. They want to stick it together.
Yeah, they definitely use safety glass on those roofs.
Yeah, I'm sure that they're using safety glass, but is it the Gorilla Glass, or is it some derivative of that?
Oh, it's like Gorilla Glass.
I think they have their own in-house formula. I don't think it's.
Yeah. They probably worked with Corning or whoever their glass supplier is, but it's definitely laminated, so it sticks. Well, it does the small pieces, but it also sticks to the plastic that's in the middle, the layer of film.
Gotcha.
Yeah, because we've seen a bunch of crashes where like the roof is more intact than any other part of the car. It's like that's glass, yo.
Yeah. Good question. Mark,
great question.
The glass is actually stronger than the metal roofs on any other vehicles.
Yeah, because they're like 1 ply of steel versus like 3 layers of glass.
Marcus, I'll be down there. I'll be down your way the 14th through the 17th.
Yeah.
Of this month?
Yeah, for South by
Awesome.
Southwest.
Oh,
okay. David says Tesla's profitability encourages me. A moat of the cost of EVs. I hope Ford, especially the EV division, make it. I remain invested in Tesla for this reason. Absolutely. I'm really hoping that Model E gets spun off into a separate company rather than just being part of the fossils, because that would give them a leg up and survivability when fossils start coming down. If they can just kick that out, that will make them so much more ready than something like GM or Stellantis.
Hey, I want to. I was trying to get my guy. He's not available at the time. About this glass thing with the Tesla, because I got a guy that help. That's okay. We were getting my car ready. You know, dealing with the road case for NHR approved and et cetera, et cetera. That was a topic that came up for them to try to get this rule thing going, dealing with the Teslas with the roof. I forgot what they call it. It's something like Gorilla, but it's a little bit. I mean, it's amazing. I can't really speak too much on it because I got somebody on my team that kind of handle that kind of thing. They handle all that kind of legal, with the structure of the car, dealing with this roll bar that I'm getting built and all that good stuff. But it is amazing what kind of glass it is. It ain't like your ordinary glass. Think about hail damage. You don't really hear too much from what he said. You haven't heard too many hail damage happen to Tesla as far as the roof.
Right.
They call it something though. It's even stronger than Gorilla Glass, from my understanding. Like I said, I don't want to speak too much on it because I'm not really. I got somebody that really knows that.
Yeah, because Gorilla.
But
Glass for safety, so they.
Say it again.
Oh, sorry, I must have froze. The Gorilla Glass was originally going to be a windshield, but they determined it was too strong for safety, so they actually moved it to phones, and then, like you said, a derivative of it for the Tesla roofs.
Yeah. But yeah, it's some serious stuff that they use for that, though. Yeah.
David was talking about profitability, and it looks like Lucid has lowered their 2022 production forecast by 30%, which is not what we want to see for the EV revolution.
What did Elon say? Getting into production is excruciating.
Yeah,
mass production is very hard.
Yeah,
and they're talking about full size cars. We're not talking about no Apteras or.
Was Lucid the one that we're talking about doing a factory in overseas?
They may have been
Saudi Arabia.
Saudi Arabia, yeah.
They have one. Obviously, they have a factory in Arizona. But I think that part of this with any EV startup right now is going to be a lot less. It's not necessarily the production hell that folks think it is, but I think that a lot of it comes down to supply chain. So the idea is that in the same way, if you go to look for a sofa right now today, it's hard to like you can order a sofa March 1, you may not get it till September. Right. So the idea is that I think the same thing is relevant, and it's why a lot of companies where they thought that they were going to be able to produce a vehicle for, let's just say, $50,000, but now you have issues with chips, you have issues with plastics and materials, you have issues with sourcing your metals and materials and alloys. And so I think that all of that is why folks are like, oh yeah, I want these companies to honor the original prices. Well, everything has exponentially gone up. So
right.
It's like, I think that folks aren't taking that into consideration. If you just think about through vertical integration, it's a reason why everybody wants to try to get to that point. But the automotive industry is in a different place and space. So part of being a automotive industry is, if you go to Michigan right now, there are a number of subordinate companies that actually provide parts and supplies to the automotive industry that rely on the legacies, right? So if those are taken out of the supply chain, it's not just about those companies and what they produce, but it's how they affect those communities. And so there's some navigation that has to happen in and around that.
Yeah, like I've got some. March.
Casey, you froze for
you froze for a minute.
I froze again? Darn. So a personal example of that is I ordered some microphones for the channel at the end of December, and here we are approaching the middle of March, and we still have no idea when they're going to show up. And then I did a couple of Kickstarters, and like it's interesting because with the Kickstarter, you actually see a company working through this supply chain mess. It's like one of them they have some plastics that they can't get anymore because a larger company bought all the last of the plastic, and another one they needed this type of lock, and you can't get the metal to make the lock or the springs to make the lock work correctly. So now they had to change to a different kind of lock. One of them was they had to change the power supply chip for the power on off and the power conditioning. They had to change to a different model because we know what's going on with chips around the world, and this is real.
Right,
the big
and that's the
make it look
reason
easy.
why, and that's one of the reasons why Tesla kept raising their prices last year.
Yeah,
every couple months they kept raising
the way
the
they
price.
did it gradually.
Oh, it's another
yeah.
500. Oh, it's another 500 more. Oh, it's another 500 more. They kept raising the, because their supply chain kept changing up, and the supply chain difficulties and the prices that were raised so much on the supply side.
Yeah. Yeah, and I like that approach. Like, just do it when you got it, rather than trying to do it all at once. That 20%, it scared people.
Not to mention, I think they now they did it like that. Looking back, they might have used that leeway to get those chips in the plaid that nobody thought they can get. Where it was hard to get even PlayStation 5s out. They're using those type of processor chips. If you have that well of
that's true. That helps too.
Yeah, if you'd be like, hey, we were still buying stuff from you before this happened. Could you help us out now?
Yeah,
that's a pretty sweet move.
Going to one that's in production rather than one that now nobody has the equipment to make anymore, because as soon as the automakers reduce their orders, they push that old equipment out of the door so they can make the stuff that people wanted, the modern chips. Speaking of chips, AT&T, their 3G shutdown it's not just Tesla that was affected by this. You've got Nissans, Hondas, a lot of cars are about to go out of service. And thankfully Nissan and Tesla did the right thing and let you pay to upgrade the chip to the new version. Has anybody out there got a car that's not a Tesla that's been affected by this? And what did the manufacturer do for you? Drop that in the chat. Everybody here, they got the LTE upgrade, right? On their Teslas?
Yeah, mine came with LTE. My old Tesla, I had upgraded that from 3G to LTE when I got it, because I didn't. Well, shortly after I got it, because I wanted my maps to load faster.
Right. How about you, Marcus? The P85.
Yeah, when I bought the car from the previous owner, they already had done it almost about a couple months or a year ago, I'll say. So it was already done prior when I got the car. But I'll talk about I'm going to get the MCU upgraded. They keep pushing me back because it's
they gotta get chips.
And my custom racing seats, because I'm doing everything, the emulators and all that. I purchased those seats last year, even before I even took delivery of the car.
Right.
I'm still they're almost there, but they're waiting on the passion one. But
they gotta get the chips for the seat.
For the emulator. Because they say I can take it out the factory seats, and so I ain't trying to do all that because I paid good money for those seats. I want to,
Exactly.
I can't do but wait, man. But yeah.
Exactly.
Everything's on hold.
In the green living aspect of it all, Builder Magazine is talking about how you can prep your home for electric vehicle charging, and they're talking about we used to pre-wire our houses for cable. In the 70s, we started to pre-wire it for cable color TV, and so now we're in that same area where we want to start pre-wiring the houses for electric vehicle charging, because it's a lot easier to put an outlet, put an appliance, just connect it up, versus it is to have to go back and do old work where you're going to dig into the walls, punch it through studs, and if you just got to connect in and turn it on versus having to do it later. I think this is about time that we actually do start to make this as part of the local codes. I mean, cable, you can actually remove the cable and put this in place of cable.
There are some houses, the 1970s, 80s, that still are having to use like the little cable line pass through the window and closed, and having to put the cable that way. So it's still going to be a retrofit for most of your old houses, especially in major inner cities. One of my cousins in Baltimore, he actually has a Model 3. He actually has an EV or a related company. What he's decided to do was the easier part was actually find a supplier for the standalone structures, carports, etc., and then put the charger and the wiring and all that on the structure, the separate structure itself. Much faster, much easier, no permits. So when I get back, I'm gonna see how his business model looks like. He would suggest I copied it, but I need to see his back work and the leg work he has. But it's been his setup has been. It makes sense when he says that. Just set up in a separate shed or small garage barn, and you can throw it up at random.
Yeah.
Right,
So
but now for new houses though, Dan, like it makes a lot of sense to have stuff already pre-installed while the house is being built, because it's much easier to do that than a retrofit
You
later.
can sell the house faster.
that and like you're looking at $30 to $100 to put in some EV pre-wiring versus $1,000 to $5,000 depending on how it is on old work when you get an electrician to come in and redo. And then it might be in surface mount conduit rather than running through your walls where it's like nice and pretty. Now it's like you got this big metal or plastic pipe just running along your wall.
And that's if they're familiar with it.
Right. And so that's they're saying that of their members, most of them are installing level 2 wiring, anywhere from 20 to 60 miles an hour, like a clothes dryer outlet. Apparently, some builders are putting in DC charging. I think those are going to be the mansions right there, the multi-million-dollar mansions. Because when you look at what it takes to put in level 3 charging. And so they're saying that for a new single-family home, level 2 system ranges from $500 to $1,500. With the charging station running an additional $400 to $2,000, that's much more affordable than if you come back and do it after the fact. If the electric panel was in the garage, it was only $300. I mean, you can't beat that with a stick. So it makes sense to start considering putting this in now, even if it's not required by law, which would definitely accelerate it, because then the builders that are stuck in the 80s, they will learn and they will have to comply. But they're suggesting their members be more forward thinking and they could sell more houses. They'd get upgrades. They would have less inventory sitting on the market while people decide what to do. Like, hey, EV charging, I drive this. Let me go. Like my rental, I've got EV charging in it, and so now if somebody comes in with an EV, they have to think twice about, all right, do I want to rent somewhere else? How am I going to charge my car? Versus here, I've got an 80 amp charger, and I'm good to go every day with solar.
Yeah, it's definitely you're definitely bringing in a different clientele, but it's faster. And even if they don't have it, they'd be like, oh, I can buy this. Once prices go back down, or even if they want to go for a used Bowl or used Leaf or something, and they're like, oh, exactly. I don't have to go to a gas station. For women, it's going to be special. For small guys like myself, it's going to be awesome. Like, it's going to be great because Dan doesn't like to get hijacked, but it's going to be great. So I think it's definitely a great thing.
Yeah. So another thing to consider with having infrastructure available where people are going to sleep is the EOS Lynx is deploying chargers at choice hotels. So that way, when you're at this budget hotel chain, you're more likely to pick them now than you would have been before, because there's charging on site. So you get to have that same experience you're used to. You wake up to a full charge, you go about your business. You don't have to go figure out, let me find a public charger and pay for it. And so this is a good move on their part. This one's coming from Charged Magazine.
This is very good for choice. Their services are hit or miss sometimes, and you're right, it is a budget. So you're targeting your Leaf, your Bolts, your plug-in hybrids, some of the ones that are less popular than the Teslas. And these are the guys that are going to be staying at these hotels. So this is definitely a good move.
And this is a 6,000 hotel, 6,000 franchises of this hotel are in the States. So that's already right there. That's another good bit of increase. Yeah. And Dawood brings up a good point. He says where he's at, in California, new homes must have solar, and gas lines are outlawed in some places. EV charging in new construction is a must. Absolutely. All right, so then we had our friend Jim Farley at Ford. He made some statements and realizations. Where did I put it? This always happens. I end up with a different copy of the article than the one when I put it in the in the list. So here you got a F-150 Lightning charging a E-Transit. That's really cool. But basically, he pointed out that they have to change, and that he pointed out that Rivian, Tesla, and what's the Chinese one? Not XPeng. Neo are where he needs to compete with, and so he considered them serious rivals. He named them, and
he could say this without getting fired.
Well, this is right before the Model E announcement came out. So like he gave us a little bit of a hint of what was coming up, and then he dropped that bombshell on us. So I like that the way the Ford is going with this. They realize that if they keep doing what they're going to be doing, they're not going to survive, and they're making the right moves.
Yeah, better than a Volkswagen executive did.
Well, the Volkswagen executives, the Volkswagen CEO is doing the exact same thing as Mr. Farley, and Mr. Deese is saying, hey, open your eyes, and they gagged him.
Yeah.
We don't want to hear that. Shut up.
Right. I got nothing to flex. Yeah, he fared better. Jim fared a lot better.
Yeah. Well, he's got the.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see all the different
right.
moves that legacy automakers move as they try to navigate this whole new field because of all these new different brands that are basically coming out and stealing their lunch. It's going to be real interesting to see how this plays out. What what legacy automakers will survive and which ones may even go under. Who knows? But they're either gonna one or two things. They're either gonna change and pivot and adjust, or they're going to fail. One of those two things are going to happen.
So I got a quick counter question. Everybody's seen this before. What are your top? We know what the top three. When they say the big three, and here in the U.S., what are your big three are going to be in the future for EVs? I have Ford, Rivian, and Tesla, but Rivian might be in question. So who are your top three?
Well, I think definitely Tesla and Ford will be there. If GM gets their act together, they could stay there, but we'll see what happens with them. Nissan's been doing the right thing. Their volume is low.
Ooh,
I don't know where I put for number three. That's a good question. What about you, Travis?
Yeah. Who's your top three now?
I'm not answering that question. But yeah, I do think that I would say I don't know that all the legacies are going to make it.
Right.
I think at least one probably won't make it. I would say that from a global vantage point, I would probably, because of the sheer number of volumes, vehicles that they sell, don't leave Volkswagen out of that conversation.
Right. Yeah, if we're not focusing on domestic, then I would definitely have Volkswagen somewhere on my list.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, if we just think about, I think, again, the way that we're thinking and approaching this conversation around, who's going to be around, the landscape is probably going to look a lot different than we see it now.
Yeah, but nobody's going to make a gas bread box. All the bread boxes are going to be electric.
Sure. They're all going to be electric. Absolutely. But I do think that the playing field will begin to level. Right now, you have obviously Tesla dominating the marketplace.
Yeah.
I just think that you'll have a few manufacturers out of China that will have a very good positioning. I think in North America.
Yeah.
Maybe one, probably won't fare as well. And I think it'll be a shakeup. It'll be who's able to bring software, technology, hardware, and more importantly, battery chemistry and density together. Because if whoever gets to solid state first, is going to. It doesn't matter if it could be whomever. Like whoever gets to solid state first is going to be a dominating factor in the space.
Well, that would give the that will give the bus manufacturers an extra leg up, because like you've got Mercedes right now, they've got solid state in the bus. It costs a whole heck of a lot more, but you got your warranty is there, so it's worth it. But then all you do is shrink the bus down into a bread box, whereas the car, you gotta scale it up and then convince people they don't need to own it.
Well, I would say it's not like there. So there are several folks who can make solid state batteries right now. It's a African American owned company that's actually manufacturing solid state batteries today. The
Awesome.
issue is that they can't manufacture them at economies of scale,
Right.
so that it makes sense to put them in a vehicle. So that was the one caveat that I think I left out of that conversation, which is being able to make solid state batteries at economies of scale with different chemistry and with different battery chemistries and energy density that will bring that cost down. If we can figure that out, then like whoever, if it's, Korean auto manufacturers in China or North America, whoever does that first, they'll be absolutely one of the global players without question.
Yeah, and Toyota's been pushing for that, so they may do it, but it doesn't mean that somebody else can't figure it out first and come to market first.
Well, whoever does it first is going to be a game changer for them.
Absolutely.
So I'm back. My daughter's got me running all up and all over the city. I need full self-driving as soon as possible so the car can just take her places. But I wanted to go. So I'm driving down. Every time I leave, I put it on my phone. So I wanted to comment so badly on the new construction, how it should have EV charging, because I just did a trip. It was like 300 miles one way to Eureka to go up into the Redwoods. And at the Airbnb, we charged the car outside the Airbnb. But in the comments, and I've been actually going back and forth with the owner of the Airbnb, telling him that since he just built this thing and he's building a couple of more houses next to it, you need to put EV charging in it. And he had no idea. So I told him I plugged in and I took like maybe 50 miles worth of electricity. He's like, how much did that cost? Like, dude, it was like $3. Calm down.
Right.
So
right.
So that's what I was telling him. Say, dude, put it in, and you will get all kind of people from the Bay Area in their Teslas coming up that will pay a premium to stay in your place over another place because there's charging there. And that's
and
like
put it right there in the listing.
Right. And then raise your price by $10 a day, and you'll stay booked.
Exactly.
And that's one of the things that I make it. Look, me and my wife, we do a lot of road trips, travel a lot, and one of the things that we do is we purposely try to stay in hotels that have charging. And one of the things that I always do is I make sure I make it my business to talk to a manager at some point during our stay to let them know the only reason why we stayed in their hotel versus their competition was the fact that they had a charging station there, so that they know that, okay, having this here on property is a very effective tool to drum up business and get more business there.
Yeah, whenever I travel, the first thing I do is go to Tesla's map to see who has Tesla charging. If I can't find it there, then I go to ChargePoint, EVgo, to see PlugShare to see who has something nearby.
So, I always keep a PlugShare on my app.
Yeah.
So I use PlugShare when I'm researching what hotels to stay in.
Yeah. What you got, Travis?
Casey, I'm sending you two things.
Okay.
So we have been working on two things. So we worked on two. So one of the things that's happening in California right now is that there's a requirement for solar, but there's also a requirement for make ready. But the idea is that there are some caveats to that. It depends on the size of the development. It's 20%. But the two links I just dropped. So we helped work on the first one was Atlanta was the first large city in the country to have an EV make ready ordinance that said any commercial property or multifamily had to have 20% of its parking in a make ready fashion. And then Orlando just passed that. So like Shelley was there and testified. Like we work with the city, the city and county on helping them coming in to like develop a strategy. The idea, as we were discussing earlier, was it's incrementally, the costs are incremental when you just put the conduit down in the construction as opposed to having to dredge up all of this concrete and lay, tubing down. And but the idea is that the opposition is that these builders and folks who are developers have a lot of opposition because they're looking at this just from a fiscal financial vantage point. And so even if it incrementally takes them from $10 a square to $10.50 a square, they literally just don't want these additional costs. And so I think that like California has been the most progressive in this. So if a developer is developing new construction over a certain size, they have to make it EV make ready. And make ready is defined as having the conduit there that they can actually install that 240 outlet.
So they don't even need the copper, just the conduit.
Just the conduit. So like literally.
That makes it so much easier. Like you say, you don't got to rip up the concrete.
Right.
Yeah. And so what we find is that just like the fossil fuel industry in general, developers have typically more times than not a lot of money.
Yes.
And they are paying a lot of lobbyists to really deny or push or roll back these pieces of legislation. So like right now, like the city of San Jose has a EV make ready ordinance in place. But the issue and where this, like you were discussing earlier, like it would be great for single family homes to have it. Where it even makes more sense is in the multifamily space. So if I look at high rise and, let's just say that there are 300 parking spaces and 50 to 70 of those have EV charging capability. It's just going to make things easier. What we saw in Europe on the last trip to Scotland, and we went to a number of different places. One of the things that I saw there that I thought was like genius is that all vehicles come with, or most vehicles come with a portable charger. Right? Basically, you put it into the 240 outlet, bam. Well, the idea is that in Greece, in particular, what they did was they had a company, and I can't remember the name of it. I did take photos though. But the idea is that you pull up into the parking space, there's an outlet there, and literally you just plug in the portable charger that came with your vehicle. So now they don't have to have like a machine there to read your credit card and all of these other things.
Yeah.
It's a lot more simple. And then this past week, I was talking to, we started this global EV drivers group as well. And I ended up in a room with two folks from Russia. And so who were EV drivers, and both of them actually had Teslas. One was in Berlin because he had to drive. He actually bought his car in Norway and drove across the continent to get back to where he lived in Russia, which is, bizarre.
The drive.
And then there was, but we're having these conversations. And so there was another guy who was in, I can't remember exactly what city he was in or country, but essentially Circle K, one of the things that's been a problem as it relates to EV charging, with the build out of a national network is every network provider wants you to use their own. They want you to be a subscriber on their platform.
Yes.
So obviously Tesla is a little different, but if we're going to see the widespread adoption, Volkswagen, Porsche, Nissan, GM, Ford, all of those folks are going to need to have a system. And so part of it is that many of the network providers don't want you to, they want you to be a subscriber. Well, that makes it difficult if you're outside the Tesla network. So one of the things that Circle K was doing in Europe is you basically have an account with them, and like there are people in California that have to have multiple key fobs. So it's like ChargePoint, EVgo, Blink, Arc, all of these other networks that don't drive Tesla. And so with this new system that they have with Circle K, it reads the license plate that's attached to your account.
There you go.
However, that's not going to be realistic for the United States, just because what we find is that we're trying to make access a lot more equitable.
Yeah.
And so there's a how do we get those folks who live in Fresno and Bakersfield and other parts of the state, or they live in Alabama or North Carolina or Minnesota, who may not be banked? They should have access to EVs in the same way. So how do we create a system that's fair and equitable? And I don't think anybody has figured that out. What?
Has anybody tried yet? That's another question.
Yeah.
Like I've never seen an EV station with a bill collector. I've seen them with credit cards and NFC, but I've never seen a bill collector.
Well, because there are security risks for that.
For sure.
The idea is that to put a credit card reader into a machine is about an extra $300 to $400. And so when you talk to the charging network companies, they don't want to do that because the RFD card is a lot more secure in their vantage point. And if you block that chip reader, that's just another thing for them to have to provide maintenance on. And so I would say part of the issue with this is that right now with the Investment Infrastructure and Jobs Act, part of the issue is you got $5 billion that's going to go towards a national charging network. It's using federal dollars. So it has to be accessible to all communities. You can't just say Tesla, Volkswagen, or somebody that lives in this suburb has access to charging. It has to be accessible to all folks. Well, the idea is that all of the charging network companies, including Tesla, are looking to access some of this money, but they have to in order to access some of this money, it's going to have to be a network that is accessible by all. So a lot of folks may not, like some of the companies are trying to fight it through their lobby, whatever. But the idea is that it's a challenge that I don't think anybody's figured out.
Yeah.
Thanks for saying that, because this is actually something I spend a lot of time thinking about, and I can't come up with a solution either. To where we have to have a system that works with different manufacturers with different products that has to be equitable for all people is challenging, and then with limited economic benefit for whoever creates these systems. I mean, at least with Tesla, it's a brand. If they put the superchargers out, people will buy their cars. If you just put out a general system, what's the incentive to keep it maintenance and functioning? Who's going to do that?
Right. And we've seen that with some of the early EV stations that they put out, where they were, to solve the equity thing, it was just free, just plug in. They haven't maintained them. Some of them are gone now. Like they're still there, taking up space. They're still plugged in, but they're broken. Either they failed on their own, or somebody vandalized them. And there's no because they didn't bring in any revenue. There's no incentive to go back and fix them once the government money was gone.
I think this is the one thing that can work is if they made an active effort for some of these locations to bring up the Volta charging method, so that you're advertising what's in the process. So how do you draw their income to that?
And that's something that hotel was doing. They're putting a 42-inch screen on all the stations so they can advertise, so that it doesn't cost as much for the hotel.
And you draw in all the extra businesses around and say, hey, advertise with us while they're charging. You're going to take a look at that screen as you're plugging up, or your kid's going to be like, oh, there's a new toy here. It's going to be there. That's one.
Just don't make it scream like the gas station ones.
Yeah, just make it bigger.
No, I mean, no noise, just video.
Yeah, I think maybe two things for equity. Those little abandoned little shacks that used to be gas stations. I've seen one that transformed into a tire shop. If you have them just to be a standard standard charging station, have all your different hoses like you would have for diesel and regular gas. But if you have one that says you can plug in a CHAdeMO, if you still have the CCS, you can plug that in. If you have the Tesla style, you can plug that in. And then somehow, if you can figure out to have one company that says we can source all of your subscriptions into us, and then we'll pay out those companies separately, so all you gotta do is plug in, and that's that one company, then you solve that problem to make it equitable and efficient.
One company? That doesn't sound very American to me.
Right.
It's just correlating.
I mean, besides Tesla, the only other company that I use a lot, I use ChargePoint. There's a free one down the street from my house.
Yeah.
And that's pretty seamless. Once you have a subscription, all you need is your phone. You put it on, and it just goes. But I mean, that reaches a lot of people. But then, Terry made the point that not everybody has a phone, not everybody is banked, so it's still a challenge.
It's just a quick thought process in my head when we were saying this. I'm like, let's have one company be able to connect. Not even saying it's one company, it's connecting you to the other one. So if I have one app that says, hey, we'll make sure you set up with
we're the Visa of charging. So Terry brought up a great point about the multifamily that I didn't even like. We were talking about how much it costs to do it in a single family. It is substantially more expensive to do it in a multifamily. So we have a friend of ours, a mutual friend of all of ours, that lives in a condo, a high-rise condo. And for him to get charging installed, they quoted him something like $15,000 because it's in a concrete parking garage. And if they had already had the conduit in, it would have only been however many hundreds of feet of copper and a circuit breaker and his plug, versus having to basically pay for a new meter and a whole new run through the concrete.
Well, yeah, it's very expensive to try to trench through and dig through concrete, break that up and trench and do all that. If the conduit's already there, the cost is way less if it's already there. But yeah, it's super expensive to trench.
Either some compressed air, some lube, a little bit of string. Got it done. Pull that wire through. Speaking of, fuel being expensive, if you happen to still also have a gas car, you gotta watch out for some thievery. Take a look at this. This is coming from WBS TV 2. Somehow they're muted. Let's unmute them here.
Oh, so now instead of just stealing,
that is a hole in a gas tank of a car. Somebody drilled a hole to be able to steal the gasoline from it. Now take a look at this.
Whatever happened to siphoning?
It shows the shavings from the drill that were found inside the gas tank. That right there is still the hole, however. And Channel 2's Matt Johnson is live tonight. Matt, you looked into this and found out that this is happening in several local neighborhoods.
Look, that was his car.
Right.
And victim after victim has the same story. They get in their car, they try to start it, but it won't come on, and they know they have enough gas in there. It's not until the car is towed that they realize somebody went underneath, drilled a hole in their gas tank with a gas can underneath to steal the gas. Now, if you think fuel prices are high, gas prices are high, wait until you find out how much it costs to replace your fuel tank.
It's kind of ridiculous.
So I mean, they if you ever had to replace your catalytic converter on your Prius or your F-150, this is like that.
I was going to ask, do they just take the catalytic converter while they're under there?
I mean, they're already under there stealing.
Right.
The next move is take the catalytic converter while they're there. It's crazy.
Right. So I mean, that's one thing that you're insulated from with an EV, because they can't get your fuel like that. But man, it's like they went for the worst possible way to, like, literally you just force the tank open, or you find ones that don't have locks and then just siphon the gas out. This is ridiculous. What do y'all think about that?
It's isn't that pretty freaking dangerous?
Yeah, you're drilling into with a power drill, metal filings. You're drilling into a gas tank.
That's why I was thinking, like, what if a spark happens?
Yes, and there are sparks because you're drilling into metal with metal.
Done deal.
Solve itself eventually.
Crazy.
I mean, and as a little bit of a tangent to it, I mean, I see a lot of posts, and I've been active on Facebook with that, just pointing out these gas prices.
Yeah.
But I've tried not to slam too much on it that I don't pay for gas, because who this
They'll
is
find a way to
hurting
get
the
us.
But it's just that these gas prices, as much as I want to see carbon price where it should be, it's really hurting the people that can least afford to
exactly.
This is very true, and that's why. So for some of my friends, what I tell them is, I've been telling them, you can thank me for the gas prices rising slower.
Right.
Because people like me make it rise just a little bit slower, because if me and people like me were all buying gas, the prices would
It'd be
rise
sold
even
out.
faster.
Yeah.
It'd
I saved you some. It's in the pump.
That's a
supply and
very
demand.
positive way to
Supply and
look at
demand.
it.
I'm trying to help keep the prices low. Supply and demand.
Yes. Oh, so we like to rag on this Mazda for only being 100-mile range in 2022, but as we discussed earlier in the show, that might actually be enough range for you. I would pay less for it than what they're charging, but the Mazda, what this thing called the MX-30, there's apparently a lot of people agree that it's not enough range for them. They're stuck at a 2-digit level per month. They sold 28,166 cars in the U.S. in February, which is a good increase of 8.3%. But they sold 33 of these things in January and 79 to date. So it looks like this is just going to be a compliance car. And I didn't just bring this up to poop on this car again, because I love to make fun of it. But what's actually happening here is Mazda says they're going to evolve into a full-fledged luxury brand, a luxury EV brand, targeting the German establishment. Some folks, they already treat their Mazdas as kind of premium rather than not. Again, how do you define luxury? But they do agree that the current Mazdas are premium, and they seem to want to go even further upmarket with that. And like Travis said, the ride is definitely a component of whether you consider something to be luxury or not, whether it's the whole thing or not. So you're looking at the Mazda CX-60. This one is clearly a gas car with all that grille. Rear-wheel drive models. This is their chance to reinvent themselves as a proper EV brand, or as we were talking about, are they going to be one of the legacies that doesn't make it? What do we think about this?
To answer Dan's question from before, Tesla, Ford, and VW are going to survive.
I can see that.
I didn't put Mazda on the
There'll
list.
be more than just that, but yes. Good luck, Mazda, with where you're going with this.
What was it, last week or the week before, we talked about how the Mazdas got shut down by that radio station in Seattle because they didn't parse the code for the picture correctly. So I mean, the connected car, the electric car, there's a lot of code in there. So I'd want to make sure that either they know how to code or they know how to get the contractors that can code correctly. Because if my EV shut down because a radio station put the wrong picture up, I would be pissed.
And that's another thing too. All these companies are all competing with, for the engineers and everybody to make everything happen. And there's but a limited pool of folks to choose from.
Yes.
That they're all competing for the same talent. So that's a good point as well.
Yeah, and the software is going to be even more important when the consumer doesn't own the car, because you got to make sure that it's robust enough for commercial use, and you got to make sure that your platform is set up to take your customers, whether they're on a subscription or on a per trip basis. If you can't reliably get to them and get them to where they're going, they're not going to pick you again. So you're out. And now you got all these cars on hand because you own them.
But it also means that they're going to manufacture a lot less vehicles too, because the idea is that a lot of folks are, they haven't necessarily put two and two together. So the idea is that if you have manufacturing in North America, manufacturing facilities in Europe, manufacturing facilities in China, potentially India, and then one in South America, you'll be able to service the majority. Like right now, there were 40 million new vehicles sold in 2020, right? In 2019 and 2020, pre-pandemic. And the idea is that if you now have autonomous vehicles and nobody really owns them, you're not going to need to manufacture nearly as many vehicles.
Right.
And so with that being said, I mean, it just opens the door. Like people are like, oh, Tesla's going to go to making, this X many million vehicles per year. They're not going to need to do that.
Right.
And
So I'll scale
so,
back.
and the same thing with the legacies as well, as they all begin to ramp, they're not going to need to manufacture nearly as many vehicles as folks think that they will. This is a short-term stopgap.
Yeah.
It's just what it is.
That reminds me of the story you were telling us about the buses in Europe. Like here we have separate school buses, and over there they don't, or at least in the area you're at. That right there, that's however many hundreds of buses per region. They don't need extra buses. Now imagine that's going to be like that with cars. Like you won't need the bus, you won't need the extra personal car, you won't need parking spaces.
Yeah.
So, I mean, school buses, that is kind of an inefficient paradigm. You got buses that literally run in the morning, take kids to school, then they sit there idle all day long. Yep. Then they run in the afternoon to take kids home, and then they sit there for the rest of the time. They're just sitting there idle. 99% lifespan.
Tell us how they solved it over there, Travis.
Yeah. So when we were in Europe, in some meetings, one of the things that a lot of the American mobility folks were talking about, like, oh, we're electrifying school buses, and this is, everybody loves kids, and nobody wants to have kids inhaling diesel fumes, all of those things. And so for them, they were all about efficiency. And so the idea is that they don't have yellow school buses in many places. What they do is they use the mass transit buses to deliver, to actually run routes that the school buses would run. And then they obviously changed the LED screen to say school bus route 1 or school bus route 2. The duty cycle for those is typically 6:30 to 8:30 a.m. And so the idea is that at 8:30, that driver can now go literally hop on and start driving on, going from Hampshire to, whatever it is, to wherever the end route is. And now you don't need additional school bus drivers. You don't need a school bus fleet manager. You don't need all of these other things. They're just using what they have. And these are new electric buses, but the idea is that they're giving them a lot more use cases. And if you think about rural communities, so if you live in rural Florida or rural Texas or rural California, where we need to improve transit options. So like if you think about Bakersfield, Fresno, anywhere in the San Joaquin Valley, for folks to get to a doctor or social services appointment, they literally on an hour and a half each way ride on a bus, right? Or maybe in some instances more, because they don't have enough buses to run more frequently. But if you're providing money for these buses that now have dual usage, it now provides a benefit to the kids because they'll be able to, get to school. And then it provides a benefit to the community because they can now run all day. So it's just like we've done things so long that sometimes the solutions are right in front of us, but we just are like, no, you got to have a yellow school bus because you need the little stop sign to come out and say, everybody stop moving. Well, what if you put that on a transit bus?
Right, you can put it on a regular bus. And that would actually be safer in the city. Like, the transit bus stops, you got somebody who is, mobility limited. They get off with their walker or their wheelchair and they've already stopped traffic. Now they're not, having to deal with that extra danger. And they've got less maintenance per passenger mile.
How are they handling the charging since now you don't have that time during the day when the bus is down to charge, just at night or?
Well, they have, so one of the things, a lot of the buses that are running and operating in Europe are from China. BYD has huge contracts. And
so they get from above with the forks.
In some instances, they're running like in and
Like the
boroughs. They do have
old school trolley.
some that are overhead.
Okay.
But
Just like San Francisco.
Yeah, but the idea is that you have buses that are able to get, like the buses are able, when you think about it, the route of a bus is not that long. It seems like they're running very long routes, but if a bus runs a route that is 15 to 20 miles, that's a long route, right? And so when you think about all of the regen that's going to come along with that, there's a huge opportunity. Like many buses can run a full day's duty cycle, and then obviously they have DC fast charging at the depots, and it will obviously meet the needs. So like at Schiphol in Amsterdam, the majority, like it's set up a little different than how airports are set up in the US. Like you basically go to the gate and then a bus comes up and it takes you out to the aircraft that sits on the tarmac, and then it's a shorter way for them to have to taxi all around. And so instead of the plane coming to the gate, basically you as the passenger get on the bus, it takes you out to the aircraft that's sitting almost next to the runway. So now once you board, all they have to do is basically pull onto the runway and take off. So it's a little bit more convenient and faster. And those buses literally run all day long. Like, as a matter of fact, I shot a video, I'll put it in the group, with a driver in Amsterdam who was literally, he was a driver of a BYD bus for the airport, and they have hundreds operating.
That's the funny thing is, when you said that, Travis, the scale to cut and paste it is there. Some of the infrastructure is. I grew up Baltimore City, born and raised, so there were no school buses. The only time we use school buses is for maybe trips to the Meyerhoff Symphony Hall for music and for the track meets. That's the only time we actually use the school buses for that particular moment. Most of our school bus travel was using the Maryland Transit Authority, the MTA buses. So our particular, the one I used was Falstaff Road. That took me straight to my school. And I knew that one would make that turn, drop me off straight at the bus stop. That was only during school days. You can catch the regular one, but it alleviated some of that traffic off the regular route bus, because we knew if it's at Falstaff Road, it was for us. We could stay on it right till it drops us off middle school. That is something that I thought was everywhere until I left. And it's really weird to see. So to hear you say that, Travis, I realized that some of the cities were just more efficient, even with the ICE back then in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
And even when you offload it, the buses would drop and they would sit for a while when they were offloading their disabilities, their mobility enabled people. So you knew by naturally, most of their cars driving by, they just slowed down naturally. So there was no need that I see down here in the South in the semi-rural areas. Yeah, for the stop signs and stuff. And I'm like, I'm so used to slowing down around a bus because I've done that as a child and it's very hazardous. And I've been snatched and yoked and given a stare and judged a few times and verbally and physically chastised. But you learn not to do that.
Yeah.
But to me, when you get to outside the metro areas, it's really that is a paradigm shift. I think the rural areas need. The mentality also needs to get away of where having a metro system is going to bring other elements in closer when it's actually benefiting your.
Yeah, they fear the crime element that they're so afraid of, but it doesn't actually bring crime.
But honestly, you need it.
Yeah. Well, but speaking of efficiency, that brings up New York. Their snowplows are their dump trucks. So in the morning they get the snow out of the way. They come back around, they take the trash out because the trash is already on the curb anyway.
And fun fact, that is one of the most highly coveted jobs in New York. They pay like $32 an hour plus overtime for morning. It's harder to get on as a trash guy in New York than it is to get in the Yale. Like,
oh wow, didn't realize
it
that.
is impressive. Google how much they make, and you see why.
Right.
It is impressive.
So we were talking about efficiency with the charging, right? So Tesla has has now built a station that came up in 8 days because of the prefab system. So we're talking about running conduit. So what they do is they pre-build the system. It comes out of Buffalo, Giga Buffalo, already all built up on the slab. They forklift it onto a truck, and then they drop it off on the site and then hook it up to the existing infrastructure. So they plug it straight into the existing transformers or pre-wiring that happens. So that's how they're able to do this in just 8 days. So it's a different scale, but exactly what we were talking about earlier.
What was the original time? Do you know?
A month, 2 months.
But I mean, like permitting is like years, but like
Right.
the build out they were saying that the build out was 30 days.
The build out was usually typically 30 days or so. And get it done in 8.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, and a lot of times the permits, they would even get permits in phases. So they would get permit to start to dig or do whatever.
Yeah.
And they have another, then that has to be inspected, then another permit to do the next phase of it. And then, so it would get stretched out. And a lot of times it would be, I'd see them working on superchargers before they're actually in use for like a couple months, 2-3 months.
Yeah, I was talking about the one around the corner from me since December, and it's still not on yet. Yeah, Robert Williams got a point. We can walk too if it's not too far. I mean, some places still let the kids walk, but a lot of people are afraid to let the kids walk these days. It's an option. So again, speaking of unique charging installs, we've got Giga Berlin has got a double-decker charge facility. It looks like this is they say trains, but I don't see any trains going by here. Trains or trucks. Since there are no rails, I would say it's probably trucks. So you can walk up here, plug in the supercharger to the truck while it's getting loaded, deal with it, and then have it go off. Look at that. That's clever.
That's interesting. Because
what's this for car carriers? I guess
for the car carriers, exactly. Looks like they plan to put solar
you
or
could
some
pull
kind
it
of
right up
canopy
next to it, and then they could
Yeah.
plug the cars in, or
you
even
plug
do the
cars in
outside.
without unloading the cars.
Exactly.
Oh, that's ingenious.
Could help them load a lot faster.
That's interesting.
Yeah, and that's coming from another one member of the drone army. Like Elon, anything Elon does, they got drones flying over.
Just free publicity.
Yeah. So we were talking earlier about what you could do with the range, right? And how much do you really need? Elon says they could have done a 600 Model S 12 months ago. It would be 100 miles more than the Lucid Air at the time, but do you really need it? How much range do you really need? And in his case, they needed that was when they were battery constrained. Now they're chip constrained. How much range do you really need? How much do you want to pay for? How much wear and tear do you want to take on your car? Elon pointed out it would essentially require a higher battery capacity, which means a bigger, heavier, and more expensive pack. This battery range would be unneeded on a daily basis, even as the current 400-plus mile range seems like more math.
Good thing that was muted.
You say good thing you were muted?
I saw it.
I mean, it's a valid point. If at a certain point, it doesn't make any sense to keep adding more range to the average battery, because you're going to affect. First of all, you're going to affect the how the car handles and how it drives, because all that heavy weight that you're now trying to control. And then the other thing is you're upping the cost.
Yes,
by a lot.
The upfront cost and the maintenance cost.
Oh yeah, because all that extra weight that you're carrying around all the time. A battery. The thing about battery electric vehicles is whether the vehicle is at a full charge or at a really low state of charge, it's still going to be about the same weight. Whereas with the gas vehicles, at least the weight does change as the fuel depletes.
Right, and then you still got the efficiency goes down because it's so heavy. So now you're paying more to haul that empty battery around.
Yeah.
Travis was saying that we're going to have the players in the market are going to look different as we go forward to this new mobility future. This is an example of that. The Verge is reporting how Sony and Honda are planning to make electric vehicles together. I mean, they look like this now, but the minute that they start to shift us off of this personal ownership paradigm, that's going to be a bread box too. And we saw
and they'll have
Eddie,
and they'll have Sony entertainment inside the bread box.
Playing
It makes
PlayStation while
sense.
they travel.
Exactly, a 42-inch, 50-inch, and as Eddie said, everything's turning it into an SUV. They made an SUV of this as well.
And
Very
think about the fact that just think about the fact of brand recognition. So one of the things that happens with new players coming to the market, even we talked about today Rivian, Lucid. If Apple, Sony, um, Google, and others start manufacturing vehicles, brands that folks know very well, and they have a lot of data analytics on all of us. So anybody that's playing Sony PlayStation, they know for the most part where you live, income, where you like all of those, all of those variables. It will be it will be as disruptive as anything we've ever seen.
Absolutely.
But can the non-ownership model work without full self-driving?
No.
I mean, right. I mean, I drive through Oakland as an example, and I look at just how many cars are parked on the streets, in the driveways, and I think some of these are the people who own the house and that's their car, and then their cousin lives with them, and they're live at their nan house, and this person is marginally employed, just barely gets enough money to keep the car gas and maintenance. And so, how are these people going to own an EV and find a way to regularly charge it? I think it starts to make sense where it's cheaper to just subscribe to a car. And when you want one, you pull it up on your phone and it just shows up fully charged, takes you where you want to go. You get out and you're good to go. And that,
well, if you look at the paradigm shift and look at the younger generation now, they're already geared up towards that, because the younger generation now, a lot of the younger generation, they don't feel the need to own a car, especially if they live like in the city.
You mean like what my daughter just did?
They're just like, hey, I can catch an Uber or Lyft everywhere. Why do I need to own a car? I could just catch an Uber, I'll catch a Lyft.
Like how my daughter just texted me and told me to bring her to her friend's house.
That part. I have a relative with a car. I don't need to own one myself.
Right?
But
definitely.
But so that shift, that shift, that mentally getting there to that shift of, oh, I don't need to own a car if I can just call one up, and it's not a huge inconvenience, and I hit it on the app and it comes and I don't have to wait a long period of time. As long as there's the convenience factor of it, people will gladly do that to not pay all the maintenance, fuel, insurance, and everything that goes along with owning a vehicle.
I mean, it's a lot of money to own a car. It's a lot of money when you put everything into it. It's expensive.
For most people, the vehicles are the second largest purchase they make in their lives. Their first largest purchase being their home, and then the second largest purchase is the vehicles.
Right.
So
right. And,
you eliminate that one piece, that aspect of it. Now you free up your money for other things.
Yeah. When you think about insurance and maintenance,
but
can it be? Can it be physically possible without self-driving though? Can with just EVs and drivers, can it work, or does it have to be self-driving for it to work?
No, there are a number of programs that are already existing around the country. So in LA, there's a program called Blue LA, and essentially they use electric vehicles in a zip car format that are strategically placed around the city. And depending on where you fall in the socioeconomic or income scale, if you income qualify, it's very, very affordable. It's much cheaper to do that than actually riding public transportation. Same thing in Sacramento, same thing. Indianapolis had a program that just rolled out on this. There's a bill that's being introduced, or that has been introduced by Barragan, that looks at putting electric vehicles at housing developments. And so it would partner, the HUD would be a partner of the program, and essentially there would be electric vehicles deployed at housing developments across the country that would be used at a day rate or hourly rate. And those will have to be self-driving. So those programs exist literally right now. And that's how you get to address transportation burden in these communities that are obviously hit a little bit harder.
Yeah. And he brings up a good point about subscriptions too. But like this case, you could do it with the city, or you could do it. The driver could have a fare box right there in the car, or if it's autonomous, it could have a bill reader.
Yeah, but I would say if you were a single mom, single dad, and you needed to get your child or parent to a medical or dental appointment, and you could actually take a car out for 4 hours for $250, it's still cheaper than riding the bus with 2 or 3 people. And so the idea is that people will have choices and options, but the idea is that they don't have to use it, but it will be an option that's there for folks. So a lot of this is being discussed when folks are thinking about how to advance electrification. In many ways, it has to be seen through the lens of, we had a really good example of what not to do during the digital divide. When we thought about what happened with the internet and access to broadband, what I didn't know until more recently was there's still high percentages of communities that don't have access to broadband internet. So we're on here and we're having this conversation on a Sunday afternoon, and there are people that live in small cities and rural communities that don't have access to broadband, even if they could pay for it. So the idea is that, when we begin to think about this, and even as we think about the expansion of the charging infrastructure, one of the things that is really tied to the Investment Infrastructure and Jobs Act is the expansion of broadband access. So like closing that digital divide, because there's so many households. One of the things that, if you all think back maybe 18 months to 2 years ago, when COVID first hit and kids weren't able to go to school, how many parents were in a situation where the only way that they accessed the internet was through a cell phone?
Right.
And so the idea is that it became very clear very fast that the way that we were accessing the internet was very different. And so why this is important is that as we talk about the build out of infrastructure into more diverse, underrepresented communities, in order to do so, those same, if we're talking about Volta or EVgo or EA or any of these networks, many of them are tied to the internet. Not only are they needing to be tied to the grid and have transformers that more than likely need to be added or upgraded, but they also have to have access to the internet. And so it's a lot of variables that come into play with that.
Yeah, I remember reading the story of a young boy who had to go to McDonald's every day at the beginning of this, and that was not. I mean, it's good that he found a way, but that's not an acceptable situation to be in.
There were a lot of kids that had to go to public library, sit outside public library every day or whatever to use.
Library, they would sign you out a hotspot for like a few hours. It was like, here, found hotspot, bring it back within a few hours, and this is how you had to learn. And this is semi-rural. I would say about 20 miles away from the highway, but it starts to get really touch and go the further you go out.
Yeah, but if your parents have to work all day, how are you going to get to the library? This is again
right. So that was one of the things.
Yeah,
that was one of the things that the pandemic really exposed. It was like it really exposed the inequities of access that people have, and so that's one of the problems that again, Elon Musk is trying to solve with Starlink. That the point of Starlink isn't to replace internet for those folks that already have fiber and already have good high quality internet. Point of it is to get broadband out there in places that currently don't have it, that don't have access to it,
or where you do cost $600 a month for somebody else's satellite. I'd much rather pay $100
Right.
a month to Elon, or even better, like if they're on several programs like to get rural internet and low income internet. Starlink is signed up to that. So in addition to what we've seen with them with charities such as Ukraine or Tonga or places we've seen in Alaska and with the native tribes, we also see where if they can get a subsidy from the government so that the government gets $70 of that $100 charge per month, and then they can get internet for their family for $30. That's democratizing.
Yeah. It also and going back to where we had the houses being built with the in-house charging, there are a lot of 1970 homes with the digital divide. If you go to some major cities of the lower income brackets, these are people who are still living in a small row home that maybe has one computer per household and maybe 2 or 3 kids. So when they had to go virtual, they might have had maybe 1 or 2 phones and one computer that was connected to the hotspot of that one. And they had like 2 or 3 or 4 kids. So having to transfer straight to virtual like that in a house that is not wired for internet cable, to have that, like my brother had to use his computer and get a not even a hotspot, an actual modem. Again, had to feed it through a little window still.
And not just that, but the places that do actually have a connection, is the connection enough to have mom and dad working from home, kid at school, other kid at school? Is there enough bandwidth for that? Or are they going to have the Wi-Fi like me, where they're stuttering and stalling about?
It's weird when you notice it and then it gets glaring, because I've noticed it, but then it's obviously like the rest of the world that has to acknowledge it, because I've seen it. And even reminded me to this day when my brother's like, and I realized, oh, the house I grew up in wasn't wired for internet cable. Like,
this is true.
You're right. So it's just that paradigm shift that I grew into that I have no idea that I've seen now.
So this one's really quick. Tesla entered into a legally binding term sheet agreement with the Australian lithium producer Core Lithium Limited. We were talking about how the ability to acquire your raw materials is making things different in today's world. One thing you can do is get some raw materials, and that's something that Elon has been working hard at, and so it's good to see some success there. And then Travis asked me if I saw this vehicle, and I had, but I thought it was in Fisker Ocean somehow. And I think Fisker, I'm not going to hold my breath waiting on any Fisker, but this is no Fisker. This is actually the Polestar 02 concept. And
with the drone.
It comes with a drone, so I don't think the drone will make it, and I know that this won't look like it will in final form, but this is pretty. So the drone, is the drone autonomous, or you got to remote control the drone?
It should follow you autonomously, I would think.
And what's the purpose of the drone? It rides in the back, I understand.
For all you cool techie folks to make videos.
Exactly, for fun. When you're riding around on those nice twisty, windy mountain roads and whatnot, having fun in your sports car, you got your drone.
Legit drones that do
take beautiful shots and pictures of it.
I know a bunch of folks with Model 3s that did the same thing. They have the drones that are connected to like a band, their wristband, and they will do those aerial drone shots. So I get it; it makes sense. But that's a beautiful car.
It is. I'll buy it without a drone. Shoot.
Yeah.
That is a beautiful car. It doesn't need a drone. Well, Absolutely. We'll see. Hopefully, it comes to market.
Hopefully so. Speaking of getting stuff to market, when the Model S came out with the new yoke and the wheel that never made it to production, the horn is right here. It's a little button, or you can palm this whole side of the wheel. Now they're putting a button under the airbag, and so there'll be a horn pad under here all over again, so you can just mush the center. I've tried out palming the right-hand side, and it works just fine. I don't know for me that the button will work. I'd have to ask Marcus on that one. But this will restore that muscle memory we've built up over the last 20 years when everybody moved to airbag horns. There's still a few of them
that makes sense, and I feel like they should have done that from the beginning, just for muscle
I don't know why they didn't.
Everybody who's been driving cars all their lives, it's always been that middle.
I wonder if they were trying to go ahead.
Wasn't there an old Honda Accord back in the day that had some horn buttons on the side?
Honda, Mazda, a couple Fords. Yeah.
Yeah, but Omar's right. I mean, a horn, it should be like federal law that all horns have to work with this muscle memory.
Well, the Tesla does, but you got to go a little to the right. If you do it in the middle, you got nothing.
Yeah, but when it's an emergency, yeah, if I'm just like somebody's walking and I'm looking, I'm like, oh yeah, I can hit the horn here on the side.
Right.
But if there's an emergency, my hand goes to the middle, automatic.
Right. Well, the middle is the problem. So for me, it's 3 inches to the right, and then you do that in the new yoke. You got a horn, but you got to remember to push it to the right as you go down, because if you hit the center, you get blop, 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 nothing. So I'm glad that they fixed this.
And that's where you run into a problem. So yes,
especially if somebody borrows your car.
They could have had it to the side and had it in the middle.
Right.
You can have both.
I'm wondering.
Why not both?
I'm wondering if it was like maybe they were short on buttons or short on the sensor for the button or something.
Chip shortage, right?
Right.
That could have been a solution.
I bet you Elon said, "Why do I need two?" And so they took it out. That's probably what happened. And then the customer said, "I want two," and so they put it back. Yeah. So
I like having it there. I'd much rather see it be there.
Absolutely. So this one, we talk about this with Georgia. We talk about this elsewhere all the time. You got to be responsible with not just what media you consume, but what media you contribute to. So Matt Smith here, he was approached by a journalist, and they said, in case you need another reason not to trust traditional media outlets. Hi, Matt. I hope this email finds you well. Getting in touch because I'm a freelance journalist. I'm currently working on some kind of article about Tesla's FSD mode and the self-driving industry broadly. The article will look at evidence of FSD's shortcomings and the cult of Tesla, and how the cult of Tesla helps obscure these, and the reality of the industry as a whole versus the hype. As an FSD tester and commentator, I've been keen to speak with you for the piece. Please let me know if you have any time this week. Thanks, name. And he says, thanks, but since you've drawn your conclusions before speaking to me, I don't want you to use the snippets from my conversation to bolster your own biases. and
they're doing a hit piece. They're like, hey, we're doing a hit piece.
They're telling you they're doing a hit piece, yeah.
We want you to get involved in that.
Right.
He's already made it point.
And he's saying, I don't want you taking my words out of context. And so other people said, well, why didn't you just take the article and maybe you can change some minds? And he said, well, I've already done this once, and they don't, they don't take kindly to hearing the other side. They've already made up their mind. They're writing their article. And so this is another thing to look at when you find a piece that's designed to appeal to your emotions with that flashy headline. You need to then look in and see, why is it written this way? What are they trying to get me to do? In this case, they're trying to get you to rage out on Elon. If he had participated in that article with them. I'm not saying that Elon needs protection from us, but FSD, it's not perfect. We know that, but if an article comes out and it's all negative, it's never going to get better, blah blah blah. Why do they say that? What does the owner say? Oh, it doesn't say anything from the owner.
Everybody's doing FSD though. It's just not called FSD. So they're actually working against every auto person.
Right. And so then
I think one of the biggest problems and the reason why everybody's coming at Tesla for this is because they're calling it FSD. Mm-hmm. It's not full self-driving yet. It's not there. It's not capable of that yet. Yes, Elon had unrealistic expectations where he thought it would be at that level at this point in time.
Like 3 years ago, yeah.
We're not there. So because we're not there, and he already pre-named it that before it got there, that's the reason why he's getting so much flack and so many people are coming at him from every angle. So
exactly.
I mean, he kind of did it to himself with the naming of it. I mean, and I'm not sure which way he could have gone to do it a lot better, but just not naming it full self-driving initially would have did himself maybe a little better.
Pro Pilot Assist, Blue Cruise, GM Super Cruise. So they could have done something to make it sound better than what you already had.
Autopilot was fine. They had autopilot, and they should have just kept it with
autopilot
enhanced plus. Autopilot or super enhanced autopilot or whatever, something like that before they got to FSD.
FSD.
FSD shouldn't have been called that until they actually got it to that level where you can put in your destination and then read a book.
So Johnny and Matt bring up a good modeling of another thing that happens that needs to be handled here. Johnny jumps on the pitchfork train. He says, please expose them. And Matt says, I don't want to encourage any online harassment. And honestly, it would probably result in traffic to their website once this article is posted. So, he's not driving them traffic to their misinformation, and there's no point in harassing people online. It's not necessary, especially for something like this. It's not like I don't know very many cases where it would be justified, but this is not one of them. And Fermi agrees, Tesla fans too easily fall into these traps. Then the journalist can pretend to be a victim and get a ton of publicity. Oh my, the Tesla rider, you're coming at me, blah, blah, blah. So it's another case of not just being conscious of what you consume, but again, falling into those behavioral traps they're setting for you. You gotta, what do they want me to do? Oh, they want me to attack them. Well, don't attack them, because now they're a martyr.
I understand the bad name of the FSD. It's a prime target. Mm-hmm. However, I don't know what Super Cruise is. To me, all that's just a fancy name of saying we have a very good cruise control. We're just calling it a different name. And it makes me not want to buy the car anymore, any less, unless you describe it to me. And if you're a actual salesman or a commercial telling it to me, I'm not going to like it unless you actually have the car. So that goes back to people actually having a Tesla. And now that you're clarifying, because it's Darwinism. If I know FSD was not going to be FSD, even an airline autopilot has to actually be able to take over.
But we as educated and enthusiastic people understand this. But anybody who hears that name, they might not catch it. And Omar said he set himself up for this. Like he could have called it anything else, and it wouldn't be a problem. And anyone who owns the car understands that it's not what it's. That there's a name mismatch. There's a lot of other stuff that we have that has name mismatches, but they don't seem to get the same level of scrutiny.
Because
have you ever heard, Dan? Have you ever heard of a hoverboard? They don't actually hover.
Right.
I made that claim when it first came out.
I mean, literally, there's tons of stuff that there's just names. The names just don't match.
Yeah.
But I would say that as we move from early adopters and folks who, the typical person who has purchased an electric vehicle to date typically spends about 7 hours online researching that vehicle before making a purchase.
Yeah.
The person that's purchasing a gas vehicle doesn't spend nowhere near that time. So the idea is that that's the early adopter audience, right? As we move to mass majority, they're not going to, we're talking about consumers. Go back to the fact that, I'm going to give you a really clear example. We had somebody join a group who drove a Solo, and you guys were like, "What, Dad? Tell me this and tell me that."
Yeah.
And she was like, "I don't care nothing about any of that."
She's like, "I thought it looked cool.
I saw the car. I thought it was cool. I got it."
Yeah.
And so the idea is that as we move into the mass majority, they're not going to want to know updates and what the level of efficiency is and what the rate of charge is. They're going to want to get in the car and drive it. And if it says whatever this feature name is, if it says that, that's what they're going to expect it to do. Right. And it's like, there are any number of examples of things that are out there like that. But to that point, I can tell you, I've done Blue Cruise, Super Cruise, obviously FSD. Don't be confused into thinking there's some non-Tesla autonomous software that's doing really well, and then obviously Tesla is doing well as they obviously are able to push out updates and able to have vehicles to be in a Hummer that is driving itself on the freeway at those speeds with that size vehicle at that weight, and the car
hands off the wheel
flawlessly.
Yeah.
Just be open to some of the things, because it literally, you'll see the technology. Right now we're at level 2. FSD really is level 5. And so the idea is, if you really want to know, Renault is probably further advanced than everybody in this space, but nobody, because we don't drive Renaults in North America, we're just not talking about it. But Renault is further advanced, and then there are companies in China that are trying to connect this to neural sensors to where you won't even use your hands. You'll like think, oh, make a left at the corner, and the vehicle will make a left at the corner. So like there are other folks out there that are doing some really innovative things. Doesn't mean that they got it right, but there are other folks that are trying this stuff as well.
Yep, just like the solid state batteries. There's going to be a bunch of different ways to get there. Whoever gets there first and does it decently, they're gonna have a leg up.
Or the microchip in the back.
Well, that's a whole other possibility, but let's get them their FDA approval first. So Drive Tesla Canada is updating themselves. They thought that the performance Model Ys are being built at Berlin, but they're really just dual motors with big wheels. So here you see some what they thought were performance Model Ys being built at Giga Berlin. So it's almost time, guys. And we were talking about buses, city buses that were electric, right? So Lufthansa has unveiled their electric city bus built for harsh winter climates of Canada. It looks like some 1980s Russian thing.
That is a weird look. I've never seen.
That's the Oshkosh bus. That looks like the one.
Totally doesn't look like the postal vehicle, right? That's what
it does. The Oshkosh postal vehicle.
Just has to plow its way through stuff.
Because of the snowplow.
Right. It doesn't have a lot of ground clearance for something built for the cold climate. You'd think it'd be ready for snow. Another thing I'm noticing is...
Put some lights in between it, put a shovel on the ground, like the cow catchers from the old steam engines.
I'm also noticing how far back the wheelbase goes. It doesn't have anything like in the middle, and it doesn't have the double axle in the rear. It's pushed all the way to each corner. David said the name sounds familiar too. Sounds Russian too. Yeah.
Oh man, that is wild.
It is. So they were founded in 2016, and this Canadian team is providing sustainability to the bus transportation market while meeting the needs of both EV operators and passengers alike. So like we keep saying, electrify all of the things, and as Travis was telling us, everybody's going to have a different approach to it, and beauty's in the eye of the beholder for one. So this actually looks like it'd be a lot more comfortable to get in and out of, and look at that, it's got 4-wheel steering.
Ooh.
So that will actually help them with maneuverability up in Canada as well. Nice.
It would be a good school bus.
It would be a great school bus. And then when it's down, it could be the city bus.
Yeah.
I like it.
The US can easily purchase it for Alaska because,
Yeah, they can use them in Alaska too. So 30 foot.
Does it say what the range is?
222 to 296 kilowatt hours of Cummins lithium ion NMC. Charge time is 2 hours at 150 DC. Low floor, it doesn't say the range here, does it? Let's. Has not yet shared the range. But still, 200 and 300 kilowatt hours. They better be able to do 100 miles of it.
Well, I mean, 300 kilowatt hours. They should be able to do a decent amount of range on that.
Does it say what?
But if you remember, just like Travis was saying earlier, if you look at bus routes,
they plan their routes. They just match this to the right route.
Routes aren't that long.
Yeah.
They spend most of their time stopping, picking people up, and dropping people off. So it's a lot of stop time where they're just sitting.
Yeah. What was your question, Travis?
Constantly stopping.
Did they say what the weight of it is?
They didn't say the weight, but they did say how fast it charges and what the pack is made of. Yeah. So it's a high energy pack to be NMC. All kidding aside, if it replaces diesel. All kidding aside, if it replaces diesel, it's great. Exactly. Well, plus the other thing is, in the snow, the weight would probably be a good thing to help them get more traction.
It sounds like but one of the things that I would have thought that they would have had was, hold on, go back up, Casey. It says integrated battery management system, but does that mean that it's thermal battery management regulating the temperatures?
I mean, they would have to be because they were talking about the weather. So if it's going to be cold, you need to heat it up. When it's going to be hot, you need to cool it back down.
They should have said that.
They should have said that, yeah. Heated surfaces to keep the windows fogged from ice and fog. That's nice. Yeah. Oh, there you go. Radiant heated flooring. So, yeah, that's got to be coming from the batteries.
Let's do some of this heat.
That's funny.
Yeah.
It's probably the same heat that they used to heat the battery pack.
compagnie
They're
la
using to
tienda.
heat the inside of the CAD.
Wow.
Yeah, it's probably in the middle between the floor and the battery pack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Strangely, that works. Every metro bus I've been to in Baltimore, once you have enough people inside for the heat, your snow and everything immediately melts off. You just got a big puddle of water floating around in the bus that drains
Well, I mean,
out.
people make, what is it? Was it 90 watts per person? See, that's what I'm talking about. The rear steering. CCS, okay.
I like
So that's
the
how they get their
forward
150.
steering.
Yeah.
But
And that explains why it's only got two wheels and why they're so far apart from each other. That's
but
cool.
what makes this perfect for cold weather? I haven't heard anything that tells me that this is, that it was developed for cold weather climates, other than saying
heated floor, heated windows.
Well, the radiant heating, heated floor that helps.
Yeah.
So
it looks like they can use it anywhere.
Just little vents trying to blow it.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, if you sell it in Miami, get rid of the heated windows and the heated floor and save some money.
Yeah.
Their comms team didn't do a good job.
They did a terrible job.
Yeah.
All right, so we touched on Ford's plan to split the company logically, not actually split into two companies. There was a rumor they would split into two companies, and I had already told you that I think that they are going to divest themselves of the electric company, which also then would mean that their electric company doesn't have any dealers. What do you think about this, Travis? The Ford Blue and the Ford Model E.
No comment.
Okay, fair enough.
No comment.
All right, I think the rest of us have talked about it at length, so we're going to move on to. Go ahead.
I think I caught that earlier when we were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, I think you came in right on that article.
I think Travis kind of alluded to the no comment earlier.
All right, so
we're gonna leave that alone.
Tesla GigaFest 2.0 is under review by the Travis County Fire Marshal. They've got themselves 1 month and 1 day to decide if this is going to be allowed or not, because it's going on April 7th, and if they shut it down, well, they got a problem, don't they?
This is going to be
Tesla has a party for everything.
They got to put a lot of mitigations into like evacuations, what happens. This is a lot. I agree with the fire marshal on this one.
This isn't their first party, but this is a large one. Like the Giga Berlin was their largest so far. This is even bigger than that.
Yeah, but this is outdoor, right? Is it gonna
it's outdoor.
Yeah. So,
have you seen a Travis Scott concert issue? This is going to be.
But they're doing tours of the facilities potentially.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, what do you do at a GigaFest?
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a concert, tours of the facility. I don't know what else.
That's about it.
I think barbecue or something.
Barbecue. They had like
you
a
need
Ferris
the fire
wheel.
marshals for that.
Yeah, you had like a Ferris wheel at Berlin. So yeah, you're gonna need to make sure that that you don't have a repeat of that concert where you gotta make sure that there's proper crowd management, basically. Tesla app 4.6.1 has some new release notes, and there's an undocumented change in this release. Where'd it go?
But before we move on, I think that they'll be able to get that together, because the 2 weeks prior is South by Southwest, and that's
they'll be ready.
Way more people than would ever be there for GigaFest. So like
absolutely.
Yeah, and then like in addition to that, we know some folks who are trying to plan programming in and around that as well. There's a lot of Teslas in Austin, like a lot, and so and if folks drive in, fly in, whatever they do for that could be it'll be a substantial event, but it won't be nowhere near some of the other larger events that Austin holds, and so they should be able to work through that pretty easily.
There you go. So just whatever extra police and EMCs and everybody you have to say, hey, by the way, 2 weeks later we got another one of these coming up.
And if they have to move it, then they'll just move it. I'm sure.
That's true.
I'm sure it will happen.
That's true. So in this new update for the app, you can extend the lease on your Tesla. You can go, in some circumstances, up to 6-month extension. And extending terms, paying the outstanding balance, viewing documents, and more. Although paying the outstanding balance on a Model Y and Model 3 won't let you keep the car. It just means you don't have to make any more payments until it's time to turn it in. The new features that they've been spotting, you can view your tire pressure in the app. That's nice because what does this yellow squiggle mean? You can set your vehicle's name in the app because that's something that a lot of the newer owners have been having difficulty finding in the interface. And you can set your climate keeper from the app as well, so you can say to keep climate on and pick your temperature. Nice. Welcome changes. And then it looks like Giga Berlin got their environmental approval, and they're about ready to go. That's coming from, I can't pronounce it. Let's share the tweet so you can see it. All right, so Troy Teslike found the proof. Gary Black found the approval. Here we go. Handelsblatt newspaper, and then Troy found the actual article, which will be copy link, paste and go. Here. Oh yeah, sure. Translate it to English. So that'll help David out with his 2 million units a year prediction. And then we mentioned the Postal Service vehicle, right? So Clean Technica has an article where they say that the U.S. Army beats the Postal Service to electric vehicle punch, and that the Postal Service could learn a thing or two from the Army and the other armed services. It's a Tina Casey article, so it's long. Here's the link so you can read it. And I just wanted to discuss, we've seen time and again, like the armed services, they have roll out solar panels. They can roll them out behind a vehicle. They roll them up when they need to move to another base or another forward operating point. They're working on battery technology. They're not doing this thing that the Postal Service is doing, saying, "Oh, it's hard to make an EV. Oh, let's just do natural gas instead." What do you guys think of this?
Okay, so
I think the batteries are better because you can be more stealth. First of all, if you're using battery electric vehicles, you can be more stealth because you're not creating all the heat and the fumes and everything else. If you're in the middle of nowhere, you can refuel your vehicles from the solar panel that you can roll out, as opposed to where you're going to get the fuel from. Now you got to truck it and go get it, whatever, all these fuel vehicles, trucks, something.
And we're seeing that with Russia right now with their 40-mile convoy. It's stuck because they don't got gas.
Electric's better.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dan, because you actually have some experience with military experience.
We were talking in a group, and there was somebody at Fort. It was in North Carolina, Fort Benning, I think, in Fayetteville, and they were like, the furthest supercharger is X, Y, and Z amount of ways, and I'm like, the first largest on the south, or the East Coast, and I was like, that makes sense. And then I started deep diving if we're actually into it, and they've picked up Oshkosh. They have a hybrid vehicle, so they use the electric mode when they're close enough to not be detected. And it's actually ingenious that they're doing that, because they were like, we need to not put off their engine sound, release position, as Elon noted to earlier when the minister was asking for a better instance. He was like, go remote or go energy consumption battery quickly as possible, because you're targeting with your heat. But this makes complete sense. The military is all about not dying and being more efficient, so
yes,
they cut through the crap a lot quicker. It's just for the refueling case. I agree with you, Omar, because I forgot what the MOS job number is, but they have a fueler MOS. That's really hazardous to take a 55 or larger fuel tank through an armed battlefield and try to fill up your vehicles out there. Now, if you can spin that off between your communications, so they hold the batteries too for all your instruments. If you could spin off between them and your fuelers to actually bring those arrays out to charge your vehicles quickly, or at least make them a hybrid style, like we mentioned before, that is a great tactical advantage, because now you don't got to worry about your supply line being cut off. Because you can encase your solar panel pack roll it out as your engineers would do a bridge. That's 3 MOSs I just put together. And it makes the much sense as possible. So the fact that the military is getting to this sooner than later makes all the much more sense to me, because it's tactical advantage. It makes sense. It saves money. That's more money to be spent on another missile, saving a soldier's life, or a plate. It makes complete sense.
The military has already said that one of the biggest threats is climate change, and so they're already making those changes. And the problem, though, with compared to the post office, that the post office can't dishonorably discharge the joy, and so we're stuck with him. Now, I do have a question, though. I mean, logistically speaking, you have this supply chain, and you got it, M1 tank out deployed. That's out. That's out. You can't recharge an M1 tank on a on a solar panel? I mean,
now the tanks will still be the same way. You can't do
Well, actually, the tank in that headline was a electric plug-in tank. So hybrid electric plug-in tank. So it was a Chevy Volta tanks. So when you got time, you plug it in. When you don't, you put in some jet fuel.
Yes.
Armored personnel carriers are types. The armored personnel carrier is a little bit smaller than the actual tank itself.
Yeah.
And the scariest thing, part of my MOS was to even mask the actual movements of an actual tank. You had a smoker vehicle running in conjunction, which is even a bigger target, but it kept your whole field from actually being viewed. So yes, there's a lot of improvements before you get your larger scale vehicles like that large tank, but even those are about to start getting, I won't say obsolete, because they're very inefficient within a city confines. So your APCs, your small, those ones with the long barrels on it, those would be the ones that are benefit from the hybrid use, but they're going to need it when they're creeping around tight corners. They're going to need it when they're doing recovery for a quick exfil for something like that. So your large tanks would be on those back operating bases for, say, patrol guard, if they just need to level the city for real quickness, just because that's where they're going to need it for. But for those small, yes, that hybrid will definitely be used, because you have to creep through a city, and
would not be detected.
Absolutely. So we talked about how Ford said they're going electric full out. Hyundai said they're electrifying by 2030. So that means that you're going to have some plug-in hybrids, some regular hybrids, but they're going to do this by 2030. And they went out and talked about how many BEVs they're going to sell, how the Genesis is going to be all EVs. They got 2 passenger cars and 4 SUVs coming, and that was an interesting presentation. So I've got a link here for you guys to check out later. And so while we were talking about the Rivian earlier today, they just added a software feature called Surround View, and what that does is very much like you have on the German cars, where you can see all around you when you're in drive. Which the vehicle I had drove did not have this, and it would have been extremely more comfortable this way. But it will get it when it gets its software update, because OTA is the way to go. And as we said, West Virginia has backed down for now, but you got to keep an eye on your politicians. It's going to either pop up in another state, or West Virginia is going to shove it in something else. Oh, hey, here's buying some new school buses for the state bill. Oh, by the way, you can't do software updates.
This is awesome. The last event that Travis organized, we did that electric school bus. That bird's eye view was on the actual mirror system, and it was a very cool feature to actually see it already organized into that electric bus, because that gave the driver, as we see with the regular school bus we were talking earlier, you got so much field of view or range. But when that kid gets very close to the bus and they hit that blind spot, that bird's eye view works wonderful. It is a great thing to see when they're making use of whatever technology, if it's multi-camera necessary. But it's a very neat feature, especially for the drivers, to be able to look in and have it pop up on their screen and see it. So for me to see it on that school bus was very cool and exciting to see.
And that's a good safety feature too, the amount of children that get hit by school buses.
Yes.
Go ahead, do it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, still kind of mad that a base level Nissan has that and my Tesla still don't have it. What's up
right.
with that? Wow. Kind of salty on that one.
I agree. So the B-roll that's playing down below, I found it earlier, but the only link I could find later came from Electrek. Basically what this is Ford was doing winter testing on the F-150 Lightning, and they conveniently placed this up in the middle of Rivian's trauma this week. So they didn't say anything, but they just put it up right in the middle of the mess. They're like, "Look at these F-150 Lightnings in the cold. They're going to be great and ready for you."
I like how the electrifying of everything has fostered this internal ability where it's like, hey, we're going to put this out when the information's here. Like when Elon was went live, everybody advertised like.
Yeah.
I like this way that they're starting to work things within the ecosystem. It's little, you can say it's a little shady, but it works to brand everybody else around it. It's starting to be interesting. I like it.
Here's that test that Tesla likes to do, where you see how well
I like them I like them dispelling the myth that EVs don't work in the cold.
Exactly.
Because they want to sell it.
Well, that too.
Oh, they're gonna sell
everything to sell it.
That they're not gonna have a problem with demand on that vehicle. They're gonna have a problem with supply of that.
This is true.
When they hit that demand, can Ford make a profit at their price point? I mean, they're putting a lot of batteries in these trucks. So I'm just curious about that. I want them to be successful.
Well,
I want them to have
at
a truck.
which price point? Because they're not going to be selling a bunch of them at base model configuration. They're going to be selling a whole bunch of them at mid-tier configuration. And so when you're looking at the price point, just keep that in mind. They have a lot of experience making trucks. So the whole thing is the whole body on frame trucks. That's something that they do.
Yeah.
So the most expensive piece is going to be the drivetrain. It's going to be the battery.
Yeah.
But I mean, other than that, they'll make money on these.
You've got also the fact that that both Ford and so the F-150 and the Silverado both sell a lot of work truck models, and the work trucks are very capable, despite their lower cost. So it'll be interesting to see how the fleet managers take to these work truck versions of these EVs as well.
There's also 100,000 of just regular people who will buy the up model just to say that they got it and brag about it and never use it.
There's that. Travis, what's the best selling car in America?
The F-150.
Facts.
It's the best selling car in the world, actually. But
in the world, yeah.
In the world, and then yeah.
So we were talking about go ahead.
Okay, go ahead. You can move on.
We were talking about democratizing the ability for folks to get on the internet, and so Starlink is a good part of that. I mentioned how they are in the programs to help make it cheaper for everybody to get in, and how it's a lot cheaper than other satellite options in places that don't have any other way to get internet. This was actually, this is back to Ukraine. So the guy who got the dish from SpaceX, he put it up there and he's like, all right, so many thanks for Starlink. It's keeping our cities connected and emergency services saving lives. With Russian attacks on our infrastructure, we need generators to keep Starlink and life-saving devices online. Any ideas? So it sounded like he was asking Elon for batteries and generators. And Elon said, well, I'm going to update it so it uses less power and you can run it off a cigarette lighter from your car instead. Which is big.
Okay, so it is huge, and this is one of the things I regularly
one second, Dan. So they're also enabling mobile roaming so that the phased array antenna can maintain signal while on a moving vehicle. So this also plays into the Ukraine thing. Now go ahead.
Yeah, we had a mutual friend who loves to just, when this first came out, they went to the actual site, and I'm like, you're sourcing wrong real quick, and I need you to correct it quickly, but these came from blue checked accounts. Like the dude usually went on there. It came off a little sarcastic, but I understand when you're in the middle of a war, you're like, yo, we can use your help real quick. Yeah. Elon stepped up. He put it up. I corrected somebody else online because they pulled the same information off the website. And I'm like, why ain't the website updated? I'm like, they're barely got service globally. What do you expect for them to be online? But the ability to react that quickly, I was like, I'm no big Superboy fan of Elon. I was like, however, when he's decisive. When he does wrong, beat him over the head for it. When he does great, commend him for it and leave him be. Because this is something that has happened in real time. Like he's literally reacting in real time. he might be saying stuff, and his engineers are like, "We're going to work on this because he's telling us stuff before we do," and he's doing it in real time. So this goes back to what we're talking about in tactical advantages, being able to maintain communications off of better satellites. Yeah, need better communication off of better satellites, but the fact that he's able to do this in such a quick response, I think is something that is, when you look back at years, like 100 years down the road, they're going to be like, this is revolutionary that he pushed forward in the little small chitter chatter. This is going to change. If I was anybody within the intelligence community, CIA, NSA, the rest of them, or anybody in a particular armed services general or higher, this and how the resources are coming into play is something I am paying acute awareness to, because to be able to reach out to a private sector company, and mind you, SpaceX have launched defense contracted satellites up already. So to be able to reach out and be like, this is the response we need quickly, this is the response we need quickly, and for them to do it as fast, this is going to change a lot of major conflicts and a lot of things sooner. And this too.
Yeah, so speaking of defense, SpaceX has reprioritized to cyber defense and overcoming signal jamming. Will cause slight delays in Starship and Starlink version 2. That's coming for Elon as well.
Yeah,
and then
so that's even straight away.
Space Padre asked if Starlink was being jammed, and Elon said that some Starlink terminals near the conflict areas are being jammed for several hours at a time. Our latest software update bypasses the jamming. I'm curious what's next.
This sounds like,
in a way, this is free QA.
That's crazy. He just keeps shooting out software updates. This is a problem. No problem. Let's fix that with software. Oh, this is a problem. All right, shoot out this update. Fix that.
He going, what's my next issue? Like, he's going, I'm curious to see what else I can get my engineers to do or my techs to do. And he's going, what else? Like, I think
he's like, what else you got?
Yeah.
He's sitting there going, this is one of those few times where he doesn't have to stop something.
He's literally fighting the Russians on his own.
Yes, this is something. It reminds me of the Iron Man when he says he privatized world peace. But this is something where I think he's actually relishing in the fact that he could do it without a delay. And his software team, his engineers are like, okay, we've been wanting to do this. Let us have full reins. He was like, if you can do it, go. And they're almost doing it like this, like within tweets, within 24 hours. I tell people, he got them dishes. Logistically, it's hard. When people are like, they can evacuate people back, I was like, do you understand how ridiculously hard it is to get something in country?
Right.
Amazon next day delivery takes a week or two when you're in deployment in the middle of a desert somewhere. Regular mail is going to take you about 4 weeks. So I was like, so for him to get dishes that quick
around the world,
within 24 hours or less, and then
the
dude that requested them takes a picture and was like, I appreciate that they're here. And Elon's like, no problem, I'm sending more. And I'm like,
that's right, David. can't say what you did, otherwise now they'll know how to defeat your fixes.
Yeah, but it's the fact that he got him in the country so quick. I was like, I tell people, he's decisive. Criticize him when he can, but when he does these good marks,
so this is something I had the opportunity to test out after my service last week with the air conditioner. Typically, this service rating would come to you as an email after you did your service, and it had a very short time window if you decided to actually tell them something about your service. And so what I would do is I would come into Notepad and write my whole service critique or saying how good it was, and then I would cut and paste it into the web browser and then give them my stars. It works in the app now, and that time limit is gone. So I was able to actually sit there and write out exactly what I thought and paste it in there. Or I didn't have to paste it in there and then give them a star rating and hit send. And that's new with this version of the app. And apparently that's the version I'm on, which was really cool.
That's great.
More improvements. That's good.
I learned in business, the one thing that businesses crave is feedback. They hate getting feedback by internet. and a drama when they was like, well, we didn't notice. How come you didn't tell us? I tell people that. Of quick story of Walmart here kept running out of milk, and they were like, "Why didn't we fix it?" I was like, "Just fill out the survey. Trust me." With it, because it goes higher, it goes above regional, it hit corporate, and corporate's like, "Why is this a problem?" And regional would be like, "We've been telling you this."
Right.
And I was like, "Those reactions happen faster." That's good.
So there's another confirmation they got the approval to open Berlin, and
so that explains why their stock prices dropped, because they got approval to open.
Because something good happened.
Right.
So Drive Tesla Canada is tweeting, for the first time ever, gas and diesel prices in parts of Canada are now over $2 a liter. For our friends in the US, that's $7.56 a gallon in Canada. Even with the recent supercharger rate increases, it's still far cheaper to drive Tesla. And he put it at Elon. So a lot of the folks here in our country are complaining about leadership and saying it's their fault that the price has gone up. Well, our leadership has crap to do with Canada and Europe, and so we're not affecting their prices. This is worldwide. So
this goes back
stop hating on your politician of choice.
This goes
so here
back
you see
to information research.
Mm-hmm. So one thing I learned about Canada and gas prices is that they, it's price per liter, but they put their decimal spot in the wrong spot on the digital signs. I don't know why. But on their flip signs, they put the decimal spot in the right spot. So in Sweden, it's close to $4 per liter. And Anders told us, what was his? Not quite the $11 that Robert Williams showed us, but it was high. Anders showed us how high his price was. It was up there. And
they were looking at like 11 something a gallon or something like that.
Right. I was looking for another picture from Canada where it went up later in the week, so it was above the $2 per liter. All right. So we talked about Honda and Sony. In the UK, the top two Teslas in the top 5 plug-in sales doubled in February in 2022. That is an awkward headline. 2 Teslas in the top 5 as plug-in sales doubled in 2022 February. Okay, that makes more sense. Tesla started volume deliveries of Model Y, which translated into one of the highest sales results for the month. Yeah, they just dropped off 3 shiploads of Model Ys. So that's going to be down next month, but that's fine. They increased 15% year over year to 58,994, which is good to see. So they're up 127% year over year for electric cars.
Everybody's eating their scraps. That is a stupid amount of cars to see in one dock, either unloaded or ready to ship that fast. That are EVs.
Yeah, those ones are unloaded. Yeah,
that's stupid big amount of size.
It is. So then Elon Musk showed Model S Plaid with FSD to China's ambassador to the U.S. Let's see, pull out some highlights out of this. The diplomat was impressed with Tesla's flagship sedan, noting that the vehicle was powerful but smooth. A representative from Tesla China also confirmed the meeting between the two men, as well as their FSD beta drive took place in Fremont. Good stuff. So, again, I see that Tesla China is probably going to have another bump up from this, like good stuff happening to them.
It was, okay, another key move of him going to the embassy representative. We know you have connections. How about I show you in country? And then he sends it back. Very smooth move.
So was it last week or the week before we were talking with Georgia about some of the ways that Tesla can get over their current issues that they're having with diversity and making sure that every employee is respected and feels appreciated. Elon Musk has challenged the UAW to do a vote to see if they want to unionize. And he's already said time and again that if they want to set up a union, that they're welcome to make their own. And he doesn't recommend the UAW because that's the same union that let the plant go in 2008 to circle the wagons around all the other automotive. Because it was just Toyota and GM. It was just one plant, so let's let it go. And Elon said, "Hey, come on down, have the vote, and we'll see if they want to have you back this time after you let them go last time." That's basically what his tweet said.
This is interesting. This is another one like the World Food Program when they called him out, and he's a master tactician of doing things in a public forum that can be cited later. I've corrected one of my fellow people who pulled tweets back from 18, 19, and 20. I'm like, you know better. Stop pulling up old tweets. Stop it. But
that particular incident, the old tweets were accurate. Enphase, the people who made the
explain
inverters on my solar array, they have expanded their battery storage operations in Oregon, and this is just a press release on it. So if you want to look up Enphase on March 3rd, battery storage Oregon. We talked about Volvo EVs. Well, Volvo Cars is the latest company taking a crack at wireless EV charging. This is one you have to be really delicate with because there's so much wasted energy in wireless, and when you scale it up to car size, the amount wasted increases exponentially. It's not like on your phone where you're wasting 1 or 2 watts. It's substantial what you're wasting on a car. But it makes it easier to you don't have to it's a lot harder to vandalize the station. You don't have to think too much about you just got to park on the special spot. But here in the States, where people are very self-serving, you'll find a probably jacked up pickup truck blocked over the EV charging spot because now there's not even a bollard. It's just a dot printed on the ground.
put them right next. Put them. This is gonna sound terrible. Put them suggestively right near a handicap spot so they can just get ticketed. There needs to be something that.
There's a couple states where they will ticket you for it.
Attack their money. And
here's what I was talking about earlier, where Elon was telling people to be careful with the with their new Starlinks in Ukraine. Starlink is the only non-Russian communication system still working in some parts of the Ukraine, so probability of being targeted is high. Please use with caution. Could Starlink also be under threat of a cyber attack from Russia, like how Viasat was a few weeks ago? Almost all Viasat Ukraine terminals were rendered permanently unusable by a Russian cyber attack on the day of invasion, so yes. Is there anything you can to stop it on Starlink? He says, game on.
The ability to yield the internet this quickly and this reactively is going to change how it works in the future. Like he is setting precedents that I don't think people get here. I've watched way too much History Channel to see how Frito-Lay's, Doritos, Ford early on, Carnegie, all these people in the past who've made decisions that were controversial, Hershey, they took over a whole wasteland like Disney did. Nobody figured out what they were doing until they became the massive mammoths they are today.
Indeed. So this guy asked Elon, he said, is there any advice on how to use with caution? This is in regards to the messages being sent using Starlink. Elon says, turn on Starlink only when needed and place the antenna array as far from people as possible. Place light camouflage over the antenna to avoid visual detection. Oh, hey, this one's new. Spray paint work, very thin layer, question mark? He says, yes, as long as there's no metal particles in the paint. Why do these people keep asking all these questions that he can't answer? If he says how many terminals there are, then they know how many targets there are.
And Elon's smart enough not to answer right.
Right, I saw that. He just left it. Because you can see he's in the thread. He's answering stuff.
Asking for a comrade.
Yeah, and then they say the word comrade. Yeah, exactly.
It's actually fluid. And see, that's the thing.
Kim brings up a good point here. She says, stow it completely indoors when not in use. Don't leave it outside to become a target. Yeah.
Yeah, covering a dish is something we've been did in forest areas very easily. He's handing out tactical information that literally, if obviously they weren't used to this attack very rarely in the cities, but he's putting out logistical termination sense. Run your cords out as far as possible.
What happened here? Like he said, he's trying to stay out of politics and just provide for humans. This would make things worse, and he says this didn't age well. What happened this morning with Elon and Putin? I have to do some research on that.
Yeah.
Okay,
At least he didn't delete it. He was like, this didn't age well.
Right.
It's fascinating looking at the mind of Elon, how he goes from one spectrum to the other. But I want to see when he goes to the other spectrum of we need to take his phone away, how they remember the past.
So he, SpaceX launched 47 Starlink on March 3rd. And then Elon said, American broomstick. because Moscow had Roscosmos. Remember, we talked about how Elon had been rejected for buying those Russian rockets. Russia decided to stop supplying rocket engines to the United States in retaliation for its sanctions against Russia over Ukraine, said Dmitry Rogozin, head of the State Space Agency of Roscosmos, on Thursday. In a situation like this, we can't supply the United States with our world's best rocket engines. Let them fly on something else. They're broomsticks. I don't know what. Elon said American broomstick in response to the Falcon 9 doing what it does best.
I've stated it with us in person, and I've told people when I've interacted with them, I was like, you don't understand how much money, because of the NASA has had to put one astronaut that we've now, it's privatized, but he's given it at a discount to our space defensive. Even the defense industry has used them at a cheap discount. NASA is able to push them up now. This shows what he was saying when Elon was like, the dude was like, you can throw people to space. He's literally said only 1% of the budget I have is going to space. And he literally just said, okay, I got to put a lot more cybersecurity now. You know, future plans for Starship is going to be put on hold. He's doing the right collective moves that people will understand at the moment. And the ability for it to go into overtime, and fluid time like this is great.
Yeah. So David asks, can you imagine what a Starlink a 0 day would go for on the dark market? Probably being combed over as we speak. I agree. There's no way that this is probably why he shut down all SpaceX development except for cybersecurity. They did this with Tesla when they got their first cybersecurity chief. She came in from Apple and she's like, nope, we're not doing anything else. No new cars, no new products. Shut down, and we need to secure this thing first. And they immediately went to certificates, and everything was signed to code and VPNs, and it was. So it's good to see them doing the same thing here at SpaceX. Not that they didn't have that level, but as you said, right now, they're such a target that they need to put an extra effort into it.
This is real time. Like, they're reacting in real time. On a business scale in my head, it's a fascinating thing to see in real time. It's the reactionary time is. I'm
so here we can see the Hyundai Ioniq 6 prototype in Norway. So they're doing their cold weather testing in Norway. It's a sedan. So there you go, Eddie. This is one that's not an SUV, although it's got an SUV version coming right behind it. You know it. I think Aston Martin paid for that one. They put an ad right underneath the Hyundai article. Delaware News is reporting that they're going to adapt the zero-emission electric vehicle regulations. So that means that just like Virginia just signed up for the CARB states, Delaware is now also a CARB state. So that also means that you get the 81 different versions of all the EVs that are out there instead of the 12 or so that are available nationally. Awesome, isn't it?
That's wonderful.
Yeah. So we were talking about the Ioniq 6. Well, the Ioniq 5 spotted another spy shot where they showing off its colors in photos. So it's going to get more distinct styling than what we. Oh, it's the 5N versus the 5 that we see today. So that's pretty cool.
I like how the camouflage for the cars is just checkered marks or anything less like this. If you don't know what it looks like being built, the paint is the least of your worries.
Right.
It's so weird. We've seen this camouflage in a while. No.
I think it would be cool to see it in colors. Like I said, all the ones I've seen are white or gray. Because all the ones in the pictures are gray, and all the ones I've seen in person are white. So then Tesla went in and they made a video about how on their LinkedIn about how the holiday light show feature came into play. And I'm going to put that in here too for you guys to see. And Robert Williams says 96 pounds in the bin I had to throw out all the food I bought out of date and bad. Yikes. You guys don't have any protections for that? Like here, if you buy some food and you got your receipt and it's like that morning, they got to give you your money back or exchange it. Yeah, that's a lot. Okay, so I'm going to keep that open for later and then watch it myself. All right, so this one is the Panasonic is getting ready to build a battery plant in the U.S. to service Tesla. They're looking at Oklahoma and Kansas, and they're going to be building the 4680s there, which is incredible. They're going to build a high-capacity lithium-ion batteries, and here the question is where. And folks are saying that you should punish Oklahoma for what they're doing now is they're trying to block Tesla the same way that Texas and the others do. But I say go what works best for you, and then just build them around the state, and then they'll have to lift their blocks eventually. But you know, if go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you can give it to the other one without rewarding bad behavior, that's always plus. Go ahead, Dan.
I'm still amazed that some of the most reddest states are drawing in the most businesses from EV.
Yeah, they are.
Literally within 30 miles from each other. There's a battery recycling plant that's coming within my area. Yep. There's the Rivian, next Rivian plant coming, and I've passed the SK battery factory all the time if I'm going back to Spartanburg within at least an hour and a half. So that closed loop cycle is already there, and it's amazing in the state that I'm in of Georgia. Yep. It's like, oh, money likes to talk more than your.
It is. EVs might be green technology, but business is business. They're always going to go to where there's cheap labor and low regulation.
Exactly.
No matter what.
Yep, it's like you get all the EV makers moving to South Carolina as well. Mm-hmm. American broomstick maker Elon Musk has made 53 orbital launches. Has 53 orbital launches scheduled this year, which is more than Russia has flown since 1992. Ouch. So then Kia had an investor day where they showed off what we talked with Travis about. We showed last week with the Telluride EV, and so there's a link to that presentation.
Even Russia's catching a slander on Twitter now.
They deserve it. So the revised flight plan brings schedule change for Samantha, Crew 4 schedule change. So the ESA have announced that Crew 4 mission will be shortened, and Eric Berger's take on this on Twitter is, this is not a reflection on Samantha, whom just about everyone I've spoken to says this is awesome, and says is awesome, and my personal interactions with her have been great as well. This does seem to be purely a scheduling issue. This is about NASA and ESA maximum flexibility, ensuring a direct handover between Crew 4 and Crew 5 this fall to ensure no gap in which there's no U.S. astronaut on board. This puts NASA handover before the Soyuz handover this fall. This change was in the work before the Russian invasion of Ukraine, so it was not done in response to that, although escalating tensions certainly make the move seem prudent. Basically, this ensures that NASA and ESA will be on the station even if there is no Soyuz seat swap, which is good.
Hey, that broomstick will launch faster and quicker.
Right.
And not sending money back to the SUX agents, whatever, Sukul agency.
Yes. Oh, yeah,
Roskosmos, yes, that now just decide to side with their government. So now, yeah, you've been funneling money for literally a couple of decades to them.
Yep. So I tried to get this on when Marcus was here. Noteworthy development in Austin: 2 temporary structures and cranes used to lift heavy equipment into the plastics and battery production section of the factory in the northwest corner are now gone. We should see the walls closing up soon, and more Model Ys on the south lot. It's almost ready, baby. But as we've seen, they are able to build with holes in the wall. And we saw that with the original Gigafactory, and with Giga Shanghai. You don't need the whole building done to make cars or batteries.
I'm excited to see what the used car market is going to do.
Right.
Just so hopefully everybody that's incentivized and drops them and be like, okay, we can let this go for 30, 35. And I'm like, sweet.
So for all the people who keep saying that EVs can't go on long trips, this Canadian team, Drive Tesla Canada, has been tracking them. The Tesla Life has also been tracking them. Great finish to charge across Canada. Congratulations to Jeff and Cyril on completion of their cross Canada adventure. They started at the easternmost portion of Canada and drove to the westernmost portion of Canada. So they actually had to get on 2 ferries to get those last little islands. But here they are finishing up their trip, and there they are at mile 0 in Victoria.
I like how it actually says mile 0.
Right?
You've reached the end of as far as you can go. Okay.
Kind of like Key West, mile 0 there too. Congratulations, guys! 132 hours together in a car, and you're still friends. Yes, we're still friends, and when Jeff gets back, maybe we'll plan to run to the border in Mexico, where it's warm. Well, that'd be kind of cool to do it again. Wow, but north to south this time.
Some pretty unique conversations when you're in the car for an hour. You can't necessarily walk away from somebody.
This is true.
You just got to sit there and talk it out.
Right. So the Tesla Life and Drive Tesla Canada are also reporting that Tesla is now automatically setting the lithium iron phosphate battery charge limits to 100% to prevent 12-volt lithium-ion batteries from failing. Notice the charge limit on your vehicle has been automatically adjusted to 100% to perform battery calibration. Please charge your vehicle at the earliest opportunity and allow it to continue until charging complete is displayed to maximize the performance of your battery. So this is one thing that Elon told us already when they first started the move to the lithium-ion phosphates, is that they prefer to be at 100%. So unlike the nickel batteries, where they prefer to be at 80 to 90%, he suggested just setting it up there. And so now, if you don't, the car will occasionally perform a calibration. The other reason for that is the way that the 12-volt lithium-ion is also lithium iron phosphate. The way that it ties in with the main pack, it not being able to get to that 100% level puts you at risk of having your car stranded. And so Tesla is now making sure that that if you don't set it to 100%, they'll put it there every now and again to keep you from having a 12-volt failure, which is actually a 16-volt on the lithium starter batteries. Problems caused by the phosphate battery not being properly calibrated, which would lead the computer to think it still had some energy left when it was actually dry.
How pathetic.
Yep. Yep. So they fixed it. It looks like Tesla updated the message to be more specific as to the reason of the calibration and added a recommendation to charge to 100% at least once per week on the phosphate battery. So if you don't have a phosphate battery, do not be charging once a week to 100%. It's not good. But if you have a phosphate battery, charge to 100% at least once a week. They recommend you just set it there and leave it there, even for daily use. There you go.
And this is another thing. There's no other company where you can get direct resources feedback. Okay, so on your level with doing the service centers, they need that immediately from you. When you're talking about a large swath of a region of cars, to be able to reach the CEO and be like, y'all got to fix this, please. Like, investigate.
Right.
Like, his hand is right there in the pot with you. And you're like, dude, but thank you for telling me.
Exactly.
His wielding is probably different.
So we talked about how Ducati was getting into the electric motorcycles for MotoGP, and now they've come out with an electric bicycle. So they're learning and applying. So there you go. Oh wow! It costs just $8,470, or 76, right? Or 76.90 euros. So if you
might be cheaper than that.
if you're a serious e-biker and you've got a little bit of scratch, Ducati wants your money. 250 watt-hour battery pack, which is standard for lightweight road bikes. There's also a 250 watt-hour extender, which can be added to double the bike's range. All right. I didn't see the price before. The next Opel Crossland and Insignia will be EVs. The Menta will be coming by 2025. Opel has confirmed that the Astra EV will arrive in 2023 as a hatchback and a wagon. It's not my color scheme, but it's not a bad-looking car. But I don't see mirrors, I don't see door handles. Well, I mean, door handles aren't required as we see with Tesla, but I have a feeling this concept is going to look a little different by the time it actually hits the streets.
If the Cybertruck is like the brute man version, this is like the softer woman side that he married. That's what it reminds me of. Just softer edges. Like it gives me that vibe.
Yeah, but if it's sleek, that also means it's not stainless steel because you can bend and flex regular automotive panels, aluminum, steel, plastic. So I think that looks pretty cool.
It does. It would definitely look standoff while not being standoff. Like Cybertruck's like, oh, I noticed that. This one's like, oh, that's different. Like,
right?
It's a different type of standoffish.
What did you think of that Opel there, Dawood?
I like the look of it, but
yeah,
It looks like it's like standing on tippy toes.
Right. It's only one case where some smaller wheels would actually be better for the concept.
Possibly, yeah.
This reminds me of I've played a lot of Mario Kart with my kids recently. This is when you change the tire size of a vehicle that's too small for the tire. But
Gotcha.
the list looks nice and they let you play with it anyways.
Yeah.
That's what it just reminds me of.
So Zach, Black Model 3 on Twitter, said $7 gas is here, buy an EV. And he's got his plaid sitting out front of a sign where the super price is $7.25 and 9 cents per gallon.
A plaid, no less. The one vehicle that would have took the most had it been gas.
$7 gallon gasoline is coming in California, says the other Omar. And Elon says, exclamation mark.
Right.
I wish I had that sound effect for Metal Gear.
Yeah. I know the song you're talking about.
Electric cars enable you to capitalize on the lowest impact energy source no matter where you live, which is true. That's an interesting way to look at it, given the variety of choices. And then David says, that's a bit of an unfinished concept drawing, not a lot of detail. I agree. Like, what were they thinking? But if it gives you an idea of what they're looking at, I'm curious what the final product looks like. That'll be interesting to see. Kilowatt says, yes, even if you rely on petroleum, centrally generating electricity and transporting it through wires is more efficient than delivering gas via truck and burning it locally in your fossil car. Or pipes, as we said last couple weeks with natural gas. Because then you don't have to worry about leaks. Because if you break the electrical line, it just stops. It doesn't leak.
You can bury them underground and make it more stable.
And then the other thing is you can centralize the emissions as well, because it's a lot easier to keep track of one power plant than a million fossil cars in a region. And becoming your own fossil fuel utility is a bigger challenge than becoming your own electric-based utility. This is true. Can you build a solar plus Powerwall factory in India to start so that the staring contest between Indian government and Tesla ends? Renewable energy has a bigger market than cars at the moment. That's what we were talking about with Travis. It's it's not going to look like it does now for long. And if they can get in and build some other products there, that'd be a way to go. India seems to make life difficult for every non-local company to enter and exist there, unfortunately. Well, so did China, and they did it. So it's not insurmountable. Not entirely true, as there are several foreign manufacturers in India. Most of them are allowed to sell by building a local final assembly plant. Tesla wants to sell full builds that carry heavy import duties. The government wants them to make a promise to build a factory. All right.
That's about when you go further length into how it's explained. That makes some sense. They just want jobs rather than you bringing in your own people. Hey, if you can build it from here, we don't care where you get the parts. If you can build it and construct it here, we're fine. And it's like, okay, that's unionizing for the better part of lack of a word.
Right.
That's actually unionizing on a governmental scale.
Well, it's the same thing we do to all the other companies that want to come here too. We prefer that they build here. So I keep talking about GoGrow all the time because they have these I think it's pretty cool that you can just kind of drop your scooter off right next to it, and then you can get your module, drop your old ones, and so there was a massive power outage in Taiwan, and it sent the gas stations offline. And GoGrow's electric scooter battery stations powered themselves. You've got a wall full of kilowatt hours of batteries, so why not use some of that power to actually run your system? That's pretty cool. I didn't know they would have actually. I didn't know they actually would have built a UPS into the swap station, but it makes sense. They have this.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
They have the ability to run completely off-grid. The stations managed to remain operational even though massive outage in Taiwan yesterday shuttered gas stations and other key infrastructure. So I wonder if they also charged new batteries or if they just sold the ones that were already full.
It's weird because that means some of the batteries that were still there automatically went into power mode for the station itself.
Right.
Which is ingenious that I wouldn't have thought that happened, but the moment you said it, I was like, the only excuse is the batteries that were in there decided to give the juice back to the modem system. So that means at least those first 10 onto the right-hand side of the screen just were like, okay, we got to keep ourselves charging. So they stopped receiving charges and like, here, everybody, take what we have left. They sacrificed themselves until more power came on board.
Well, there's also the possibility, if they stayed at 100% operation, that this could be like a Tesla-style situation where they've got this is battery backed. That way, they're not having to pay the local rate. They can fill it up at night, and then they can dispense that into the customer packs.
That do. It's still amazing how even like if you have to come off a fossil, when fossil dies, you can be like, we're still here. Like,
right. So yeah, they were fully operational. Look at this. The GoGo stations normally charge from the grid, but they're able to isolate themselves and maintain the operation for several days, powered only by their own batteries. So yes, they've got an additional battery backing on the station rather than in the. That is cool. That's cool. And I bet you they can also then reroute between the ones that are in there and go a little further. Like if you got like 8 half batteries and you can fill up another full battery from it or something.
Right. That's the amazing when talking about battery tech in this case, because the cell phones I had in 2001 in Korea were about the same style. You can either charge it in the phone or you can switch them out as you go. So to see that ability is beyond crazy when you're switching the batteries. And I think Kia Niro in Japan is going to switch out the battery packs from your car quickly and easily.
I don't know about the Kia Niro, but the Neo does that.
The Neo, yeah.
Yeah, and Tesla did it for a minute.
Just be able to do that, it's pretty soon, as Travis would say, yes, you ain't got to worry about range. You can hit somewhere and be like, oh, I'm going to go to this plaza and eat some food. And while you're eating food and doing something else, you just got a new range because it's like, exactly. Take your battery card.
Yeah. So we had a good long show today. I want to catch you on the flip side. Thanks for coming by. And also, thank you again, Zachary, and our channel members and channel patrons for, like Dawood. Dawood is a channel member, for helping us out with maintaining this thing, because the internet, software, everything has a cost, and every little bit helps us plow through this thing. So thank you very much. Thank you, David. I appreciate it. You stayed through all of this, man. It was a bit of a marathon. There we go.
That was awesome.
Yes.
At one time, there were 6 panelists. I was like, this is